somewhere in Europe or somewhere in the world and share at least a love of motor racing. Now the Lebanese car is chasing a similar car. Now let's look at the screen whether they're actually fighting for position. They were 11 seconds behind the Bert Heus Red Camel Jordan's car. Now that's an orange car, so it's probably not the 101. The Seat Leon Cup Racing, so that wasn't the car he was chasing at that moment. And Bert Heus in the Red Camel Jordan Seat Leon, third. He's doing lap times. Last lap time was in 2:28.162. He's quicker than Phil Quaife, at least the last lap. Phil Quaife should be chasing him. I'm not sure if there was a change between third and fourth position in that A3T class earlier on, but at this moment Bert Heus is quicker. 2:08. One of the camera cars, Altran, Peugeot 208 GTI, of course it's called. And it's funny to see that the other Altran car entered by the team has starter number 205, because for Peugeot, at least in the previous era of quick cars, it all started with the 205 GTI, together with the Golf in the 80s, being the really nice hot hatchbacks. HP Racing, sorry I said HB, but I meant HP Racing Mercedes. Now in the hands of Reinhold Koffler, Austrian by nationality. He was really happy with the car earlier on. He was quite enthusiastic. He had just handed the steering wheel over to Jeroen Bleker when I talked to them. So I think this team is doing just single stints and no double stints. Still, it's taken them to third position, even though they lost a lot of time at the beginning of the race. Now with two cars in front, having done 325 and 324 laps, I think it's sort of safe to say, as we're more than halfway there, that these are the two cars really battling it out for the overall win. They're in the same lap now, 33 seconds only between them, and it's they've changed the lead, of course, because Thomas Jäger has lost. What has he lost? He's lost the lead. Now I must admit I hadn't seen that on the screen. We had a lead change. Daniel Aleman was quicker most of the time, but he didn't seem quick enough to be able to pass Thomas Jäger's Brand Racing Mercedes so quickly, but he did. Maybe Jäger had a spin somewhere, lost some time. They've both been out there for a bit more than an hour, 15 minutes. And now the last lap, it was a slow one for Aleman, 2:14.9, and Jäger did it 2:11.718, so it also depends on traffic, of course. The only thing I can't see here is the amount of, oh yes, I can, the amount of pit stops they did. They've both done 11 pit stops. So the Porsche of the HB Racing team has simply passed the Mercedes of the Ram Racing team on outright speed. And I must admit, I missed that. Now, I don't think being here on my own, I'm able to look up on the computer what all the lap times were or have been over the past half hour or hour since I've taken over commentary. It could just have been one really bad lap, a spin, whatever, that cost the Ram Racing team their leading position. Here the Ferrari, Scuderia Praga, or Prague, Equipe Prague, I think the French would call it. So, we've got another leader, that's clear. 20 seconds in front of the next best car. Daniel Aleman behind the steering wheel of the Porsche HB Racing Team. Porsche is now our leader. I think we've had 4 leaders altogether. Of course, at the beginning of the race, when the leader gets in for refueling and a driver change, automatically there'll be another leader, with the pack being still so close at the beginning of the race. So I think we had 3 different leaders at the beginning of the race, but since then it's been the Ram Racing Mercedes, and now for the first time really in the race it's been another car. It's the Porsche now. Beforehand, yes, the Porsche was one of the cars with a chance. We also thought that the Ferrari would have a fairly good chance of maybe winning this event, at least judging by the quick lap in the qualifying. But there weren't enough quick laps since then to threaten the leaders. But then again, most of that is down to the trouble they had at the beginning. It's even getting warmer again outside. 27.3 degrees, middle of night. Some 7.5 minutes before 4 o'clock. It was 26, I think, some hour and a half ago. So I'm not sure why it's warming up again outside. Now, if we look at the top of our leaderboards, I'm wanting to see what... no, hold on. Now it's Aleman in the pits, but that's their 12th stop. So Daniel Aleman has taken the HB Racing Porsche into the pits. We don't have pictures of that. We had one camera in the pit lane. Not sure if he's there now or if he's taking a break. If he is, I would like to see some pictures of the Porsche to see if everything goes right. So we've got another lead change, and it's good. I'm glad that although it took a while for me to take note of, I have seen that Daniel Aleman has led the race. Otherwise, I would not even have known. There it is, number 7 Porsche. There was a tear off of the windscreen, the front, so they don't have to clean the windscreen. They just take a tear off, and they've got good vision, good bright vision again, clear vision, I should call it, I think, in English. And now, what's happening there? Okay, the air jacks down. Car starting, yes it is, there it goes. Back on track. Now that won't cost them more than just the lead. No, for sure not, because the next best car is 6 laps down. Now, it won't be long before Thomas Jaeger will also be in with the Ram Racing Mercedes. He's done a stint of 1 hour, 19 minutes. That's pretty long. Jaeger is not in the Pro-Am configuration with the Huracan, the Lamborghini Huracan of the writer of the Leipert Motorsport team, not writer of course, but Leipert Motorsport team now in. Not sure if they weren't working at the front, I think, at the moment, so it probably not take a brake change. But 1 hour and 20 minutes for the Ram Racing car is quite a lot. So I'm quite sure that in the next lap they'll be coming in, or maybe even this one. So the 2 lead cars are very much on the same strategy, same pit windows. And the last pit stop of the Porsche went in 4 minutes 56 seconds. Now I wonder whether that's the total time including refueling, but that's, is that possible? Yeah, it could be possible. It's not a lot. Briefly lost our timing. Got it back on the screen now. Not sure if you can see that at home behind your computer or laptop. We're back with Ricard Nielsen in the 116 Renault Clio, Team Sekurtal Zorg Rennsport. It's a German-run team with a German woman and a Swedish man. Leader Thomas Jaeger, and we'll probably see that he's coming into the pit lane in just a moment now. Don't have the sector times on my screen here at the moment. Probably somewhere here, but I can't ask my colleagues, as they're all either on a break or preparing themselves to fill in somewhere in the next hour with me in the commentary box or down there in the pit lane. So we're expecting Paul O'Neill and Lukas Gajewski back here, my colleagues. And the Ultron Renault Clio, no, Renault Clio, hold it, ho, Peugeot 208. That's a mistake, even in France. Two great brands. The French motorsport industry being mixed up here. That's bad. Okay, checking the data from the car, from the Red Camel, Jordan's 159 Mark Mazda V8. I wonder if those are guys from the Australian Mark team that do that part of the work. I guess most of the crew are Dutch guys, Kerventic and the Red Camel racing team being Dutch. The man on the right-hand side is probably the Australian Mark team. I'm not quite sure how the owner who developed that car, what he looks like. But the car was developed by Ryan McLeod, Australian. He built the cars and runs himself in the number 91 car with Keith Kasuke and Ben Gersikowski, who's also Australian. And it seems that they're spending more time than you would expect in the pits. It's not a very quick pit stop. They're looking at different angles at the cars, at the back especially, and they're looking for something. They're having a bit of trouble, I guess. Maybe it's got to do with, no, well, disconnected, starting the car, hoping to get rid of the man with the laptop there. That probably is Ryan McLeod, or at least one of his men. And look at the wheel arches of those Mark V8 cars. Pisarek in the Ferrari, now in 5th position, losing a bit of ground compared to Frank Bell, the Audi in front of him. Although he's only 27 seconds behind. And you're kidding, it's Bert de Heus again. Does he never rest? The Red Camel driver and the sister car of the Mark Mazda, the Seat Leon. In 2nd position now in the Porsche class. The Ruffier Racing Porsche are in 2nd position now, but that's mainly due to the fact that they've done one more pit stop. Goes to the Cruile Spoor car, the number 55 run or driven by Emmanuel Collard. Emmanuel Collard, who I think he briefly made it into Formula One, but wasn't able to stay there for very long. He was a test driver some 20 years ago. 1994, 95. No, a bit earlier even. No, it was earlier. It was earlier. Somewhere 91, 92, I think. That's a long time ago. Emmanuel Collard. Met him once in when I was working a long time ago in England for Sportnet, I think the channel was called. that was before the Eurosport days. Or Eurosport already existed at the time, but only just. And there have been quite a few sports channels. And more and more coming, at least in my home country, the Netherlands. Because although I speak English a bit and do commentary, I'm not English at all. I'm simply Dutch, and I'm from Amsterdam. And my name is Ron van Eeuwen. Number 70 car in the pits. Team Sikkertal Zorg Rensport. But that's not its real name. Real name is Mission Possible. With Gustav Engeljeringen, who's disabled and drives the wheelchair. Not the rest of the team though. And Bert. Hey, at the refueling, that's interesting. Haven't seen onboard pictures yet, or not until about 2 hours ago. I've hardly seen any race pictures as I was in the pits doing interviews there. So this is new for me. This is what the refueling area looks like from behind the windscreen of a race car. And it mainly means, of course, waiting and getting bored. Because you rather want to go out and do things, and when you're standing there you just have to wait. I heard from several teams that they had trouble trying to figure out the exact amount of fuel they had on board. So for a good strategy, of course, you need to have your data right, and if one of those important data is fuel load, then you probably have some trouble. Well, we saw that with the number 10 Mercedes that had to be pushed in with no fuel left, although the system said that it still had some 5 liters on board. 33 car that lost a lot of time with left front suspension damage and a bit of time with refueling. Is now in 33rd position, and Bert de Heus has made it away from the refueling area, getting into his pit box right underneath us, underneath the commentary position. And the nice looking orange Seat Leon Supercopa is being serviced, and now in the hands of I think one of the Swiss drivers of the team, judging by his helmet. But the moment he was in full view, I watched the other screen. Look at that. Number 92. Charging through the field. The Mark Focus V8. James K. Sorry. Peter Liemhuis, Adrian Morale, and Jeff Smith. And there is our leader. Now he's done a stint of 1:33. Last lap went in 2:13. So I think what they might be trying to do is save fuel, and have probably changed their strategy. Now, I'm not sure. I think earlier on they were able to run about an hour and 20 minutes, and now they're doing hour and a half or more. So maybe they found a way of having that car run leaner, but it could also be the reason that maybe they've got some trouble with the car. Maybe ABS not working like for Cooper Racing Mercedes number 10, currently in 8th position. Last lap went in 2:25. It's Michael Kroll, the father, not the uncle. And 2:25. That's not quick enough for that car. You lose ground for sure. Now could have been in traffic. It's quite possible that he can run faster than that, but not at the moment. Number 16, Audi, on the hands of Frank Pell still. And he's been at it for 1 hour and 35 minutes as well. So it almost seems like some of the cars are able to run slightly longer stints now. We're expecting Thomas Jaeger in any moment now, the leader in your picture. Grim, the CC Car Collection Mercedes, currently 9th. The for Cooper Racing that we just talked about. Previous lap went in 2:25, which was really too slow. Now it's 2:21.704. So yes, indeed, Kroll can drive a bit faster, but is finding it difficult in the night in traffic. Thomas Jaeger now over his last lap, a bit quicker than the Porsche, now in the hands of I think Herbert Handlos at the moment. No, it's Alfred Renauer who's driving the number 7 Porsche, 2nd position overall, also 2nd in the A6 class. 2 minutes, 2 laps down on the leaders, but that's mainly due to the fact that the leaders haven't made their stop yet. They will any moment now. In the first sector. But I think this is the last lap of their stint. There it is. First sector that ends at the beginning of the Mulsanne Straight, where it's now, I think. Yeah, it's in sector 2 now. Car. Gilles Safini. The Autosport GP2 car. French run Clio. Interesting color. I'm not sure what that color is called. It's purplish, but seen that car for a while, the number 49 Porsche. Le Duigo Racing. It's just underneath our commentary position, not doing really well. It's 7th in the Porsche class. The Speed Lover is behind that Belgian team. Oh yeah, and there's one more, of course, the MRS GT Racing Porsche, who's in the pit at the moment. Number 20 car, the American car, Putman, Espenlaub, Russell and Foster. And they've been there for quite a while. They've been in the pits for several times now. And all sorts of, well, not extremely big things, but still having to come back each time. We don't have anybody in the pit lane at the moment to fill us in with information of the night. It's the night shift, as they call it. Then everything goes down a bit, gets a bit slower, maybe even a bit more boring. And if that is, apologies, it's getting late on my own, trying to fill you in with some details, but not getting much information from outside. What's also a bit difficult for us working here is that we don't get any replays, as you might have noticed, of the action on the track. So if something happens and we briefly miss it on the screen, and it's much easier to miss action on the screen when you're on your own in the commentary box. So if you miss something, you can't wait for the replay. The lead car, Thomas Jaeger, his Ram Racing Mercedes, has now done a stint of 1 hour 43 minutes, and is still on the way. So he can drive long stints now. He's got the fuel tank of he's got a fuel tank of 100 liters only, and normally with a stint that long you would expect it to be over quite soon, but he's still going, and I should calculate that back to the amount of laps that he's done in this stint. It's probably around about, let's see, 40 or more even. Yeah, some 42, 43 laps on a full tank of fuel. Now, these cars were supposedly using up 3.5 liters of fuel every lap, but they've got the fuel consumption down to something around 2.5 and 3 liters for that Ram Racing Mercedes. So that's really fantastic. And now Thomas Jäger's done his last lap 2:14. So perhaps they found out that with lifting just that bit, short shifting, maybe doing slightly slower lap times, they could bring the fuel consumption down considerably. And they've changed their tactics. They were doing quick lap times at the beginning of the race. Now they're doing slower lap times, and perhaps it's even for the first time that they've done that. Of course, difficult to compare because the different drivers in the team aren't all as quick. But Thomas Jäger anyway is driving some 3-4 seconds slower than he was earlier on in the race. I think that's a deliberate attempt at driving in a more fuel economic way. Porsche Le Drigoux Racing, French team, looking nice in the light black and white car. Don't see many of those. Well, you see quite a few of those actually in this race, just black and white, no other colors. Mostly, well, French, half French. Portuguese driver on that car, the number 49, Tortora. He's a Frenchman, Bruno Tortora. And there's another Frenchman called Frank Metzger, although that's a German name. Then Tiziano Carugati, Swiss, and Carlos Sarrea, Portuguese. So that's a definitely international team. We have about, I think, 34 different nationalities in this race, maybe even 1 or 2 more, as there are 1 or 2 additions on the driver list just before the start. 105 car here. The Cédric Chaperon Serre Leon Supercopa that he shares with Cyril Pinot, Guillaume Le Boulec, and Antonin Tramontin. And a person called Ségolène, and now Ségolène with an E behind it. That's a woman's name, but Ségolène, I'm not sure, it could be a man. It's an alias, I guess, for this man or woman. The 62 Porsche. It's the French entered car by Jean-François Demorge. It's the Lorient Racing number 1. The sister car, I think, has been probably in the pits. Let me check on that. That's the number 63. Lorient Porsche is now 3rd in class. The number 63 is 5th in class, so has lost a bit of ground. Is some 3 laps down, 7 laps down on the sister car, the number 62, still running. The stint of Thomas Jäger, the Ram Racing Mercedes, going on for 1 hour and 48 minutes. It's incredible. They found something in that car. Number 33 is going out now in the hands of Alex Müller. shares the car with Tim Müller, Lance David Arnold and Valentin Pierburg. Lance David Arnold, I think, being the quickest guy on that team, though the Müllers probably pretty good themselves. And when is Thomas Jäger coming in? We'll start thinking of an extra fuel tank. That's quite impossible here, of course. Scrutineers are pretty good, and they'll find anything that's not right, especially when it comes down to fuel, because it's such an important part in the equation. The BOP, balance of performance, the organizers try to get the cars within each class as close as possible performance-wise. It can be done with different rules like air intake, diameters, like weight, like designated lap times that they are not supposed to go under, and fuel ballast, fuel load. And fuel load for the Ram Racing Mercedes is 100 liter, and I'm quite sure that's exactly what it is. And so the Renault Racing Team Porsche that we're seeing here is chasing Thomas Jäger's Mercedes. Mercedes' last lap was quicker, so maybe they've decided that he's coming in anyway, and they've calculated it so perfectly that they know that these last 2 laps, because I think this is then the very last lap, can be quicker without the risk of running out of fuel. But then again, we thought earlier that he would be coming in. I'll ask my colleagues later on when they get back, but I'm not sure that they've seen that the car could stay out that long. Another car that's been staying out that long is the Lorient Porsche number 62. But then that's a cup car, and that's not an A6 outright GT3 race car. Although cup car is probably fantastic to drive anyway. Number 93 McLeod Mark Mazda V8, Mazda badged silhouette car, tube frame car, Australian make. And Thomas Jäger now in sector 1, I think, with a stint of 1:52.58. It's a very long stint, and this surely must be his last lap in that car. But I've said that before, a couple of times even. There we have him. And he's got the Ferrari behind him. Now the Ferrari last lap done at 2:13.08, so it's as quick. So it's probably not worth risking trying to pass the Mercedes if he's chasing them, because there's so little between them that it's probably a lot of risk. I would think that Malocelli is aware of the fact that, of course, he's not directly battling with the number 30 Mercedes of Thomas Jäger. Now we're going to see the Jaeger car coming in at the end of this lap. It's in sector 3 now. Last lap was in 2 hours, 2 minutes 12. We're on board with the 208 Altran Peugeot. Slightly strange picture. I think the car is, or the camera on board is trembling a lot, disturbing the picture. Nope. Thomas Jaeger's doing another lap. He's passed the start-finish line again, and will almost be, well, could make it to the 2 hours mark. Has got the fuel consumption going down considerably. The numbers 1, 2, 3, and 5 cars all doing 2:11 and a bit. And only Christer Jöns Simpson Motors Audi is a second slower in between, in 4th position. So all 5 cars running about 2 seconds slower than they've done earlier on in the race, when they were really hammering it down. Maserati coming in. The Boutsen entered, I think it's Guillaume Boutsen or something. It's the team is officially called. Now in the pits with a nice moon, friendly, nice, well, is it called half moon? I'm not sure what it's called in English, but we call it a sikkel in Dutch, but I can't translate that. Nice friendly moon over Le Castellet, 5.8 kilometer, beautiful track here in the Provence, Circuit Paul Ricard. Founded by the alcoholic drink magnate Paul Ricard, somewhere in the early 70s, around about 70, I think, 1970. And 2:13 now over the last lap for both Thomas Jaeger and Alfred Renauer behind the steering wheel. The number 7 Herbert car. It's 4:30 now. So I'm almost getting to the point of going away for a bit of sleep. I'll be handing over my place to Lukas Gajewski from Germany. He'll be taking over. I'll stay with him for a while and see how it all goes. I'm definitely curious about how long Thomas Jaeger will stay out. He's almost going to make it, I think, the end of this lap to the 2 hour mark, and then still has almost two laps lead over the car behind him, the HB Racing Team Porsche. So if he gets back after the pit stop, he won't be far behind the Porsche, I think. We'll have to see that later on. And the Porsche already has done 40-minute stint. So that means that from now on, it's probably 3 more stints before they're on the same strategy. And now it's coming in. It is coming in. 1, hour, 59 minutes and 20 seconds before it enters the refueling area. Almost 2 hours Thomas Jäger has been out, and it must have been almost like a test to see if a very experienced, good driver that probably doesn't make many mistakes and is good in traffic can drive that economically with so little use of fuel, and to see if he could do it, and then maybe they can ask the other drivers too to try and do that from now on. And if they do, and if they do it as good as they have done compared to the Porsche behind them, then that's probably a very smart a change of strategy. With going just that bit slower, they're consuming much less fuel, and that'll help them in the end. Doing that now is probably good because they've got so many pit stops still to come, and they can in the end save 1 or 2 stops compared to the opposition. If you do that too late, then there's no difference anymore, because you're about to make the same amount of pit stops as the competition. I see this as an experiment of the Ram racing team, but a very smart experiment, and as far as I'm concerned, experiment worked. We have to see once the car comes out again after refueling and after pit stop, tire change and probably driver change, whether it has worked out so well, but it seems so. 26.8 degrees still, middle of night, 4:30 in the south of France, and that's a nice temperature outside. It's a nice temperature in. And let's see at the Malucelli car. Their last lap went in 2:09.624. So Malucelli is really hammering it down now aboard the 458 Italia Ferrari. Quickest lap of that car during the race. Not as quick as, well, a second slower than the quickest lap all out, I think, 2:08.684 of the HB Racing Team Porsche. But still very quick. That was about the difference, I think, in practice, in qualifying. There's probably almost a second between pole sitters, then Thomas Jäger in the Ram Racing Mercedes, and the Ferrari of Malucelli again, who qualified in second position, and now Malucelli has got the difference down to 1 second again, but is still only in 5th position. It's fairly steady in 5th position, especially considering that they've done 13 stops. But of course, the same applies for the number 2 HP Racing Mercedes that hit the Ferrari at the beginning of the race. So having run into each other meant 2 stops more for both teams and a loss of places for the Ferrari, a few more places than for the Mercedes. With us back in the commentary box is my colleague Lukas Gajewski. Welcome. Did you have a good night's sleep?
Well, honestly, not really, Ron, because as you know, you stay in the hotel, you can hear all the cars still going around, and of course you are so excited that it's hardly possible to sleep. But in fact, it was quite good to have some hours in the bed, and now I think everything is set up for the remaining, or do we have, oh, only 10 hours, that's good.
That's right, it's not a lot. They've done 14 hours now, which is good. And yeah, the hotel is right next to the racetrack. It's even called Grand Prix Hotel, so that helps. Although we haven't had a Grand Prix here for a very long time. I'm not sure when the last one was.
In 1990, it's 25 years ago.
Oh, you weren't even born yet?
No.
I shouldn't have told our audiences how young you are. I mean, you've been a great member of this team and have given so much input that it's surprising that you know so much about motor racing, even though you're so young. So I'm in for a rough night later on. I wonder how Paul's doing with his broken rib. He was on the same shift as you were, the same time. I think about the same time he went to his hotel to get some sleep. But with racing cars in the background that he'd probably rather drive than comment on. But that's another thing. You don't make as much money driving racing cars. Well, not that we make so much money, but of course Creventic's very nice to us. I'd rather drive a car, of course.
Ron, there is one thing I'd like to ask, and I think you have quite a good connection to the timekeeping, because I'm not really sure if Thomas Jäger is able to do a 2-hour stint with only one load of fuel, because it's only 100 liters for the Mercedes SLS. So is it maybe possible that the stint time that we can see on our timing screens is linked to the driver's time and not linked to the time that has gone since the last refueling pit stop?
I'll check on that, but the stint time is as soon as the car comes into the pit lane, it changes.
Okay.
And actually, there's a bit of no man's land there within the timing. But that's not an awful lot. The stint starts at the end of the pit lane. And so somebody went out there, and it was probably Thomas Jäger, and didn't come into the pits in between, or only if the pit entry thingy, whatever it's called, lus we call it in Dutch, but car number 105 and 164, please check rear lights. Team manager, car 164, report to race control. That's we see on our screens. So apparently 2 cars don't have their rear lights working properly, and as the team manager of car number 164 should report to race control, it probably means that something happened to the car and they want to get some extra information. A car that's putting in its best time of the race so far is the Red Camel Jordan Seat Leon, now in the hands of Klaus Kresnik, the Austrian of the team. He shares the car, of course, with 2 Dutchmen, Bert de Heus and Ferry Monster, and Swiss Tony Buehler and Frenchman Michael Odile. But it's Kresnik who put in the quickest time of that car so far, the 2:24.962. Coming back on that story about the stint length, if all the machinery and all the technical stuff works well, no, then it starts working once he goes out of the pits at the end of the pit lane. It starts and it won't stop anymore before he gets either into the pits or into the refueling area. But I'll check. Maybe they can see if everything's right. I'll check for you.
Absolutely. So I think, Ron, time for you to have a rest now. I think you've been here since the start of the race yesterday in the early afternoon. So, well...
Have I?
I think so.
I haven't noticed. Time flies when you're having fun.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
And I mean, time even flies by down in the pit lane, because we have the pleasure to be here as pit reporter for most of the racing time, and it's really good to have some extra information directly coming from the teams, because even though we have a fantastic Creventic crew behind us, of course, the teams are even more inside all the happenings on the track than we are.
Yeah, that's right. And as you point out, we've been the pit reporters most of the time, so the pit reporters have now taken over the commentary box. And we rule from here now, but only for a brief time, because if Paul O'Neill does wake up, we never know, because he's on so many drugs or sedatives for his the pain in his broken rib, that he might not wake up until late in the morning, but I'll wake him up for you.
That's good.
And he'll join you later on.
Fine.
Thanks a lot for taking over, Lucas. Take care of the thing. I'll check on Thomas Jaeger's stint length and whether that is actually possible. And I'll be seeing you in a couple of hours' time. Lucas, yes.
Thanks, Ron. I'll be back to you, ladies and gentlemen, in a couple of seconds, just to switch some information with Ron, and then we are back on air. Hours 48 in the morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back to racing under code 60 conditions, as you can see, because it's the number 150 GC automobile car, the car that is driven by Alban Veruti, by Matteo Pontes, by Stefan Pasket and Tom Subiron stopped on track, and that is the reason for our next Code 60 period. It's Lukas Gajewski on the microphone, ladies and gentlemen. Smashed up a bit, but happy to be back in the commentary booth for the next hour together with you. 9 hours and 40 minutes still to go in the very first edition of the 24 hours circuit. Paul Ricard at Le Castellet with the leading car, which is still the number 7 HB Racing Team Herbert Motorsport Porsche, now driven by the German Alfred Rienauer. Then next up in second place is the number 30 Tom Onslow Cole-driven Ram Racing Mercedes, starting number 30. That is currently the best Gullwing car. And then next up in third place, very nice performance during the past hours, Reinhard Kovler in the number 2 HP Racing Mercedes of the team boss Harald Procik, who is one of the 5 drivers behind the wheels. So those are our top 3 positions, with Rienauer as the leading driver coming back to the pits. Same does Reinhard Kovler, of course. This is linked to the Code 60 period right now. And I remember speaking about that with Paul O'Neill yesterday in the evening. Of course, it's a very good option now to come into the pits, because you won't lose as much time as under green light conditions. But in fact, there is a bit of a risk, because if too many cars going in, then the fuel pumps in the refueling area are all in usage, because there is a limited number. So you have to be careful. I think if you're now in the refueling area, there shouldn't be any problem. But if you decide to go in now, it might be difficult to find some space there. So it might be a good idea to wait for a couple of minutes. As we can see, the truck coming towards the number 150 GC automobile car. The very spectacular V8 silhouette car, driving in the SP2 class together with the Mark V8 silhouette cars from Australia. And of course also the Lamborghini of the German Leipzig Motorsport team. Drivers out of the car. I think it actually looks quite weird how the car is standing there. There might have been a spin. Would be quite interesting to see the left part of the car, but now obviously the driver and also the marshal are next to the right rear tire. So that might be a problem, but that's hard to say from that camera angle we have there. So here we are on board at the start-finish straight. You can see the yellow lights next to the racetrack, and of course the purple Code 60 flags are waved. In fact, we've been quite lucky so far. I think there have been much more Code 60 periods in Zandvoort at the previous round of the 24H series, because in fact Zandvoort, of course, just doesn't have these enormous runoff areas as Paul Ricard does have. So in fact, it's a bit harder to smash a car completely here, but obviously the 150 achieved that. We could see some tire marks there, so I think there might have been a problem on the right rear tire, and that spun the car around. And it is the area just in front of our pit building almost. It is the second last turn or the third last turn, in fact, the Virage du Garleban. Just before they had it back to start finish. And now it will take some additional minutes to bring the GC automobile on the truck and back into the pit garage. So unfortunately there is more work coming up for the GC automobile team. The sister car, the 164 car, had massive problems directly in the beginning. The fuel pump had to be changed. So let's have a look where this car is currently in our overall standings. Might be very far in the back. So now the 150 car has been brought away first. So the 164, the sister GC Automobile, is back in overall place number 53, and it is in the pits. So obviously problems are still continuing. Same for the number 150 sister car that had been in 16th place overall, which is in fact quite a good result for them. But you can forget about this now. So in the lead in the SP2 class are both of the Mark V8 cars from Australia. It is number 92 in the class leading position in 13th place overall. That is the Mark Vocus V8 with Peter Liemhuis behind the steering wheel. He is one of the leading drivers in the championship, together with his teammate Keith Kazulka, who is in the 91 car in the other Mark Focus V8. So for the very first time, these two drivers got split up in the 2015 season, however. And the Keith Kazulka car, the number 91 car, had problems earlier on in the race. Due to an overheating issue, the whole gearbox had to be changed. So the number 91 car is back in 43rd place with Ryan McLeod behind the steering wheel. That is actually the constructor of these Mark V8 cars. Very interesting car, in fact, because although there is one Focus and there is one Mazda, in fact, they are all the same cars, just the chassis differs a bit from car to car. So that also guarantees an enormous variety. And this is one of the exotic projects at the 24H series, held as an FIA International Series with points system for the very first time in 2015, with a 6-round championship consisting of 3 24-hour races at Dubai, here at Le Castellet, and also the next one at Barcelona will be 24-hour distance. And in addition, we have 3 times 12-hour distance at Zandvoort, at Mugello, and for the season final in Czech Republic in Brno. New track to the calendar and to the Creventic organization, but in fact definitely one of these urban European racing tracks. So definitely a very good address for sports car, GT and touring car racing. So what about the order on top of the field as we follow the 150 car being brought onto the truck? It is now Lukas Schreier, the German driver in the number 7 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Lukas Schreier did the Volkswagen Scirocco Cup that was won alongside DTM. And now he moved up into GT Sports. Tom Onslow Coe still in the cockpit of the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes in 2nd place overall. And Ronald Kovler is in 3rd in the HP Racing Mercedes. But maybe this is not the very last standing, because due to the code 60, we had many pit stops during the last couple of minutes. And of course, it takes quite a lot of time, almost up to 6 minutes for one lap here under code 60 conditions. And it might take a bit longer until the order is fixed again. And there, I think we had quite a good impression of the damaged right rear tire at the GC Automobile car. So that obviously might have caused the spin of Alban Veruti, who was behind the steering wheel of this silhouette car. Yeah, I think it's obvious. That is obvious. Can see that Veruti is still inside the car. Same as Peter Cox yesterday in the starting hour after his incident in the number 4 Ferrari that has moved up into 5th place overall, with Matteo Moluccelli behind the steering wheel, posting very fast lap times. As we now get the message from race control that code 60 will end within 1 minute, which is in fact quite easy to see for the drivers. Of course, they have radio connection to the pits, and on the other hand, the yellow flashing lights next to the track, of course, will turn into green. The purple flags, the code 60 flags alongside the track, of course, will also not be shown any longer. And in a couple of seconds, the field will be under green again. Would be, of course, quite interesting to know how many retirements in total we already have. Now, it is, of course, always the hardest part of a 24-hour race, as we are now back under green at Le Castellet. There it is. This is what we're here for. But anyway, I think a very, very good invention, the code 60 system, which was very confusing in the beginning. I think I faced it for the very first time back in 2008. And I think now, with the experience of other motor racing series, I have to say it's a very, very nice invention, especially for the endurance, because in fact, it delivers the same safety as a safety car period does, but on the other hand, the gaps remain. And there is always the discussion at Le Mans, for example, with the 3 different safety car areas, if it's really that fair. And here you can avoid these discussions due to the code 60, as we follow the 91 Mark V8 Focus. That is the car with the gearbox issues yesterday. Just passed one of the Altron Peugeot cars. Still doing a very, very, very good job. Let's see where they are in the overall running. Stephen Palat is behind the steering wheel of the 208 car in 18th place overall. This is absolutely fantastic for them. So, of course, Palat is also the leading driver in the A3T class, where the supercharged 2-liter cars are running. One of those is also the Seat Leon Cup racer. And one of them is in 2nd place in the class. It's the 98 car, the NKPP Racing Seat Leon Cup racer, with the guys Bessem, Harry Hilders and Martin Vandenbergen. So 3 Dutch drivers behind the steering wheel of that Seat Leon Cup racer. Very impressive race car, in fact. Made its debut last year in 2014 with the new Seat Leon Euro Cup. And so far this car has also been brought to the Endurance and of course to the TCR International Touring Car Series this weekend at the Red Bull Ring in Austria. And also there they are very successful. So in fact, a very, very good and powerful car. But anyway, the small Peugeot 208 is even quicker here, with Stephen Palat in 18th place overall. And the sister car, which is the 205 car, is not really worse, because it is in 23rd actually, with Mark Rosten behind the steering wheel. This is 5th place in A3T class. So far everything's fine for the Altron Peugeot team. That's the onboard camera of the 208 car. Stephen Palat following one of the, I think it's one of the Generation 4 Renault Clio Cup cars with 1.6-liter turbo engine. Exactly, that's the 110 car that just got passed by the 208 Peugeot. The Autosport GP Clio with Emmanuel Raffin, Frank Trainard, Jérôme Thirier, Antoine Boulet and Laurent Eujon. 5 French drivers in the cockpit, which is the maximum number of allowed drivers per cockpit. There is a minimum of 2, but in fact, it's only 1 team accepting that challenge, the 116 Ricard and Tanja Nilsson Renault Clio. That's Moluccelli in the number 4 Ferrari. still trying to move up a bit. It's 5th place overall as we join the 116 onboard car, the Nielsen Motorsports Team Scantec Renault Clio Cup car with Tanja and Ricard Nielsen. I just mentioned them. They had a lot of issues during the distance, but it's a great sign that also these two drivers are still in the competition. And they are in 42nd place, which I think is a very good reminder that you just have to keep driving and driving and driving. Because they obviously spent most of the race in the pit garage, and they're still in 42nd place, because of course there are some total retirements. And I think just 2 places in front of them, it's the Boots Ingenieur Maserati Trofeo car, which is of course much quicker, in fact. But they have had several issues, and that's why they are back in 40th place overall. Just listen to that sound of the 159 Mazda V8, one of the Mark Cars build cars. But the team, in fact, is the Red Camel team from the Netherlands. Synchro Motorsport, the Honda Civic number 76, with problems in qualifying session. They had to go out a bit later, but in fact everything was all right. They even scored class pole position. Now they are unfortunately back in 7th place in the A2 class, with Simon Deaton behind the steering wheel, 44th overall. So no luck for them, as we follow Matteo Monicelli. Had a very bad accident, I think it was last year at Daytona at the 24 hours. Had quite a long recovery. But in fact, he is one of the most experienced GT drivers, especially linked to Ferrari, of course. And together with Peter Cox, he should definitely be able to close up a bit. And of course, Jerzy Pijarik and Jaromir Žižek are also 2 big names in the Czech motorsport scene, both doing one-make series before. And that is the 22 Lamborghini. In terms of horsepower, it's the most powerful car of the whole competition. 620 horsepower there for the Super Trofeo spec Lamborghini Huracan. So it's not the GT3 car, and that is also the reason why it is run in the SP2 class alongside the silhouette cars from Mark V8 and GC Automobile. But in fact, the 4 French amateur drivers on this number 22 Lamborghini are not able to keep up with the times of the top of the field. They had some problems and are now in 5th place in SP2 class, with Jean-Charles Perrin in 29th place overall. There is one of the Seat Leon Cup racer, number 101, one of our onboard camera cars, Red Camel Jordan's .NL team, with Klaus Krasnick in 22nd place. He's in 4th in the A3T class. Coming out of turn number 1 and 2. And now coming to the Virage de l'Hôtel, where the Hotel de Le Castellet is located. A very nice 5-star luxury hotel. No worries, we haven't been there. But of course that fits to the standard of the Paul Ricard circuit, which is obviously or officially named Paul Ricard High-Tech Test Track. Because remember, it has been a normal racetrack until 1990, when the French Formula 1 Grand Prix was held here, before it moved to Manicourt. And then after the Formula 1 has gone, there only have been several motorcycle races and French national club races. And then after the death of the circuit founder and constructor Paul Ricard, after the track was sold, It was reopened as a high-tech test track, so it wasn't open for the public. And that returned back in 2006 when there was an FIA GT race held here and the track was reopened for public events. And I think they actually did quite well, because it's WTCC here, it's the Blancpain Endurance Series here, Ferrari Racing Days will be upcoming next weekend, and now they also got a 24-hour race, which is the very first 24-hour race here at Circuit Paul Ricard. But I think all the people around the track still have to get used to it. When I was back at the hotel next to the track, I asked for a wake-up call at 3:15 in the morning, just in case I should fall asleep. And the lady at the reception was totally shocked. And then I explained to her that it's a 24-hour race going on here, and that sleep is definitely not the priority. And as you can see here now, it's still very crowded on track. That's quite fascinating. I guess we might have about 45 cars still running. And of course, somewhere and sometime there are still smaller groups. As we can see now, 4 cars directly behind each other. And if they should be of the same class, of course, you might even expect smaller battles there. But I think in fact they are just all trying to survive the night, which is obviously the most hardest part in a 24-hour race. And when the sun will rise again, of course, it will get a bit better. But there is a new danger, because you might think you are awakened, and in fact you are not. So we might have a look onto the leaders, because Lucas Schreier is now getting pressure from Tom Onslow-Cole in second place. Not even a second is left between P1 and P2 right at the moment. So I think due to the pit stop strategy, it's now a direct battle for the lead, with Lucas Schreier, the German driver in the German Porsche of the Herbert team, number 7, in the lead, and Tom Onslow-Cole is directly behind him in the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes. Harry Pruchik, the team boss himself, has now taken over the steering wheel of his number 2 HP Motorsport Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG GT3. It's 3rd place for him. Then next up is Christer Jöns, who is obviously still called Kristen Jöns in our live timing. Sorry for that. His name is Christer Jöns, the starting driver in the number 16 Audi R8 LMS Ultra of the British Simpson Motorsport team. The only Audi in the A6 class. They're doing a very good job, still being ahead of Matteo Moluccelli in the number 4 Scuderia Praha Ferrari 458 Italia GT3. A great looking car, great sounding car. That was actually quite good, because it's the only Ferrari car in the field. So it was quite easy to identify that from the hotel room. So you could always be sure that the Scuderia Praha Ferrari is still out on track. Behind those 5 cars I just mentioned, it is the Riffier Racing Porsche, leading car in the 997 class. And I think it looks quite good for Dimitri Angelbert, the former Renault Megane Eurocup driver. He's behind the wheel of the number 17 Porsche. And the next 997 Cup car is Cedric Meza in the number 55 car, in 10th place overall. And obviously there is a disadvantage of at least 4 laps. So at the moment, it is quite a comfortable lead for Dimitri Angelbert. Oh, and there's a big moment for the Mazda V8 car, but I think that was only a spin. So the car is back on track now. Difficult to say if there was any other car involved, but I think he just achieved that on his own. Ivo Breukers the experienced Dutch driver, was in 27th overall behind the steering wheel of the number 159 Mazda V8 car, built by Mark Cars Australia. And now coming back just behind the Maserati Trofeo car into turn number 1. The Maserati Trofeo car also run due to the series regulations of the Maserati Trofeo. It's quite comparable to the Lamborghini Blancpain Super Trofeo. So a championship made for amateur drivers, basically. Held in Europe, but also, for example, in the USA and the Arabian countries. As we see another mistake there of the 205 Peugeot. That's the slower of the two Peugeot cars, if you can say it like that. Coming back to start-finish now. That is Mark Roston behind the steering wheel. But due to the huge run-off areas here at Paul Ricard, that hasn't been a problem. Might have been one at Zandvoort at the previous round. One of the old-fashioned Grand Prix racetracks in Europe. Totally different type of circuit, but in fact, not better or not worse. Because of course it has so much tradition and so much heritage. But I think in fact, especially for the amateur drivers, tracks like the Circuit Paul Ricard are very comfortable actually. Very nice facilities. Everything's top standards. That's the number 27 Mercedes of the Car Collection Motorsport team from Germany. 4 gentlemen drivers with Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff, Gustav Edelhoff, Elmar Grimm and Ingo Vogler. Normally doing the VLN Endurance Championship held on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But they also stick to the Creventic Ron 24H series. Eric Lux in the number 6 Gravity Racing International Mercedes. That car also had problems earlier on. I think they have been out of the top 20 positions. So in fact, they have moved up quite well. Eric Lux now in 11th place overall, together with Gerard Lopez, who is one of his colleagues linked to the Lotus Formula 1 team. Loris Di Sordi is on the number 6, as well as Jarek Yanis, the former Mercedes DTM driver, and Vincent Rademacher, touring car expert from Belgium. That's the Lamborghini once again, a very impressive car, great looking, great sound of course. And in fact, the car is extremely good on the straights. We just have to remember the opening round of the Blancpain Endurance Series 2015, because the Lamborghini Blancpain Super Trofeo is run alongside. And I think the Super Trofeo cars even had better top speeds than the GT3 cars in the Blancpain Endurance Series, due to the massive amount of horsepower, 620 horsepower in Trofeo specification. But I think the aero is not as good and as efficient compared to the GT3 cars. And on top of that, the 4 amateur drivers from France are not really able to get the best out of the car. But in fact, they are also linked to the Lamborghini Blancpain Super Trofeo, as well as the Leipzig Motorsport team. Frank-Léon Provost, Jean-Charles Perrin, Jérôme de la Chapelle and Lionel Ambrosch in the number 22 Lamborghini. Currently it's Perrin behind the steering wheel in 28th place overall. So what about Schreier and Onslow Cole on top? It's still quite close actually, but Onslow Cole now has a disadvantage of 1.9 seconds. So far, Lucas Schreier is able to maintain in the leading position ahead of Onslow Cole. Then it's Harry Protching in 3rd place. And I think this is the lead. Yes, exactly. So there is the number 7, and there is the Mercedes of Tom Onslow Cole directly following. Of course, it's difficult to see under these dark conditions, but I think you can just guess how extremely close it is right now. And there are almost 15 hours passed since the start of the 24-hour race here at Circuit Paul Ricard. And the two leaders are only separated by 1.2 seconds. So now look at that, there is Lucas Schreier going right because there is the Lamborghini in the way, so that definitely costed time. But I think it is Onslow Cole who also had to stay behind the Lamborghini. So that shouldn't have been a problem for Lucas Schreier. A big moment for him there, but he stayed in the lead. So it is still an open battle for the leading position. Let's just have a short look into the gaps. Of course, 1.2 seconds between Schreier and Onslow Cole. And then with a disadvantage of 7 laps, it's Harry Protzig in third place. But in fact, 7 laps, that's not even a bit more than 15 minutes. So one minor problem or longer pit stop, and everything could be back to a leading change again. Although Tom Onslow Cole and his Ram Racing teammates led most of the laps so far. Now there is some leading distance for the number 7 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. They already celebrated one victory. That was at Mugello at the second round of the 2015 24-hour series. Now they still have the chance for win number 2, which would be the first one over a 24-hour distance, because the round at Mugello was held for 12 hours. Also separated into 2 parts. So there was one 4-hour race on Friday and one 8-hour race on Saturday, due to the fact that there are very strict noise regulations at the Mugello racing circuit. Same for Zandvoort, where we had 3 hours on Friday and the second part of the distance with another 9 hours of racing on Saturday. So we're just waiting for Lucas Schreier and Tom Onslow Cole coming back to start-finish. And I think they just completed racing lap number 361. Here it is back into the TV pictures. Onslow Cole still following the number 7 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. But I think you just have to be patient right now. Of course, although you might be able to take over the leading position, it is an endurance race, so keep calm. There will be enough time as we follow the number 200 Ginetta car of the Italian Nova race team. In fact, that's a very, very experienced team concerning Ginetta racing. They also did the 24 hours at the Nürburgring with these cars, and they are also involved into the Italian GT4 Championship with these Ginetta cars. On board of the number 200 are Alberto Vescovi, Roberto Ferri, Luca Mangione and Henry Fletcher. And that is the car that is back in position 47 due to the engine problems they had in the very beginning of the race. So as we heard from the team manager Elisa yesterday, they changed the engine and went back onto the racetrack with many hours that had come lost. But they're still going, in fact, with Luca Magnoni behind the steering wheel of the number 200 car in 47th place overall. And let's have a short look into the teammate car, the sister car, which is the older Ginetta G50 GT4 car, starting number 206. And we can find this car in 24th place in overall classification. Andrea Berenghi is behind the steering wheel, and that is the class leader of the SP2 class so far. So, in fact, there is still a reason to be happy for the Nova Race team, because they are in the class leading position with one of their 2 cars, although it's the older car, the Ginetta G50 in GT4 specification. Andrea Berenghi is behind the steering wheel, joined by Felipe Cimadomo, Carlo Montori and Frederick Blomstedt, the Swedish driver who drove the qualifying on Friday and who competes in an endurance race for the very, very first time in his career. So Schreier still in the lead, 1.5 seconds ahead of Tom Onslow Cole. Then it's Harry Procik, 7 laps behind them in 3rd place. Christer Jöns is in 4th in the number 16 Simpson Motorsport Audi R8 LMS Ultra car. He is 3 laps down compared to Harry Procik in 3rd place in the HP Mercedes. Then Matteo Molicelli in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari in 5th place. He's 2 laps behind Christer Jöns in 5th. And Dimitri Angelbert still in the leading position in the 997 Cup class. I think we have seen massive problems for the number 20 MRS GT Racing Porsche that led the Porsche Cup class earlier on. That is the Porsche 991 Cup car, driven by Charles Putman, Charles Estenlaub, David Russell and Joe Foster, 2 US-American drivers there. And let's see where they are at the moment. It is 38th position overall with Charles Espenlaub behind the steering wheel. So in fact the car is running again. 285 laps completed. So they are almost 80 laps down compared to the overall leaders. And it's only 9th place in the class, which is obviously the last position available there. 9 cars started in the 997 Cup class. We used to have also a 996 Cup class in the previous rounds of the 24H Series 2015. No Porsche 996 Cup car in here, but there's still remaining the 997 class. Not only for the 997 Cup car, in fact, it's also opened for the 997 Cup S car. That was the car just before the Porsche 911 GT3R came out for the GT3 market, and also the new generation of the 991 Cup car is allowed in the 997 Porsche class. One of the cars in the pictures now, the MSG Motorsport team. José Luis Talleman from Argentina, Stephen Bournes from Australia, Fabian Engel from Germany, it's Adrian Watt from England and Luca Rattenbacher from Austria, sharing the cockpit of the number 51 car. They are in 18th place overall, which is position number 6 in the 997 Cup class. Nine hours and 2 minutes still to go from now on. With just very good camera angle there, because we have been able to see that a bit of sunlight is already coming back now at 5:30 in the morning. So only a few minutes left, and then it's time for sunglasses and sun lotion again. It's extremely hot, obviously. I think we are already having 27 degrees in the early morning hours. In fact, it would be a very nice atmosphere to have a beer now, but I think we still have to switch to coffee. Same for for Paul, who is next to me and who will take over the microphone for the next few hours. He also had a break and will be back in a couple of minutes on air, as we can see several impressions of this beautiful 5.8 kilometer Paul Ricard circuit, hosting a 24-hour endurance race for the very first time. And these are our 2 racing leaders. It's Lucas Schreier just ahead of Tom Onslow Cole in the Ram Racing Mercedes. There might be an attack now as they are headed towards the Mistral Straight through turn number 7. And now it's this 1.8 kilometer strip down to chicane number 1, the chicane Nord. Let's see if we can at least see anything in the TV pictures there. It might still be the number 7 Porsche. There they are, but I think it's Tom Onslow Cole now really trying to attack him, the young German driver who moved up from the one-make series from German motorsport scene into the international GT racing business. And now Schreier has to defend from Tom Onslow Cole. who has taken over the steering wheel from Thomas Jäger, who was the previous driver. What can we see there? That is the Lamborghini Huracan next to the GC automobile. I think that's the 150 car with Stefan Pasquet behind the steering wheel. You remember that was the car that was responsible, so to say, for the previous Code 60 area. Obviously, it didn't take a lot of time to fix that, because the car is already back on track in 20th place overall. Still running in 3rd place in the class. Attention there. There is a bit of diesel smoke at the 140 car. And Lucas Schreier and Tom Onslow Cole passing him on the inside, completing racing lap number 365, and only 3/10 of a second in between Schreier and Onslow Cole. It's the lead battle at the 24 hours at Circuit Paul Ricard. So Paul, if you're ready, just join me for a couple of words if you want. Paul O'Neill is oh, I think now we have a new leader there. Tom Onslow Cole somehow was able to pass Lucas Schreier there. That might have been in between turns number 2 and 3. We haven't seen it on TV pictures directly, but now it's Tom Onslow Cole in the lead. Lucas Schreier is back in 2nd position. I think, Paul, you couldn't have chosen a better point to come back into the commentary booth.
Yeah, I've just come back at the right time by the looks of it, and just get me up to speed. What's been occurring? I thought the Ram racing car would have been through the night and maybe a couple of laps ahead, but that Porsche 997 GT3R has been flying by the looks of things.
Well, in fact, Thomas Jäger had a very long leading period just before the Code 60 came out. I think it was 45 minutes ago. And I think due to the pit stop strategy, Lucas Schreier was able to keep up with Thomas Jäger, who then handed over to Tom Onslow Cole. And now, obviously, it's Onslow Cole back in the lead, but it's definitely closer. Yes, absolutely.
And we've also got the number 4 Ferrari 458 of Malocelli. He's right up there overall in P5 as well. That's another surprise for me as I walk up and down the pit lane and then into the comms box. They have been on a mission. They're actually only 12 laps behind now, so that's another amazing stint from the guys there in the Praha camp.
Yes, definitely, and I think it was really good to follow them, even when staying in the hotel, because the car is so extremely loud, and it's the only Ferrari car in the field, so it's really easy to identify as we are following once again Tom Onslow Cole and Lucas Schreier. The 2 leading drivers now headed into turn number 1. As you can see, a lot of traffic there. Paul, you raced at Dubai at the 24 hours. What about traffic? How is the atmosphere? Are they quite careful, the slower cars?
Yeah, in the driver's briefing, to be honest, Lucas, they're told, every driver is told, especially the slower class cars, they are told to stay online, and it is the faster cars' objective to get past you. So, you know, we don't want cars moving around online as we approach big braking zones, especially for the car 30 that you see there, Tom Onslow Cole. So it's your duty to get past the cars that are slower in front, and it is difficult, but at the same time, it's better to know that the car in front who is slower is going to stay online and you just need to get past. That's a lot easier, because when you start flashing, sometimes it can startle your opponents, and by the time you're alongside, they might turn across the front of you and cause you some damage. So everyone seems like they're doing a good job here. And have we had many Code 60s in the night? I did hear one while I was in the shower about 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, but honestly, I think that was the only one for a very, very long time, which is, I think, linked to the big runoff areas here compared to Zandvoort, for example. I think this track definitely has a smaller potential for Code 60 because the barriers are just so far away that it's, in fact, very difficult to smash a car completely.
No, definitely, I'll go with that. And just to keep you in the loop as well at home, and yourself, Lucas, I've just been speaking to Devon Medell, who I met at the gates on the way in. He was just leaving to go and get a bit of sleep in the car, and he's apparently had, or the team Speedworks in the 170 GT4 car, had a nightmare with some kind of either airlock in the system, overheating the car. They had a sensor failure for the water temperature, which was hovering around 130, 135, and then spiking back down. So the team told him to just stay out there in his stint, and it wouldn't be a problem. But then he did radio in and say he's got an oil warning light that's actually on the road car dash and not from the electronics on the actual car. So they brought it in, and unfortunately that car seems like it's really wounded. It's still in the pits by the looks of things, but it's P3 in class, in the SP3 class. So Devon there, his name is in the car and it's in the pit, but that Devon isn't in that car anymore. That car will have a changeover of a driver, but hopefully they can get back out there. They're going to bleed the system and try and get that car back out there. But other stories I'm looking at, I'm just seeing here, there's a lot of there's a few changes, not so many, but the 208, one of my favourite cars, is still going well. Stephen Pellete, he's doing a good job, still in P1 in A3T in that Peugeot 208. Looks like it's gone all right.
Absolutely. We have just followed the 159 Mazda V8 car, which is one of our favorites, as we have mentioned before. Ivo Brukers is behind the steering wheel, and he just had a big moment, I think 15 or 20 minutes ago, when he spun on his own, but it was in fact no problem, so he could rejoin directly, and they are still in 4th place in the SP2 class, which is also very amazing compared to the problems they've already had.
Yeah. Quite interesting, isn't it? Yeah, but I think we're going to let you get off. And
yes.
Are you having a break now, Lucas?
No, I'll be back in a couple of minutes from the pit lane, I think.
Oh, perfect.
You think so?
That'd be grand. Good man. Well, we'll catch up with you in a second, and we're just going to have a 5-minute off-air period when I swap over to my position that Lucas is leaving now. So we'll catch up with you in a couple of seconds. So welcome back again, Paul O'Neill, back at the helm. Many thanks to Lucas, he's been holding the fort for an hour or two. And good timing, as we're back on board with Klaus Kresnik in the Seat Cup car, which has been a trusty old machine for these guys. He's in position 4 in the A3T class. A lot of action going on around there. As the 63 Porsche makes its way through the complex of turn 4, 5 and 6. Thanks to Trevor Austin, who's becoming a good friend of mine, telling us the Ram racing machine was 4 minutes up the road from Armindo. He closed it to 3. Jaeger raised it to 4, and then a code 60 and a penalty erased the lead for the Ram racing team that's now headed by Tom Onslow Cole. So thank you for that, Trevor, and I hope you're good, my friend. And I hope you're getting some sleep as well. And you're probably on a different time zone than us. So you're in Oregon, USA. Is there another favourite of mine? The Team Altron car, the Peugeot 208, the 205 car looking pretty decent there. But Tom Onslow Cole it is that leads the way. Lead up to 6 seconds now from the 997 GT3R. Of HB Racing Team Herberth, with Lucas Schreier on board that car, piloting away as it starts to get lighter. Here are Paul Ricard, and that number 30 car, the Ram racing machine of Tom Onslow Cole, is just looking fantastic at the minute. Really does look the business, that car. I'm sure they take it out the back for a valet as well. It doesn't look like it's done more than half distance in a 24-hour race. It's looking pretty spectacular. There's the 164 car. It's had a bit of trouble through the course of the 24 hours. Beautiful pictures from the south of France. It's getting light, the mountains in the background. A real beautiful place to be, and this shot in particular makes it look like it's completely daylight, but that's actually just being cheated by the lights that you can see around the circuit. So I've sent Lucas Gajewski down for a coffee, and hopefully he's going to bring me one back as well. That would be nice. And then hopefully we can maybe get some pit lane reaction with Lucas from some of the guys round and about as Tom Onslow Cole gets that throttle wide open in that 6.2 litre SLS AMG GT3 Mercedes of Ram Racing. The sister car to the 164, the GC Automobiles car on its way. And there's half a Seat Leon with the rear diffuser still intact, with the 208 of Stephen Pellete, the Peugeot chasing him down, trying to stick a lap on him. Lots of tyre smoke into Chicane Nord as we look up the Mistral straight. It's only going to get lighter. But there again, Lucas Schreier, P2 overall in the A6 class. Nice green LED light around, looks like a chip shop window in London. So really easy to spot that car as it hammers its way around this 5.8 kilometre circuit. Fix our eyes on Valentin Pierberg in the 33 SLS. that's been up and down the order, the SPS Automotive Performance car. Himself and David Arnold have really been hard at it for the first half of this 24-hour race, but struggled a bit with fuel stops and so on. This is the last part of the circuit as we switch now to the first complex of corners, which is T3, T4, T5 and into T6. Bit of traffic there for the number 2 SLS Mercedes that's running in P3 with Harry Prochek. Back again to Tom Onslow-Cole, weaving his way through the traffic as he starts yet another lap. 372 laps done for Tom Onslow-Cole. 7.7 seconds is the difference to Lucas Schreier in the number 7 Porsche in P2. The HB Racing Team, Herberth, is really making a race of this very, very close, like a sprint race. They're on the same lap, those two cars. Quite a way ahead of Harry Prochek in the SLS AMG of HP Racing. So the Porsche giving Tom Onslow-Cole's Ram Racing Mercedes a real run for its money. So Trevor telling me on Twitter he thought he'd sleep after the ELMS race. Seems like a waste to have all this good racing and then not to watch it. I'm with you there, definitely, and it's great to have you on board. And I'm sure there's a few other people, maybe around Europe, enthusiasts watching this racing. And it's been a cracker so far, and we've still got 8 hours and 43 minutes to go. As you see there, the 125 Maserati, 40th over there, Philippe Oliveri in the Gran Turismo Maserati, Boots and Guinon Racing. 6th in SP2 class for the Maserati. And there, one of the stars of the show, the 115 Peugeot RCZ. 5th in A2 class, Jan Engelbrecht, piloting that car at the minute for Team K Regia. So everyone still trying to circulate as best they can. We turn our attentions to the 79 car of Michael Bonk. So Michael is his 2nd in the Cup class in the 235i. 3 laps behind Daniel Sorg in the 67 Cup 1 car that's leading that class. For those guys in the BMW, the trusty BMW machinery, winding its way through the night into the dawn. And a fantastic time to be racing, from my experience, driving an Aston Martin around a track with such beautiful scenery and the sun coming up is a real privilege. There's the number 7 chip shop window Porsche. I don't think we like me saying that. That car looking absolutely fantastic. It's been a real star, that car, and it's just edged its way up the order. And Lucas Schreier doing a fantastic job for HB Racing Team Herberth. Only 6.5 seconds off the lead. He's been passed by Tom Onslow-Cole about 10 minutes ago, but he's getting back into the groove of things as now Klaus Kresnik in the Seat Cup car. And it's looking very light out there now as we ride on board with Kresnik. You can see his drinks bottle hanging out there of his helmet, a little hole in the top of his bell helmet, and that's where that drinks bottle and that tube goes in. Looks like it's been dislodged. It's a bit all over the place, as you can see him making his way through T5 and T6 onto the Mistral straight. Beautiful pictures here, as it's only going to get lighter as the racing goes on, and the racing's hard. And there you see Fabrice Richer going hard at it, the A5 class leader in the BMW M3 Coupe. And the 159 is now in the red camel Mazda V8 in first gear, waiting to be refueled. That car having a good time at Ivo Brica's. He's got that car stopped, running 4th in class in SP2. And the red camel car has, again, steadily been working its way up as we go off the circuit. With Klaus Kresnik down the Mistral, just making sure he doesn't get a tag from that car he's just overtaken. And there you go, Porsche 997 or a 991 flat out past him. Cup car there as he turns in to chicane Nord. So this camera locked off, showing the last few corners as they turn into Virage du Pont. The Audi R8 LMS GT3 of Simpson Motorsport, with a fantastic story we've touched on all the way through the last couple of days. That massive accident for that car in practice, in the private test on the Thursday afternoon. But Christian Jons now making hay while the sun shines, so to speak, and he's really got that car on song. It'd be nice to see that car on the podium after the horrendous accident that team were put through with the spare car. So the SP3 leader of that class, Andre Beranger, has brought in the Nova Racing 2 Ginetta G50. So that's in the pits. It's had fuel. It's now having tyres. He's still leading the class by quite a way. So they'll be making sure that everything is bolted onto that car and it's all nice and steady. But Klaus Kresnik there giving us some great onboard footage. As now the Camel, or the red Camel Jordan team get ready for a pit stop. And out pops the pilot of the 159 car, Ivo Brica's, ready to hand that over to one of his colleagues. But Tom Onslow Cole it is that leads the way in the 30 Ram car. Really giving us something to cheer about, us Brits. Backing him massively as he gets the power down. His lead is now up to 9 seconds over Lucas Schreier, so the 997 just dropping away a touch. And on the same pit stops at the minute as the 159 has now got a new driver, and you can see there he's just working away trying to get the belts all sorted out and the drinks bottle all fixed up. As you can see, Ivo Brica's his helmet just helping out there, and right in the cockpit. There's nothing worse than a big sweaty teammate trying to help you out, trying to put your belts on. I was pretty fortunate last year, well, in January, because all my teammates were quite small, so I didn't have anyone breathing into my helmet while I was trying to get all done up. So pretty luckily for me, it wasn't a problem. But now beautiful pictures, mountains in the background, looking down the Mistral. So these cars now are just looking to try and complete the next 4 or 5 hours, and then that's when you start looking as a team to really just put it on the line. If you're in a podium position or a position to win, that's when you'll pull the stops out. So at the minute, the guy's just circulating round and just trying to get to that final 3 hours when you can really make the difference. Lucas, you legend. Lucas has turned up with my coffee. Thank you very much, Lucas. Oh, that's all right, that, mate. I don't think he's too happy with what he's produced, but that'll do me fine, mate. No worries at all. So Klaus Kresnik on board. He's got the 458 Ferrari that's being boxed in by a 991 Cup car, and there's another car off the circuit there, and great pictures from Klaus as he's nearly in the back of that Ferrari, and he has to jink out the way as they go flat out onto the Mistral. And we've got a code 60. So, another code 60 as car 33 has stopped out on track. So Valentin Pierberg has stopped out on track in the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes SLS. What a nightmare for Valentin. That 33 car has had dramas. One of the faster cars on circuit, as we all see. The circuit now neutralised as Christian Jons is in the pits for fuel. So the Audi R8 LMS could have just looked into a bit of time here by coming in and fueling. So once he's got the fueling done, then he can get his tyres sorted as well. So this could play into his hands. It might get him a bit more time here. As you can see, it's 5:56 AM and it's 26.4 degrees at that time in the morning at Paul Ricard. It's pretty impressive, isn't it? Also impressive are these marshals who are on stints, but still giving up their time for our happiness, so to speak. So fair play to them. All the teams, as I was coming in, lots of drivers and mechanics, all taking a rest, like Klaus Kresnik now on board with Klaus in the Seat Cup car again. He's taking a bit of a rest now. And these code 60s, and this one in particular, as you see everybody coming in now, well not everybody, but a couple of cars coming in for fuel. So they're going in from the 40 km/h pit lane into the 20 km/h fuel station. So we've got now Harry Procek is in the SLS AMG GT3 HP Racing number 3 machine. Sorry, number 2 machine it is for Harry. So he's in for fuel. Christian Jons, who we spoke about, he's in for fuel in the Audi R8. And Dimitri Engelbert also in for fuel in the 997. He's the class leader in the 997 category. So he's in for fuel. And a few more down the order as well. The SP2 leader, Peter Lemius, is in the Mark Focus V8. Mark Cars Australia Team 2. So the class leader of SP2 is in. A lot of people in for fuel and tyres. Not Klaus Kresnik though. As we see the 997 pulling in out of the way of the number 4 Praha Ferrari. So Matteo Malicelli on board that 458 Ferrari. Only a lap behind Christian Jons now in the Audi R8. Drivers standing by to make the change. Hands up in here, please. As that 991 flies past, but the SLS there with its gold wing door open, ready for the driver change. And there we have, Klaus Kresnik is in And there we go, look at that. There's so many cars in the fuel station. There's his team member telling him to come down. These are great pictures of what it's all about here. So Klaus gets the car stopped. As a turbocharged car, he can keep the engine running. All the other normally aspirated cars have to switch their engines off. But the turbocharged cars, they can't just stop after being driven so hard. The turbo obviously would just explode if you switch that engine off with all that hot oil still in there. So turbocharged cars being allowed to keep their engine running while refueling, which may seem a bit odd because they are the hottest of the two engines, the normally aspirated and the turbocharged engines, but the turbocharged engines giving off so much degrees in heat. But as I say, that's something the organisers allow, so it saves these engines, which is a good thing in my book. And we've been, touch wood, so far so good. We've had no dramas that I know about in the fuel station. There's the number 10 car of Ronald Eggerman. He's had his fuel. He's coming down now on the speed limiter into his pit box. And he's looking to change drivers now. The Hofer Racing 2 machine stops, and here we are back with him. And there's the mark of the Red Camel Racing team running that V8 Mazda. Been a star of the show. And we're on board now with him. The 159. Been steadily driving up the order. Robert Nern on board of Caterham fame. Done a good job, had a good slog at it. Currently P4 in SP2. Robert piloting it well. Number 10 is ready to rock and roll. Oh, and the 208 there is slowing down. But the 208 is, looks like it's on a different speed limiter on the pit lane. It looks very slow, that car. And number 2 car, third overall. Harry Proshek is in, so he's done his fuel. We've got Tom Onslow Cole in for fuel as well, and Lucas Schreier in for fuel as well. So the guys who are on the same lap are in. So Tom Onslow Cole now has moved into the pit lane to have his tyres changed, leaving Lucas Schreier still in the fuel area. So that could put a few more seconds on there for Onslow Cole. It's all happening as a safety car is out just to pick up some debris, so that's nothing to do with controlling the race. This code 60, as we know, it's just a 60-kilometer neutralization. And there we go, great pictures. Look at that, that's seen some action, that has. Great stuff from the 997 GT3R, the HP Racing Team Herbert. Unbelievable state of that car with its beautiful green lights. Let's fire her up. Lights flash. And listen to that engine. There you go, that'll heat up the rears. The number 7. It's like a cartoon when they're trying to run so fast and they don't go anywhere with them cold rear tyres. But anyway, that 997 GT3R is now back out behind Tom Onslow Cole as it leaves the pit lane. And there it is. Oh, the 33. So it lost a left rear wheel. Ah, okay, so that was the reason the number 33 stopped out on track. So it's been a real up and down 24-hour race for this car. A wheel off, a left rear wheel off, and that was... Well, that is the last thing that you want, obviously, anywhere around track, but that's more or less what happened to the R8. They actually had a left rear failure of some kind of tyre, maybe, as we spoke to the guys down at the R8 team, the Simpson Motorsport team. But Hopefully that's an easy fix. It's not done too much damage. It might have been scraping along the floor for a while, but as soon as that 33 is in and we're clear, as you can see on the side, the LED light showing it's in 11th place overall. It really has been a difficult one for these guys. And there is the offending wheel at the front of the car. As we ride on board now, Klaus Kresnik has had his fuel. He's on the pit lane speed limiter. Down the pit lane. Looking for his pit box. There he is. Turns in. Tyres are ready for him. Stop in the box. Engine off and driver change. And we are green, green, green. So we're back out in the race. And it's all go here at Paul Ricard as it now starts to brighten up. And there's that Simpson Motorsport R8 with a cheeky little Porsche down its inside. As we've got Ferris Bueller's Day Off back in the car, the Ayrton Senna helmeted Tony Bueller with his beautiful white gloves and his Jean Alesi type steering style. So when we go back on board with him in a bit, you'll see that he drives that car quite high up. As you see, the Huracan is kind of on, well, there you go, he's out. I thought he had some kind of problem as the Plateau 1 recovery vehicle trying to get out or get that number 33 SLS off its back. But the number 30 SLS is back out there, and it's only got a lead of 3.1 seconds, and Adam Christodoulou is out front with Herbert Handlos behind him in the 997 GT3R, so they didn't lose too much time during that pit stop. They both kind of covered each other off. 14 pit stops completed by the top two. And they're actually showing on the timing screens now that Herbert Handlos is actually leading the race. So there was quite a lengthy pit stop for Adam Christodoulou's Ram Racing machine. So now we've got Herbert Handlos in the lead of the race, the Porsche 997. The number 7 car you're looking at now with the green LEDs across the front of the car. So the 997 leads the race, and my word, have they worked hard, as all the other teams have. But that 997 has just been pounding the laps in, and I'm wondering if that Ram Racing car has had some kind of discrepancy in the pit. Adam Christodoulou's stop was 2 minutes 20 seconds, roughly, more than the 997 stop, who is now leading the race. So they've lost a bit of time as he comes across the pit straight now, and he's 1 minute 26 seconds behind. He's on the same lap, but 1 minute 26 seconds behind, and that's because of that slow pit stop. So a bit of a nightmare, but going from nightmares to good stories, you see the number 4 of Matteo Malacelli, 458 Ferrari, leaving the pits. There'll be a driver change in that car, and we'll see who's in that car in a second. Malacelli and the team trying to get back on terms with the leaders. But the 30 car of Adam Christodoulou, that code 60 not playing into their hands, and Tom Onslow Cole doing a fantastic job getting back into the lead just as I joined the commentary box, but only to have it snatched back off him by Herbert Handlos in the 997 GT3R car. So you're watching Nabil Moutran in the A3T class Seat Leon Cup Racer. Just went through our screens. Because it's still, that's not a great camera shot, that, of the actual light that's on the circuit. It's actually a lot lighter than that. As the 62 car comes across, Benjamin Roy having a good go at it in the Porsche Laurent Racing 1 car, the 997 Cup S. So Benjamin running in a podium position at the minute in the 996 class. As Roland Eggerman has just put in a purple sector in sector 2. So fastest of the whole 24-hour race in the SLS AMG car, the Hofer Racing 2 car, as the number 75 A5 class BMW comes in. And that's Fabrice Ricard, who is leading that class in the A5 category. Fabrice just coming in on lap 300 for him. Oh, as the 101 there has got the indicator flashing right, and also just missing the apex there. Running in 22nd overall, Tony Bueller. This is his first minute of racing as we go on board with him. Old Tony. Ayrton Senna-esque. There you go, look, he's weaving down the straight, still trying to get some heat into those tyres, and probably because he did have, oh, you want to watch what you're weaving there, mate, as the SLS comes flying by on the left-hand side. And look how high he has his hands on the steering wheel. It's been a feature of that car. Oh, dear me, you want to be not running that wide either. As that Maserati come through shot then, as it's getting a lot lighter now at this beautiful Paul Ricard circuit. Beautiful sounding 458 Italia. 5th overall, the number 4 Ferrari. Stunning. Stunning effort after Peter Cox was disposed of by Jeroen Bleekemolen at the start of the race. The class leader of A5 there, having a driver change. The number 75 car, Fabrice Ricard, has got out of that car, handed it over. They're still leading the class. They're quite a way in front, that number 75 car, by a long, long way, by some 45 laps from Vic Rice, who's in the Coroyza Racing BMW M3. This is quite a lengthy pit stop. They're just doing a couple of things before they get the car running. No need to rush for these guys, as the passenger doors open again, making sure everything's right. And there, the 150 car running in 14th place overall. And we're going to go over to Lucas in the pit lane, who's got some information for us, hopefully.
Yes, thanks, Paul. I'm just alongside the number 75 pit stop. That is the leading A5 class car, as you just told us a couple of seconds ago. And I just spoke to Martin Kroll, who is the new driver now in the cockpit to take over the steering wheel from Fabrice Ricard. And Martin Kroll told me that they are, in fact, the only A5 car left in the competition, so they just have to get to the checkered flag anyway, and then it will be an easy going for them to the class win in A5. And in fact, this is quite good for them because they are in 3rd place in the team's championship, so it looks as they can continue their run to the top today here at Le Castellet. Back to you, Paul.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Lucas. As the M3 fires up the 75 car. Good to see them guys still taking it serious. As she leaves the pit lane, the M3. Still looking like a beautiful car, even though now the M3 is very much, especially that shaped car, it's been around for a long time, but it's still a competitor and a great endurance car. By the looks of things, as that car, the 75, leads its class. So, just to put you back in the picture, Herbert Handlos leading this race in the Porsche 997 GT3R. Ram Racing's Adam Christodoulou crosses the start-finish line 1 minute 21 seconds behind. There's great onboard pictures from the Clio, the 116 car. Still flying around the circuit, Tanya Nilsson. 6th place in class, in the A2 class. And the Clio RS Generation 3 producing some great pictures for us around this great circuit. As it may be time pretty soon for me to turn the lights off in the comms box. It's getting so light. And that car, the 116 now we're looking at, that we've just been on board with, smashed to pieces still at the front. They've not bothered changing that bumper. I'd have done the same thing as the team manager, because you never know what you're going to come across in the night. But that car's still battling on. It's had its problems. But Tanya Nilsson doing a fantastic job in her stint. Moving out the way for the 60 car. Back on board with Tanya as she heads onto the Mistral Straight. Great little cars these are in the UK. The championship has been running for a long, long time. That's an older generation car, but it is fantastic as we turn our attentions back to the leader, who has jumped the Ram Racing number 30 car to jump into the lead. So Herbert Handlos in charge of that 997 GT3R, and he's doing a sterling job. 1 minute 21 seconds ahead, and that's something that they're going to be really, really not chuffed about at Ram Racing. They look like they had this in pretty much control, but that last pit stop, that was 2 minutes 24 seconds longer than the Porsche 997 HB Racing Team Herbert car. So a lot longer there. Bit of a shame. But I'm sure that will even itself out as we go through into the morning. Some drivers now switching their headlights off. I think that's going to be a feature of the next hour or so. Cars trying to save energy. And there's nothing worse than a driver having his headlights on in the daylight when you're in front of him, because it blinds you just as much as it does in the dark. And there, Adam Christodoulou, the Ram Racing machine, still looking too clean for my liking. That should look like the 997 GT3R. That thing looks filthy. Looks like it's done some work. Picked up a lot of rubber on the front of that Porsche, Herbert Handlos. But Adam Christodoulou, Paul White, Tom Onslow Cole, Thomas Jaeger have kept that car out of trouble, but have just dropped off the top of the tree, so to speak. But the last lap by Christodoulou was 2 minute 10.7, so he ain't hanging around. He's took nearly 6 seconds out of Herbert Handlos. So Handlos having a bit of a dodgy lap, so he took 6 seconds out of him. As we've got, we had contact for that 101 car. That right rear is coming into the pits, and that right rear isn't sitting right. That's definitely had contact. So Lucas, I don't know if you're around and you could go and have a look for us, but look, the 101 car, he's not been out long for his stint in the 101 car. 22nd overall, that's not good news for Tony Buehler. That right rear is not looking good. I think that's going to be, that's a right rear that's been hit hard enough. And I don't know whether that's going to have knocked the steering out. There's a lot of camber on that right rear. I think that's going to be in the garage to be fixed for quite a while. He's missed the fuel stop, so he's gone straight in because it's full of fuel. Tony Buehler's only been out for 33 minutes or so. He's not actually, and we've got the number 10 car, and that's what's happened then. So I'm putting 2 and 2 together here. The number 10 of Kenneth Hayer is straight into the fuel station with big damage. And There's going to have to be fire extinguishers down there, I think, because you do not want to be going into a fuel station in that number 10 with the left rear hanging off with sparks everywhere for the Hofer Racing 2 SLS. So drama here for the number 10 of Kenneth Heyer. He must have had contact with the right rear of that 101 car, and now I will definitely say that Seat Cup car is going to need some major attention if it's been hit hard by the number 10 SLS. But at least there's no code 60 for these guys. Unbelievable stuff. So Kenneth Heyer, the number 10, having right dramas as we go back on board with the Red Camel Racing 159. Going down the box into turn 1. Looking a bit skittish, that car. As daylight approaches, look at that. Head for the mountains and head for turns 4, 5 and 6. Beautiful shots. As much as I love commentary, I would really love to be in one of these racing cars now, with dawn with us and the sun coming over the trees in front. Beautiful pictures. So on our timing screens up here in the comms box, I've got car 10 has had its lap cancelled for track limit. So that's the Kenneth Heyer car that's had a right old disaster. And the number 17 there, 6th overall, Dimitri Engelberti's got a bit of a bumper flapping at the rear of that Porsche. Not causing him too much drama. The ruffier racing machine, as we see an SLS having a big dive down the inside. That's Adam Christodoulou. Again, he pumps in a time that's another second quicker than Herbert Handlos, who's a 1 minute 15 seconds up the road. So Adam trying to make as much time up as he can as he switches back now through the left kink onto the Mistral. And the Porsche doing him a favour there and just indicating right out of the way. But big drama for Kenneth Heyer, like I was just talking about. That left front, we've seen a lot of SLSs with left front damage. It's flashing up on our timing screen now, car 10. Team must bring new wheel to refueling area. And that'll be that left front wheel that's absolutely destroyed. But I would say that just putting a new front wheel on that car isn't going to fix it. And I know it's probably only to just get it out the way of the fuel station, but anyone that's coming in for fuel now, the team managers must be on the radios telling the guys that there's a car that is stuck in there. The SLS of Kenneth Heyer will be stuck in the fueling station, and that is going to cause massive dramas. It's not a small car, the SLS, so that will be causing, well, ramifications for the guys that are trying to make fuel stops now. As the 208 car, 17th overall, the Peugeot 208. Stephen Palette, P1 in A3T. An absolute star of the show, in my eyes, the Altron car. Brilliant onboard footage we've seen from that car, and really great to see those guys going at it hammer and tongs. So, Herbert Handlos still leading this race, 1 minute 16.1 seconds up the road from Adam Christodoulou. As the 116 comes into our picture with a 997 class car trying to come through on the inside, the 17 car that's running 6th overall, Dimitri Engelbert. But the 116 Clio, still strong. 42nd overall for Tanja Nielsen, 6th in the A2 class as we go on board with her. The team with only 2 drivers. That's a mission, isn't it? An absolute mission. Great to see Tanja and the team cracking on as we see now the 101 car that we've seen has been hit by, I'm assuming, the number 10 SLS. That car was running pretty strong. Tony Buehler on board. Old Tony. He must be distraught. Still sitting on board that car as we get great pictures on board. Okay, so Lucas is with Tony Buehler with his Ayrton Senna helmet on.
Yes, absolutely. I found Tony Buehler here in the Seat Leon Cup Racer. Tony, just a short question. What happened out on track? Was it together with the number 10 Hofer Mercedes?
Ja, ich wurde von einem Mercedes abgeschossen.
Sorry, in English, please?
Oh.
Okay, then I will translate it later on. First of all in German, then later in English.
Ich wurde von einem Mercedes in der Spitzkehre hinten abgeschossen, hinten rechts. Und ja, jetzt ist irgendetwas kaputt hinten. Keine Ahnung was.
So Tony just told us that it was a collision with a Mercedes SLS, so it was obviously the number 10 car. Was glaubst du, wie lange wird es dauern, den Schaden wieder zu beheben?
Ja, ich hoffe nur noch ein paar Minuten, dann ich wieder raus kann.
So Tony just said it hopefully will only take a couple of some minutes and then the car will be back on track. Noch eine andere Frage an dich, Tony. Dein Helmdesign, Ayrton Senna. Gibt's da eine Geschichte zu?
Ja, das ist mein Idol und ja, fahre seit ich diese neue Helm habe, fahre ich in diesem Design im Namen von Ayrton Senna.
Dankeschön, Tony, und alles Gute, dass das Auto schnell wieder auf die Strecke geht. So I just asked him about the helmet design regarding to Ayrton Senna. We were wondering about that yesterday during the earlier part of the race, and Tony just told us that Ayrton Senna definitely is his big idol. And when he got a new helmet a couple of months ago, he decided to run it in the Ayrton Senna colors. So let's see if we can get Kenneth Heyer up there in the pits to see his angle to the accident. First of all, it's back to you, Paul.
Brilliant, Lucas. Love it. Brilliant interview, mate. Excellent explanation of both the accident and the Ayrton Senna helmet. So all our best to the team down there looking after Tony. Hopefully they get that car out. But yeah, a real struggle for that number 10 car as well. So it'll be interesting to see the take from Kenneth Heyer. There he is. So Kenneth in the number 10 car, he's coming in for his driver change. Fair play to that car and that team and that driver for getting that fuel stop done. And yeah, that left front looked like it had a right old hit. So be interesting to see if they just change the wheels and tyres and they go again, or they have to actually change some suspension parts as well. So an interesting one there for Kenneth Heyer. Adam Christodoulou still pumping in those fast old times. He's just took 4 seconds out of the race leader Herbert Handlos. As we look now at the 997 class cars, the 77 of Massimo Vignal. Vinali's doing a good job. He's P4 at the minute. And their 44th overall is Jason O'Keefe in the BMW 120 diesel, SVDP Racing. So Jason having a few dramas, well, not himself, but the car and the team, but they're up there in 8th place in the A2 class. They're looking a lot brighter now in the south of France at Le Castellet circuit. Oh, as that Ferrari takes a big lunge. The number 4 Ferrari, the beautiful sounding Ferrari that's kept me up all through my break. Just trying to get some sleep. And all I could hear was that thing flat out down the Mistral. So when this race is over, I'm going to put my my hands around Peter Cox's neck and throttle him, because he's kept me up all night in that thing. but it was a beautiful sound to try and fall asleep to. I could think of worse things. So they're having a good go at it. Peter Cox is on board that 458 Italia, Scuderia Praha. And Peter hopefully has calmed down now after that contact with Jeroen Briekemolen on the very first lap of the race. So again, we go back to the last few corners of the circuit as the sun now rising above the mountains, starting to rear its head. 6:30 local time, as the car's turning into chicane Nord. Not seen many cars miss this chicane. I'm well impressed with how good the driving standards have been. I know we've had a bit of contact here and there, but it's inevitable contact in 24-hour racing. So much going on, so many different cars, and such a varying speed between the 8 classes of cars we have here this weekend. So Ram Racing, I'm being told by my friend on Twitter, Trevor Austin, and I'm hoping I'm saying your name right, Trevor. RamRacing.com on Twitter saying hour 16 and the sun is almost up. We are running in P2 because we have just completed our brake disc change. So I was speaking to Adam Christodoulou at my tea time around about 8 hours ago, and he was telling me that the brake disc and pad change should take around a minute or a bit longer, and that's looking like what it's done, and that would explain brilliantly why that car is now 1 minute 3 seconds behind Herbert Handlos. So that is why they're running in P2. So fantastic stuff from Trevor Austin on Twitter. So thank you very much for keeping us up to speed, as Adam Christodoulou has just pumped in a 2-minute 8.724, which has took another 4 seconds out of Herbert Handlos. So Adam Christodoulou is putting those new brakes to good use to catch up that Porsche 997 GT3R. He's lighting up the timing screen, is Adam Christodoulou. He's going green, green, green. So personal bests all round. He's really on it, and there he is, Adam Christodoulou, the number 30 car, just stuck behind that V8 Mazda as he passes another BMW there, but looking good. So good stuff there. So Ram Racing explaining on Twitter what it's all about, so thank you for that, Ram Racing, but also thank you, Trevor. As you see there, the number 10 car still in the pits, Kenneth Heyer. So it's obviously just not a wheel change. That left front is having a lot of work done to it. So probably a wishbone, bottom arm. There's the number 6 car, 10th overall. Gerard Lopez Foyaka on board. Connections with the Lotus F1 team, as we've already said, the Gravity Racing International entry, the SLS AMG, predominantly mastering this class, the SLS. As we're now on board with the 116 Clio, there's a driver change. So Kenneth Heyer is with Lucas in the pit lane.
Yes, thank you, Paul. Kenneth Heyer, he just came out of the number 10 Mercedes SLS. Kenneth, what happened?
Yeah, we have struggling the last 12 hours with the ABS failure. And I overtook one of the Mark cars, and in the brake zone on T15 he touched me a bit on the back, and so I lose the car, left to the barrier, and yeah, we have broken suspension at the moment.
What do you think, how much time will it take to bring the car back onto the racetrack?
I was not looking inside. It depends on how much the damage is. But we were already out of the game for the top 5 because we go in the M class to have 120 liters. But since beginning of the race, the guys only give us 100 liters, so we have a problem in the fuel system as well. Then later on, since now 12 hours, we have an ABS failure, so we're driving without ABS. Yeah, that's the third big thing now.
So it was just the decision before the race, strategy-wise, to go in the M specification, which could have been a very good decision in the end.
Yeah, for sure. When you measure it, you gain more than 2 minutes each pit stop. So even when you drive 220 times, you will be in front. But when you have then on top that the fuel is not working like it has to be, and you only get 100 liters, so we refuel 102, 104, 103, so then the totally game is crashed. Huh?
So I guess it's hard to realize for a professional GT racing driver as you are, but in fact there is only one aim still existing, and that is reaching checkered flag later on.
Yeah, we hope to get finished because of the guys and everything. The ambition is more than a P10 or P12 or something, but it's a 24-hour race, and first of all you have to finish it.
Good. Thanks, Kenneth, and back to you, Paul.
Thank you, Lucas, and Kenneth Hayer there giving us a fantastic explanation. And I'm with you, Kenneth, because I'll tell you what, mate, driving without ABS in a car that was built with ABS is a disaster. It's not just like driving a car that wasn't with ABS, it is a nightmare because the car is set up to have ABS, so when that ABS system fails, the rear wheels can lock up as much as the front, so an absolute nightmare for Kenneth Hayer in the number 10 car, but hopefully he gets back out there, and I'm sure he will go down and speak to the SEAT team and Tony Bueller and just say, sorry, this is what happened, guys. So yeah, not great as we see our leader now, the number 7 Porsche GT3. Fantastic car, great driver, Herbert Handlos on board, but again the gap coming down. Adam Christodoulou is just took 6 seconds out of him. He's just done a 10.5 Christodoulou compared to Herbert Handlos, a 6.2. So a lot of action. But Lucas again has got some information in the pit lane for us.
Yes, actually there is more drama for the Hofer Racing team. It's not only the Mercedes SLS, but also the only lasting A5 car, the BMW M3, that has come back to the pits. Martin Kroll is one of the drivers. He has just been behind the steering wheel. Martin, what happened after you went out onto the racetrack?
I went out and I hear a big noise, and I think the thing here is broken. Here, when you in front, I don't know the name in English.
The exhaust.
There's a big hole in it, and now we have to fix it.
So any idea how much time it will need to bring the car back?
20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, I don't know yet.
In fact, there is no stress for you because you're the only team in the A5 class left.
Yeah, for the class there's no stress, but we are racers and we like to drive and not to standing in the pit.
That's good to know. Thanks, Martin, and back to you, Paul.
Brilliant stuff, Lucas, thank you. And Martin there doing exactly what I would do as a racer and exactly what other teams have done that I've drove for, and that is spending the extra money to get across the finish line, because the 24 hours is not just about the overall result, it's about finishing the race as well. So great stuff from those guys, and I love the enthusiasm of that team down there. Brilliant stuff. Just to keep you up to date, Peter Cox has stuck in the fastest lap of the team so far, 209.4, so he's on a mission in the 458 Italia. As we're back on board now in the 116 Clio, Richard Nielsen has took the reins of that car from his wife Tanya. They're running still in 6th place in the A2 category, but there's the leader in the number 7 GT3 997. Our car, brilliant car, lovely car, and it's going well, but the lead is just coming down. It's an average of 2 seconds. Christodoulou is pumping those laps in with those new brakes, discs and pads as the 150 GC Automobile car is in the pits again. So that car having a bit of trouble, which is a shame. But there, the number 33 SLS having its own dramas, but now Lance David Arnold on board. As we've got a couple of dudes in a Ford Mondeo wanting to join the action. Hope we don't see them jump on track, as a lot of the cars have still got their headlights on. The bigger A6 class cars probably leaving the headlights on just to make sure they can get the slower category cars out the way easier. 24.7 degrees Celsius. Still pretty warm at 20 to 7 in the morning. But it's not like that back in Liverpool. It'll be freezing. I'll have to put my jeans back on when I board the plane later on tonight. Oh, we got a car stopped, the 105. The Seat Super Copa has stopped just on the exit of Virage du Pont, opposite the pit lane. By the looks of things, it's out the way, but that could maybe be a code 60. There'll be drivers radioing in, telling the teams, but no, he's got back going. So Guillaume Le Boulec, well out the way, great driving there. So he's done a master reset, maybe, reset the car, and he's got going. Our leader, the number 7, getting a bit of a block there from the SLS. But again, 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds Christodoulou was taken out of him. Christodoulou is absolutely on it here. And I think Lucas has got some more information in the pit lane. This is great stuff.
Yes, absolutely, Paul. I'm next to Tom Sobiron, who is one of the drivers in the GC automobile car. Tom, so far it has been a very, very exciting race for you with many incidents. Talk us through that.
Yeah, everything was okay before the accident. We were P1, and then we had a problem on the rear wheel, so we fixed it, and then we are P3. We have to catch the second one. We try. Let's see.
So you will be inside the car in a couple of minutes. What do you expect now when the day comes back?
Sorry?
What do you expect for your upcoming stint? The day is coming back, it's getting lighter again. What do you expect?
We expect to keep the podium and try to not have any crash until the end of the race.
Fine, Tom. All the best, and back to you, Paul.
Thank you, Lucas. Some great stuff there from our lower classed cars. And as you see, the leader, he ain't holding back, is he? Herbert Handlos maybe getting a bit of a hurry up from the team just to try and keep that car from dropping into the clutches of Adam Christodoulou. He was trying hard there out of Virage du Pont. In second gear in the Porsche, that'll be real high-speed entry into turn 1 after he's exited Virage du Pont. But 6th overall is the number 17 car, Dimitri Engelbert, in the 991 Cup, but in the 997 category, and he's leading that category with a bit of bumper hanging off. Another car to look at is this 115 car of Christopher Nygaard on his outlap. 40th overall in the RCZ and 5th in class. So everybody now getting on with the job in hand. The 33 car down in 17th overall, Lance David Arnold at the helm, pumping in 2-minute 10.6s. So only a second off what that car did earlier on in the race, its best lap of the race. So he's on a mission. He's one of the fastest cars on track at the minute. He's the 2nd fastest car on track. He's only 3/10 off what Adam Christodoulou has done in his last lap, so they're having a good go at it. 159, the Red Camel Racing Mazda V8. Listen to that. There's been so many different engine tones in these races, but Robert Nern still at the wheel. He's 48 minutes into his stint, pedaling that car around in the SP2 class. 4th overall. 25th overall and 4th in class, pardon me. Robert Nairn doing a good job, and the number 7, we're back to the overall leader, who's got Adam Christodoulou trying to catch him up. A glimpse of the 200. Ginetta, which is in the pits. Luca Magnoni in the Nova Racing 1 car, which has had a worse time than its sister car, which is still leading SP3. The number 33 on board. We were on board. Lance David Arnold pumping in them 2-minute 10s. And back to the G55 Nova race team, 46 overall with a big red LED on the side. Not fantastic for those guys. They expected a lot more. Henry Fletcher from England has been in and out of that car. They're down to 3 drivers now. Luca Magnoni has brought the car in, so we'll wait and see who's jumped in. Christodoulou. Now the sun is out. The sun is shining, so those lights on those cars will be definitely being switched off, and as he exits now into the Mistral straight, Christodoulou still with his headlights on, and the headlights flashing. Some of the cars there. Peter Cox in the Braha 458, 5th overall. And Peter, 37 minutes into his stint. So still quite a lot of time for Peter to get into the 2 Nova Racing cars there on screen. But talking of Nova Race, I think Lucas has got something for us.
Yes, it's Luca Magnoni next to me, who just came out of the number 200 car. And we have to keep in mind that this was the car that changed the engine yesterday, and without being able to win the class, they just continued. Luca, you changed the engine yesterday. How is it going so far after the engine change?
Yeah, after the engine was changed, I mean, we had some problem with the setup of the car because we didn't have the time to make it perfect. But I have to say it's good. Well, I did the fastest lap of the class. We will get the penalty, but who cares?
So that's really good to know. What do you think is still possible at the rest of the race? I mean, it won't be much in your class, I think.
We had some bad luck. We don't know why we had the engine failure. It was a brand new engine. The car is brand new. So some problem somewhere. But I mean, one of our teammates decided to leave. We wanted to continue in 2. Then the other guy said, okay, I continue as well. So I guess we deserve to get at least on the podium.
And there is a very interesting thing about Nova Race, because you have the new Ginetta G55 and the older G50 car. What are the differences in between those 2 cars?
Well, usually I drive the G50. The G55 we only bought for the endurance. The car is much more aero, the G55, but the G50 is much quicker on the straight. So with this track, it's a battle. I would say a challenge.
Okay, thanks a lot, Luca, and back to you, Paul.
Thank you.
Super, good stuff. A smiley, happy Italian. That's what we want. Great stuff. And I hope he likes Henry Fletcher, his teammate, as much as I do. Great guys down there. So good stuff. They had an engine change, as they were just explaining, and they've got on with the task in hand. One of the drivers left, but they just cracked on. Great team spirit down there. Car 33 you're on board with now, the SLS Mercedes AMG. Lance David Arnold going hard at it. 9th place in the A6 category, 17th overall. That car definitely had the pace to win as you watch it from the outside now. A real shame what happened to those guys. Had dramas in the first pit stop. Dramas as the hours went by. But Lance David Arnold has been an absolute star driving this car. He's been super fast. He's been fast as anyone. He's been as quick as Christodoulou in this stint. The same kind of machinery underneath him. And we did see, I'm just looking here, we've got Dimitri Engelbert. Engelbert is now in the pits, so he's done his fuel stop, the class leader of 997. So he's having a driver change. As we see now the overall leader, the number 7 car, looks absolutely battered by tyres. That 997 GT3R. But still going strong as you'd expect from a Porsche. That's David Armstrong again. That's David Arnold, pardon me, on board with. Adam Christodoulou is putting a mammoth stint here. He's now down to 34.1 seconds behind Herbert Handlos. And there he is, Adam Christodoulou, pumping in the 2-minute 10s. On average now 3 seconds a lap quicker than Herbert Handlos. As Lance David Arnold is in the pits. The number 33 car in the pits. And that's straight in for a tyre change maybe. Or is there some other problem? He's gesticulating. He hadn't done a massively long stint. So something is going on down there. They've got the car on the jacks. Are they changing brakes? Is it a brake dish change for the SLS? The trolley dollies are now underneath the car, are they? Are we going to see this car be dropped off its jacks and then spun round and put into the garage? Is there another problem for this car? Let's see. As we stay on board with the 33, that says to me that's on trolley dollies. They're going to push this car around and push it into the garage, I think. There you go, the 33 is being backed in, so either a big problem for the 33 as Lance David Arnold stays in the car, or is it just a brake, disc and pad change? We'll wait and see. The doors of the Goldwing doors are up. So something not right in that number 33 car. The mechanics there just getting the blowers to keep the engine cool. So the fans blowing in. So Lance David is telling his engineer there on the left what actually is happening, or what is wrong with the car. So drinks bottle for Lance David. Great pictures, absolutely brilliant pictures. And back out there, the 101 car, which was sporting a bit of rear right damage after the contact with Kenneth Hayer in the number 10 car. And Tony Buehler is back on it with his Ayrton Senna helmet as he fires up the gears. So the 101, now 5th in class in the A3T class. He's been out there for 6 minutes. So it took a while to fix the rear right of that Seat Cup car, as Lance David Arnold is now getting out of the car. And there's not much work going on with the 33. Has it been retired? Is that it for the 33? I can hear air guns in the background, but that might be from a different garage. It'd be nice if we can maybe find out. The team manager there, earphones off. There's still a bit of action happening. So Lucas is with a good friend of mine, Martin Byford, and make sure you say hello from Paul O'Neill to Martin Byford.
Yes, I think he won't be in a very good mood, because as you can see, Paul, the Synchro Motorsport Honda Civic is into the pit garage since, I would say, half an hour. Martin, what was the problem?
Drive shafts. Something we've not had an issue with for about 2 years. And suddenly we've done 2 on the left, and now the right-hand one's gone. So again, the guys keep working, and they're sorting it out. They've got a new drive shaft going in right now, and we'll be back out as soon as we can.
And you already had your helmet on, but now it obviously takes a bit longer. What do you think is the problem?
I'm not sure. To be honest, I'm not sure. The guys are working away, so when it's ready to go, we will go.
Just waiting for it, okay. We have Paul O'Neill, one of your friends, in the commentary booth. Any regards to him?
Yeah, give us some good commentary. We need some good luck.
Okay, thanks, Martin. And Paul, I hope you're happy now. Back to you.
Thanks, Lucas, and thank you, Martin. And make sure you say well done. Up to now, I know it's a difficult one in the endurance racing, but Martin Byford, one of the toughest competitors I've had to race against in British touring cars, an all-round good guy and a racer as well, which we like to see here in the 24-hour series. As we're now back on board with the 159, the Red Camel Jordan's V8 Mazda, still singing away, isn't she? 24.5 degrees Celsius, my word. I have to get the aircon on in the comms box in a bit. 5 to 7 in the morning. I've been here for an hour and a half. It's flown by. Absolutely loving and enjoying my time with the Creventic team covering 24-hour series here at Paul Ricard. With the 95 car there, 21st overall. Sami Moutron, 3rd place in the A3T class. So that car is going okay. And the 206, Ginetta G55. Still singing away in the lead with Carlo Mantori on board that car. So that GT4, G50 going well. Some of the cars coming in for fuel stops. Still a great spectacle around this circuit. The Hankook tyres holding up well. Not too much pick up on the side of the track as Adam Christodoulou in the 30 car is now 27.7 seconds behind Herbert Handlos. He's just taken 3.3 seconds out of him on that lap. And there's one of our onboard cars, the 159. The Red Camel, oof, he's 4 wheels off there, isn't he? As he flies past the Clio. And you know how fast them Clios are. So to make it look like it's stood still is quite an effort. And Christodoulou, number 2 on the back windows there, that's his position overall. But he's hunting down Herbert Handlos. 400 laps completed by Herbert Handlos and Adam Christodoulou. Still pumping them 2-minute 10s in. This is some stint by Christodoulou, a real superstar of the UK motor racing scene. 2008 formed the Renault UK champion and Mazda Star 2009 championship winner in America. And Lucas has some more vital information for us in the pit lane.
Yes, Jarek Yanis of the Gravity Racing team and me enjoying the beautiful weather here at Circuit Paul Ricard. Jarek, what do you think about the racetrack here in France?
Of course, it's a really nice track. It's a high-tech technology track. Obviously, the weather is really nice. Everything is running fine. So far at the moment, we're getting better and better. We had an accident, or let's say, accident at the beginning of the race. We have lost actually our possibility to be at the front, but at the moment we are catching up back our pace. So hopefully we will go forward.
And you have some drivers, especially Jara Lopez and Eric Lux, linked to the Lotus Formula 1 team. How are they doing? I mean, they are probably the slower drivers in your team.
Well, obviously, we have 2 drivers which they're still getting up to speed, but obviously I have a Vincent beside of me. He's also, we are more or less the same on the speed. And we're trying to get better and better and faster, but we can see that our, let's say, our gentleman drivers getting faster and faster, which is also positive, and we are trying our best.
What will be your next stint? When will you go back into the car?
I'm supposed to be there in 10 laps, so I'm ready and fresh. So I'm looking for another one.
Good to know. Thanks, Jarek. And I think, Paul, you would enjoy it to be here because it's such a nice sound coming from the cars into the pit lane. So it's back to you.
Thanks, Lucas. Yeah, sounding cracking out there. Now the sun's out, and great insight again, Lucas. So thank you for the interviews. Keep them coming. It's good stuff, and beautiful to see the sun out as well. Such a privilege to be here in the south of France with my broken rib, sat in the comms box on my own with my feet up, watching this fantastic race unfold. And the Red Camel car again, getting some fantastic coverage, this car, and so it should do. I'm going to leave it with a bit of sound. Listen to this. Nice balanced throttle through Scene corner there. Absolutely stunning stuff. Car's still with headlights on. So obviously, you're just trying to concentrate on the driving, but for me, I'd switch them off as soon as I can, just to make sure that the car is not losing too much power. The RDR8 goes past us in 4th position. And that should be coming in pretty soon. Adam Sharp's been out there for an hour. He's been stinting for an hour. And the 2 leaders as well, keeping an eye on them. Adam Christodoulou trying to get on terms with Herbert Handlos. And they've been out there for 56 and 54 minutes respectively. So they'll be coming in pretty soon, I think. So we'll keep our eye out on that, and there'll be an interesting time gap for those guys when they fuel and put some new tyres on. Wowzers. Great bit of onboard there. The 159 Camel racing car getting all arms and elbows at the wheel as we were live on board. We're very lucky to catch that bit of footage of Robert Nern keeping it on the straight and narrow. But the 150, which is a nightmare. Stefan Pasquet has been driving that car around. Been in the pits for 14 minutes. The GC automobile car, the V8 motor in that car, something gone awry. They need to be trying to get back out there. The SP2 class podium sitter at the minute. They're 3rd in class, so hopefully they can get back out there, but they've been in the pits quite a while. Something's gone very wrong with that car. Big V8 motor in the back of that thing. There's Robert Nairn again on board with in the 159. Having a good go at it. So now with the sun out, circuit a lot easier to navigate through. Well, there you go, bit of damage on the rear diffuser, rear bumper of that GC automobile car. And they'll be desperate to get that car back out there. As I say, running 3rd in class, in the SP2 class. And Robert Nern, who we were on board with and now we're back on board with, will be going absolutely flat to the boards, trying to catch those 7 laps up that would put him into 3rd place, try and take that 3rd place off that GC automobile car that sat in the pit lane. So he's going to be going as quick as he can, is Robert Nern, trying to battle onto that podium, and this is what it's about. When there's cars wounded in the pit lane, you've got to take advantage and go as fast as you can, try and get out in front. So the number 7's lead now down to 17.3 seconds. Adam Christodoulou really hunting him down. He's took 4.2 seconds out of him on that last lap, so 2 minutes 16 dead by Herbert Handlos. And here we've got a very wounded 33 car that now Lance David Arnold has jumped out of. It'd be good if we could find out what's gone on down there for the 33. SPS Automotive Performance had a real dog day yesterday, and now as morning appears, it's got worse. As we look at the chicane, Nord and Tony Bueller seem to be driving nice and smoothly in the Seat Cup car. The 101 entry up there in 5th place in the A3T class. 2-litre turbo through 330 brake horsepower and lots of buttons on the dash. And that's what you want as a racing driver. It makes you feel special when you've got as many buttons as he's got in front of him. So again, back to the leader. as he crosses the line now. And what lap time's he going to put in? So he's done a 2:16 on the last lap. Oh, he's just really pulled that down. That's a 2:12.8. So in the next 16 seconds or so, Krista Dulu will be following him across the line, as the 140 BMW is looking a bit sketchy there, down in 43rd place. Diesel BMW, Chris Budnick on board that car now. It's in 7th place in the A2 category. As you see, the 206 Ginetta G50, the SP3 leader, tucked up behind a really pretty slow Mark V8 car there. So the 93 car is getting flashed out of the way as Krista Dulu's been held up. So his last lap was a 10.7, so he took 2 seconds. Oh, he's got the nose cut off him by that 17 Porsche. Gabriel Abigail in the Ruffer Racing Porsche 991 Cup. Not being very nice there to Krista Dulu, and Krista Dulu did the right thing, just come out of the throttle. Didn't want to take the nose off him. It's not the time or the place to be having a bit of contact around this circuit at this time. So I've just been speaking to my man Lucas, pit lane reporting. He's just come in and just filling me in. Bits of info here and there. Doing a great job with the rest of the team here. Keeping you guys up to speed as we head back on board with Ayrton Senna or Tony Buehler. Great explanation with Lucas down in the pits about that helmet. His hero Ayrton Senna, and he's borrowed John Alesi's arms and hands as he now brakes for turn 6, turn 5, and now into 6. Full throttle, lift, back on the power, and then it's going to be that kink left onto the Mistral straight. So Tony Buehler in that accident with Kenneth Heyer before. Kenneth Heyer still in the pits. That car has more or less cried enough. It's been in the pit lane for 48 minutes with that damage, but Tony Buehler wasn't in for that long. He's back out, and he's battling in the A3 T-Class. Another battler is the 159, the Red Camel racing entry, the V8 Mazda. It's like being on board with an Aussie V8. Listen to that engine. I'd be scared to touch that gear lever. I feel like it's going to rip my hand off with the noise of that engine. Can't think of anything better on a Sunday morning than driving as the sun comes up and a big, dirty, singing V8. Absolutely grand. Very privileged to bring you pictures here at Paul Ricard, 24-hour series. Cracking stuff. Oh. Off the road again. You've got to watch that. He probably knows that the race director is asleep, so get away with whatever he wants. (116) Clio, the 2-car team, or the 2-driver car team. The 116 with an onboard as well. Ricard Nielsen taking over from his wife Tanya. And you can hear them Renault Clio Sport engines a mile off. As my dad used to say to me when I was younger, it sounds like a busted fart. But still doing the business, that 116. In 6th place in the A2 class, and they're still going 24 hours with 2 drivers. Unbelievable. And don't think at home that those cars are easy to drive. Those Clio Cup cars I've driven back in the UK, and they dance, and they dance, and they dance. They really keep you on the straight and narrow when you're driving them. As the leader, Herbert Handloss, on my timing screen, has got back down to 2 minute 12.757, which has been matched by Adam Christodoulou, so that gap now is 15.9 seconds. It was 1 minute 40 seconds only an hour ago, so Christodoulou has put in a major stint. But they'll be coming in for a pit stop soon. They're both on 65 minutes, so fuel will start coming into play, so the leaders will definitely be coming into the pits for their 15th pit stop pretty soon, as Tony Buehler wipes some sweat from his brow. Down the gears with the paddle shift. So it's the DSG gearbox in these Seats now that are exactly the same as the road car, but just obviously a bit more beefed up as he swerves down the inside. Got some nice pictures of the mountains there. Flashing lights of maybe that a Ginetta. I'd like to comment on that, but I don't even know what that is. Looks like a massive marshmallow. Ten past 7 in the morning local time. So now we're really into territory where if you've got this far, you've got to keep it going. Keep pumping the times in, maybe not driving to your absolute maximum. That'll be for the last 3 hours, I would say, from my involvement of endurance racing. Tony Buehler, this car having some great coverage. They better send me a check in the post for the coverage they've had, and I'll split that between the 4 of us who've been reporting on this race so far. The 116 Clio still going, 41st position overall, but 6th in class. Ricard Nielsen and his wife Tanya having a good old couple of days. And it's great, isn't it? Husband and wife, 2-car team. Just about sums up the series, if I'm honest. It's all about the enjoyment of the endurance racing. Better than arguing in a supermarket with your wife. May as well get a Clio and race the 24 hours. Fair play to them. There's the Huracan, 26th overall, the number 22. Jérôme de la Chapelle. He's been in that car for an hour and 5, so he'll be probably coming in the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. Some of the drivers now switching the lights off unless they've broken. Probably the latter. Was there one of the Clio's going through. A2 class car in position 2 in that class, Sarah Tonuti. And the Renault Clio Cup Endurance back on board with the 116. Revving high, Ricard Nielsen. He's not hanging about, is he? Flat out on that sequential gear shift. Such a fantastic car, the Renault Clio Cup car. Renault Sport done wonders for motorsport around the world, especially in Europe. I think every European country has a Renault Clio Cup Series. Big supporters as we look at the number 7 Porsche. The 997 GT3R. Still doing the business, but the lead is down to 9.9 seconds now. And they really are coming to the end of their stints. An hour and 10 Herbert Handlos has been in his car, and an hour and 9 minutes. Adam Christodoulou has been at the wheel of that SLS Mercedes, but the lead down to just under 10 seconds now. And again, Christodoulou has just been pumping in 2-minute 10s, unbelievable stuff, as the number 6 machine. 9th overall, Gerard Lopez Fayaca on board that car. The Gravity Racing International team that Lucas was talking to a few moments ago. So those guys still at it. So not been a code 60 for quite a while, which is a good thing, and maybe these guys are just going to hang out, the leaders especially, just to see if there is one, and to maybe capitalise on that. As Jeroen Bleekemolen is up in 3rd place in the number 2 car, which is a good effort, considering the 17 pit stops that team has had. So Jeroen was called to the clock of the course for the contact with Peter Cox on the second of the corners on lap 1. So they've done well to get that car back up there. And Peter Cox, who was involved in that incident as well, in the Ferrari 458 Italia, is still chipping away. Maybe senses a podium on. He's in 5th place in A6 class at the minute, 5th overall in that Italia. Well, there you go, there's the leader. The lead now is down to 6.5 seconds, with another nearly 3 seconds been taken out of Herbert Handlos's lead by Adam Christodoulou. So are we going to get a change for the lead before we see the pit stops? As there you see the 110 Clio, 29th overall. Laurent Hergon in for fuel, leading that Class A2 in the Clio Cup car, one of the later generation Clio Cup cars. And there we have an in for Peter Cox. Peter Cox has stinted for 1 hour and 8 minutes, and he's in for fuel. A driver change in tyres, that'll be as well. And also Adam Sharp is in. He's followed him into the pits in the Audi R8. So that car now, the Audi R8, is in for fuel as well from P4. And you will be seeing the lead 2 cars closing up together on the same lap pretty soon. But is it going to happen first, or are they both going to dive into the pits? And will the change be there? So, had a nice little tweet from Henry Fletcher saying, morning, sun's out, guns out. And if you're not familiar with that term, that means he's got his muscles out. And believe me, that guy's got a body to die for, as we've seen earlier in the show. Not like John Bon Jovi on tour. Long race so far for us, but back up to P2. Henry Fletcher telling me there. So those guys going great guns at the minute. Roberto Ferri on board that 200 Ginetta in P2 that Henry's on about, the SP3 machine. So yeah, they're going well. Fair play to Henry Fletcher and the team. Be a great story if they can keep it like that. As Tony Bueller negotiating turn 1. And the Huracan negotiating a Clio and a BMW M3. That Huracan got some power, beautiful car. That bumper on that Clio, I don't know how it stayed on the 116 car. Unreal. On board with that Clio you were just watching That 116, Ricard Nielsen, having it large. And look how late this car brakes as it goes into turn 1 and soaring away at the steering wheel. In third gear through turns 1 and 2, up to fourth. And there we are from the normal camera shot into 3 and 4, and then into the really tight second gear, turn 5. And then this is where you set yourself up for turn 6 and 7 to get onto that flat out Mistral straight. That bumper dragging itself along the floor. Back on board, absolutely flat to the boards for Ricard Nielsen. Great footage from the A2 class car. Creventic and the 24-hour series showing that you don't have to pitch up with a 6.2 litre AMG Mercedes. You can just turn up with a 2 litre Generation 3 Clio Cup Racer and still have a great time. Great shots from Scene Corner. The SLS dives to the inside of that Seat Cup Racer. And there's the 116 green Clio coming past our locked off camera shot. Back on board with him. Well, Ricard down 2 gears, back on the throttle. Bit of brakes. Get that car turned in again. Huracan 22 car. There's now the number 5 overall car, the number 4 Ferrari 458 Italia. It's had a change of driver now. And just to tell you, Herbert Handlos, the overall leader of this race in the Porsche 997 GT3R, is still out there. But Adam Christodoulou is actually in for fuel, so he's pitted. So he's going to fuel, and then he's going to stick some tyres on, and hopefully for him, he's going to jump Herbert Handlos, and Herbert should be in pretty soon. He's been out for now an hour and 18 or an hour and 19 minutes. So pretty good going from the Porsche 997 GT3R. And now Herbert Handlos is into the pit lane. On our timing screens, he's in for fuel. So he'll see the back of that SLS number 30, Adam Christodoulou, so he knows exactly where he is. On board with Tony Buehler again in the 101 Seat Cup Racer. Left foot braking his way through the last turn there. As we see there, the overall second car just coming out the fuel station for tyres and a driver change. The Ram Racing team all over that, as Christodoulou has an amazing stint there and hands the car over. So he's got that done. Herbert Handlos is still in the fuel station area, and the number 30 crew, the Ram Racing team crew, going at it. Look at that. Flat out grimacing on his face. Make sure you don't catch that air gun line on the back of the rear spoiler. That Ram Racing crew are a fully professional team, been around for a long time, good guys. and they're doing a great job. It'd be fantastic to see them on the top step of the podium for all the efforts that they put in. With Paul White, Tom Onslow-Cole, and Adam Christodoulou jumping out of that car. So, all looking pretty good for the Christodoulou Ram Racing stop. They've been in the pits now for 4 minutes 35 seconds. Time clicking away, and Herbert Handlos is still in the fueling area in the 997 GT3 R Porsche. He's been in the fueling area for 1 minute 22 seconds. I'm pretty sure that Christodoulou's car, that's just going past me now in the comms box, is going to be leaving and exiting the pit lane, with Paul White driving that car now as it leaves the pit lane exit. It's a lap down, but it will get that lap back, I'm sure, because the 997 Porsche, the overall leader, is still in the fuel station. And there it is. It's come out of the fuel station and it's now into the pit lane. So tyres will be changed for Herbert Handlos and a driver change. But their 37th overall is the number 20 car. We've seen quite a bit of that over the course of the weekend. Charles Putman in that car. It's down in 9th place in the 997 class. It was higher, it's had its dramas, like a lot of these teams, but it's still out on track, and that's what counts first of all. The 102 car looking a lot lighter than when it started. Let's see it. Super Copa's got a rear bumper missing and everything. Madness. Like it's been in some kind of touring car race, that car. So Paul White coming round to complete his first lap pretty soon. Herbert Handlos still in the pits in the 997 Porsche, which will come out pretty soon. As you see now, the number 16 Audi R8, the Simpson Motorsport car. That looked like it was going in the pits, didn't it? So Frank Pelle driving that car, he's come in. He's not been out for a full stint. That car looked like it was going into the pits. But there you go, the number 7 is just about to leave, with Nicolas Armindo still in the lead. And Paul White will be coming round pretty soon in the SLS AMG Ram Racing Mercedes. So we'll give it a lap to sort itself out, but Nicolas Armindo is still leading this race. So yeah, Nicolas Armindo has gone out and he's completed 412 laps between him and his teammates now. Two 997 class cars going at it down the pit straight into turn 1. As you can see there, Paul White just getting past the number 4 Ferrari driven by Peter Cox. So there's a bit of a battle going on there, but Lucas has got Keith with us in the pit lane.
Yes, very unfortunate news for Keith Kazulka, one of the points-leading drivers, because his number 91 car is back to the pits. Keith, what was the problem?
We didn't know. Ryan came in for the fuel and driver change. He did say that there was a slight vibration in the last few laps of his stint. So Ben got in the car, but like you see, he's left the pits. The vibration was somewhat worse. He only made it to turn 6 and lost all drive. So As I've said, we found the problem now, the flywheel is broken, so that's very, very unusual for these cars, for these breakages, you know, first the transmission, which is, it's never happened before. And suddenly we have a transmission broken and now a flywheel, so yeah, it's pretty, it hurts.
Do you think you can bring the car back onto the racetrack?
Sorry?
Do you think you can bring the car back to the racetrack?
Yes, we'll get back, but we'll no doubt fall back to possibly where we were yesterday afternoon. It's a shame, but you know, we worked pretty hard overnight to come back to 41. We were making our way up. We were chipping away at the laps, but yeah, we'll get it going, come back, we'll finish the race. But we're out of contention, I'm afraid.
We were a bit wondering about the fact that you and your teammate Peter, you are both on top of the point schedule, that you are on two separate cars this time. What is the reason for that?
Yeah, that was just, it's purely a team management decision. Yeah, just trying to, it was, you know, it seemed unusual splitting us up, but you know, we get drivers for each cars, or we get a number of drivers. Ryan decides where they go with the car owner input, of course. He decides which car they go in. It turned out that Peter was better in this car today, and we ran with 3 drivers. That was it was fine with us. Obviously, the rest are far shorter and a lot more driving, but we're happy with that. Peter's won in this case, but it's okay. You know, I'll come back and live again.
Good, many thanks to you, Keith, and happy for you if you'll be able to reach the finish later on.
Yes, yeah, we'll be out there. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Keith, and back to you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Lucas. Good stuff. Insight in the pit lane. Again, we got lots and lots going on around the racetrack as we're back with the 116. The 116 is heading down the Mistral straight. Absolutely flat to the boards. As you can hear that 2-litre Renault engine now. Oh, is he going to make that chicane? Oh, no, he's not going to make the chicane. There's a Porsche off as well. I was going to say, just from my eyes watching the onboard, I didn't think he was going to make that chicane. No harm done. No contact. And back up to racing speed. So all good in that respect. And there we have it. Frank Pelle's demise in the R8 Audi has put Peter Cox now into P4 from that terrible opening lap with contact with Jeroen Bleekemolen. So Peter Cox looking like he wants a podium out of this. Nicholas Armindo leading the race in the Porsche 997 has just gone purple, the best of anybody all race long in Sector 1. He's 29.3 seconds ahead of the SLS AMG GT3 of Paul White and the Ram Racing team. So he put 2.5 seconds on Paul White in the first couple of laps of his stint. So I'm sure Paul will fight back. But Armindo means business in that 997 GT3R. So starting to see now a lot of tyre degradation. The Hankook tyres starting to just depart with the carcass of the tyre. Not much though. You think 50 odd cars going around this track over so many hours, and we've only got bits of pickup on the side of the track. So you see there from Simi just got a yellow. Oh no, that's gone in the localized yellow. That's gone now. Oh no, it's back. So there's something happening coming out of Signé corner. So people showing a bit of caution through there. Could be a car stopped, maybe. And there we have it. Nicholas Armindo on the timing screens has just lit it up. He's done the best lap of the race so far. 2 minute 8.466. So fastest lap of the race, Nicolas Armindo. He's really putting the hammer down now in this stint. 26.1 degrees Celsius we're up to. So getting warmer at Paul Ricard circuit. So you're watching down the pit straight into turn 1, but now we're on board. Oh, what we got here? We got a car. This is at Signé corner, is it? Okay, there's a car off on the left-hand side, and that's damage at the rear. We got a code 60. So 116 Clio on board with there. We got a code 60, and that's why we were seeing that localized yellow that was off. It looked like a BMW right rear failure for that car. And we have Lucas with some information in the pit lane.
Yes, absolutely, because the cameraman and me, we were just passing the Hofer Racing pit box. And when we passed it, there was drama here because they realized that it was their number 75 BMW. So it was the only remaining car in the A5 class that might be out of the race. I think we have to wait for any additional TV images if it's possible to bring the car back and how bad the damage in fact really is. So back to you.
Ah, thanks, Lucas. And we've got, so that's the only A5 class car that was actually circulating. And he has got a question mark next to him, Martin Kroll now, so it's obviously him that's had the problem, which is a shame because those guys, proper racers, we spoke to them before, and they just wanted to get out there and finish the 24 hours. And when that car gets brought back on a flatbed, I'm hoping, as a racer myself, that those guys do the business, get that car back on track and see what goes on there. But a bit of a worrying time there for the R8 Audi. Frank Pelle has been in the pits now for nearly 10 minutes, so I don't know if you can try and find out what's going on, Lucas. Frank Pelle, I did see him get pushed in with the trolley dollies into the pit area, so something's happened to that car, which is a shame for the Simpson Motorsport crew. They've been the story of the weekend so far with that big accident in the private test on the Thursday, and then running so well with Adam Sharp and also Frank Pelle involved in that car as well. The number 6, sporting a bit of damage on the front right. Battle-scarred car. That's what you come to expect, 24-hour racing. Bit of contact here and there. Yaroslav Yanis in that car. Gravity Racing International machine. So there's the flatbed trying to bring that 75 back of Martin Kroll. Enthusiastic flag waving. Say it time and time again, these marshals giving their time up for nothing. And we should all respect that as people who are passionate about motorsport as they are. Without them, we won't be racing. And that's a beautiful shot, isn't it? Not a cloud in the sky here across the mountains at Paul Ricard. So just to keep you in the loop, Nicolas Armindo has changed into took over the 997 GT3R Porsche. He's 34.5 seconds in front of Paul White, who also changed at the same time. So those two gentlemen are roughly 12 minutes into their stint. 34.5 seconds in the lead is Nicolas Armindo. And Jeroen Bleekemolen is a bit further behind, quite a few laps further behind, but had his dramas early on in the race with Peter Cox, who is actually now behind him in his Scuderia Praha Ferrari. So it's all good here in the comms box, code 60. So we are purple at 60 kilometers an hour, neutralizing the race here at Paul Ricard. I don't think this will be long. They're just waiting for a gap in traffic to bring back the 75, the only car that was circulating in the A5 class. Such a shame that that's happened to Martin Kroll. But like we've heard, he's been absolutely grand with his team, just getting out there and trying to be racers and get that car across the finish line. I think that'll be the case. Looks like there's a, yeah, it looks like the left rear of that BMW has failed, as the 206 Ginetta Nova racing car comes in for a fuel stop. And also we've got the number 4 car of Peter Cox, who's in as well. And they look like they're having a bit of a change with the pads and discs by the look of it. Them wheels have been off for quite a while now. So doing a grand old job, the Scuderia Ferrari team. Is I hear a GT3 car. Oh, it's actually a Mark V8 Ford Focus tootling down the pit lane. You can see now the 75 is being brought back to us. So the left rear on that car missing a wheel, which is a shame. Looks like the safety truck is actually warming its own tyres up, weaving left to right. Hope it hasn't caused too much damage to that 75 BMW as it takes a shortcut off the circuit at Signé corner. So that'll be a shortcut back to the pits. And hopefully this code 60 will be eradicated in the next minute or so. And that's probably why the Scuderia Praha team, the Ferrari 458 Italia GT3, has come into the pits with Peter Cox under this code 60 to get that brake pad and disc change done, so they don't lose too much time. Oh, and we have Peter Cox speaking to Arman Lucas. Go ahead, Lucas.
Yes, Paul, Peter Cox, he just came out of the car. Peter, tell us about the track conditions right at the moment. How is it out there?
Oh, I think at the moment it's quite good. You know, I think in the night it was a bit worse than now, but now it's quite good. You can do reasonably fast lap times. So no, I was quite pleased with the car. We are on the pace, so we are pushing, and it's just a shame from the start. That's how it is. I mean, Jeroen admitted it was his fault, so it's okay for me. But still, it's not the way how you start the 24-hour race. It's a shame because I think we went in with 12 laps behind the leader, and we are still 12 laps behind the leader. So we could have had a good fight, I think.
Do you think it's possible to think about a podium position in the end of the 24-hour distance?
I think the Audi is maybe possible, you know, and we have to see if that is okay, if that is possible. And podium, maybe we have to wait and see. You know, maybe somebody also has a little bit of bad luck. You know, I don't wish that on anybody, but now we need also our piece of luck for the race.
You just talked about your amazing pace during the night. Now leaves the pits. Well, what in fact is the best place for the Ferrari car compared to the Audi or to the Mercedes or the Porsche?
I already said that, you know, we still feel we have a deficit against these cars, really we do. But the Ferrari is quick over the lap, yeah, but it is impossible to fight. You know, I mean, some of the drivers come out of the corner reasonably slower, and they still pull away quite a lot. You know, and over the lap you're faster, but that makes the racing difficult, and that makes also like a situation like we had in the first corner happen much quicker. You know, because we cannot accelerate out of the corner, and they can, and then that's happened.
Okay, thank you, Peter, for all these impressions, and back to you, Paul.
Thank you, Lucas. Peter Cox there, looking a bit happier than he did at the very first corner, but great to hear that Jeroen Bleekemolen has held his hands up and spoken to Peter Cox. Two fantastic drivers, two of the best drivers on this grid, and it's a real privilege to have them around as we go green, green, green. So the code 60 is now gone, and we are green flag racing again. So Peter Cox explaining to us about being so fast in the night, and that Ferrari looking good. Be another car to see on the podium, be fantastic, as the number 10 SLS down there is getting back onto the track as we speak. So So Kenneth Hyatt done his pit stop and he's away. Had a bit of a dog day afternoon. Number 70 is 36th overall. Marseille Drezer having a big spin there. As he was warming his tyres up, I don't think he was doing that. But he wants to keep that point in the right direction as he's third in the Cup 1 class at the minute. The 93 V8 Mazda, the Mark V8 Mazda. 12th overall, that's a good effort. Malcolm Niall in the SP2 class, the Mark Cars Australia number 3 team. It's a good effort, that is. P2 in the SP2 class. With another Mark Focus V8 type of car. Trying to hunt him down. He's only a lap behind Jeff Smith. As we're now on board for the fuel stops, the 159. And again for fuel. The Red Camel Racing V8 Mazda. And then on to the Seat Cup Leon Racer, the 101 car. Still with Tony Bueller at the wheel. Having a great time of it. Except for that contact which destroyed his right rear, but the team got that car back out on track. And Tony now still going round in 5th place in the A3T classes. Ooh, as the trolley dollies there nearly drop off the side of the safety vehicle, but it was all held together there safely by the 75 crew. So you can see the red LEDs lit up there. 38th place overall, that car. It'll drop down the order, but it's still first in the A5 class because it's the only car in that class that's, well, was running, and now it's in the pits. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get that car fixed up and sent, because like one of the drivers was saying to Lucas, they want to finish this race and they want to do it properly and try and cross that line. So the 159 in for its tyre change. Robert Nairn, who'll be jumping out 4th in the SP2 class. The Red Camel Jordan's racing team, the Dutch team, with the Mark Mazda V8. It's been a good car in this class, in the form of the Focus and the Mazda V8. As now 5th overall is the number 17 Porsche, Gabriel Abigail. And he's leading the Cup class as we go back on board with the 101 of Tony Bueller. And he's just coming up against another Cup car. It's like a Seat Cup race, this one. And Martin Kroll is with Lucas in the pit lane.
Yes, Martin Kroll, the driver of the number 75 BMW M3 that just has been brought back to the pits. Martin, what happened to you?
I lost in a fast corner after the long straight with the speed of 170, back rear on a driver's side. And then spin, but lucky I didn't hit the barrier and just standing a little bit outside. Oh, it was a great experience, but you don't need it on a Sunday morning.
I can imagine. So, in fact, you are very lucky because you have time enough to repair the car because you are the only car left in the i5 class.
I don't think so that we will repair.
Why is that?
Well, we have to take a look at now how much is broken because when you go with 170 and I don't know what's exactly damaged now, and we will see.
Okay, thanks Martin, all the best for you, and of course we'll keep an eye on that. Back to you, Paul.
Thanks Lucas, semi-best to Martin. That team have been grand and they've just tried to keep the wheels turning on that wagon. It's a difficult shout, isn't it? But the 208 car we're back on board with. Not seen much of this in the last couple of hours. And Guillaume Romain leading this class now in the A3T classification. This 208 Peugeot has been a real star of the show. And for me, he's quite close to my heart. This thing has been brilliantly driven by its pilots. It's been fantastic. And just listen to that car. It's absolutely flat to the boards. Anytime we've been on board, these boys have been hustling and hustling all the way through the morning and all the way through the night as well. Great stuff as they turn into Chicane Nord. And Romain driving very, very well. Every apex hit seems to be in full control. The 208 right up there in 16th place overall, but first in class. It'd be nice maybe to see his teammate in the 205 car, Eric Vassier, on the podium as well with him, but currently he's 4th. As he turns now into Scene corner with quite a lot of understeer. And then into the final few turns of the lap. He comes back across to hit that apex. Oh, and the 150 is off again. More problems for the GC automobile car. Is that just a spin? Which is a shame because he's running in 3rd place in the SP2 category. Tom Subron. On another spinner. I think they're all like dazed pigeons. Oh, and that's under yellow as well. That's the same place. Is there fluid down there? We've got to be very careful and see what goes on there. So the 150 gets going again, which is good to see. We won't get another sorry, not SP60, a code 60. A lot of smoke on board on this 159 car now as the Mark V8 that was running so well takes avoiding action at the chicane. So maybe brakes or some kind of electrical failure. A lot of smoke in that cockpit. The car won't go in gear. More smoke coming into the cockpit now. So we're going to see the 159 retiring from this race. Nigel Farmer on board that car, and it was his outlap in that car. So what's happened? As he's cruising round now, that was his outlap. Dramatic scenes on board from our crew, and I really hope that this car doesn't stop on track. One, because we've got fantastic onboard footage from it, and two, because they've worked tirelessly to try and get this car up at the sharp end of the SP2 category. So Nigel Farmer on his outlap in the Red Camel Jordan 1 car. And Mazda 3, there it is. Now where's that smoke coming from? And you can see running 24th overall It's given us some fantastic pictures. It's going to come straight into the pits. Will it go straight to its pit box, or will it go for fuel? Well, I don't think it'll go for fuel because Nigel Farmer's only just jumped in, so he goes straight into his pit box. There you go, so he's missed the fueling station, which he would do because he's full of fuel at the minute. Let's stay on board maybe and see what's gone on. As the car maybe just stalled on idle, and now you can hear it popping on its pit lane speed limiter with the indicators flashing to represent that the car is at 40 kilometers an hour down the pit lane. And there you go. So they're on the radio to each other. Car stops. The driver explaining. So Nigel Farmer looking like, to me, he's talking about something to do with throttle and not being able to have the power. But that smoke that was coming in the cockpit was pretty ominous. Which is a real shame, because they've only just gone back out in that car. So bonnet up for the 159, Red Camel Racing Mazda V8 car. And that big V8 motor may have cried enough. And just to put you in the picture, Nicholas Armindo is 50.8 seconds in the lead of this race to Paul White in the Ram Racing Mercedes. So Nicholas Armindo piloting the 997 GT3R. Very, very well. But to be fair to Paul White, lap time wise, he's matching him now. But he's still 50.8 seconds behind Armindo. The 140 BMW diesel in 42nd place. Chris Budnick piloting that car round. The 120 diesel, firing out some black smoke. And that's normal, obviously, for a diesel. As again, these guys are having a bit of trouble with the 159 Red Camel car. Such a shame. Bonnet up again. Bonnet down again. A few checks. It looked like it was something from the transmission tunnel, which is where the exhaust and the prop shaft will be located. So maybe something just not to the team's liking. There you go, the 205, sister car to the 208, Peugeot 208. Still both cars running well. This particular car running in 22nd place overall. P4 in the A3T class with Eric Vassier on his outlap in the 205 car. And that's Seat Cup Racer taking evasive action around the outside of the turn 7. Big problems down in the pit lane for the 159 though. But there you go, there's the 208. 16th overall for the little 2.0 or the 2000cc capacity turbocharged car. We're on board with him now, the Team Altron Peugeot 208. Absolutely grand stuff. With its pneumatic paddle shift. Proper racing car is the 208, and it's doing a stunning job here at Paul Ricard with Guillaume Romar, P1 in A3T class. He's 4 laps ahead of Bessem. who is P2 in the Seat Leon Cup racer. So Romain doing a cracking job at the wheel of that 208 Team Altran car. And she's pretty cute, that car. I've got a bit of a soft spot for it as it bounces across those curbs onto the Mistral straight. Pulling for 6th gear. Down to chicane Nord as he'll come into shot now. There he is, turning in. Get to the apex. Lift off the throttle, rotate the car back on the throttle. Full throttle again, up a gear. Down the second part of the Mistral. Up to Signé. In 5th gear. Ooh. With the leader passing him there. Nicolas Armindo flying past in the number 7 Porsche. Ooh, right across the curb, bouncing about. On the brakes, on the curbs. Down into 3rd gear. Back on the throttle. Listen to him squeezing the throttle on. That front wheel drive car showing no signs of understeer. Brakes and down a gear into 2nd gear, get her turned in. Looks like a joy to drive that car as we come down to the final turn 15, Virage de Pont. And here it is, Virage de Pont. The 208 is using 1st gear down at the turn 15 of Virage de Pont as the Ingenie SLS flies past. Bit of tyre smoke there from someone. Someone's locked some brakes up. It's the 200 Ginetta G55. Makes its way through turns 4, 5 and 6 onto the back straight, Mistral straight. Henry Fletcher is now on board that car. He was telling me before, sun's out, guns out. So he's got his arms out. And the 159 still in the pits. But Henry Fletcher, 2nd in the SP3 class, which is a great effort considering the disasters that that car's had. But the only 2 cars that are circulating in the SP3 class at the minute, as Devon Medell in the 170 Aston hasn't appeared again since I've been on air anyway, so that car has obviously must have been retired. But the 2 Ginettas, 1 and 2, at the minute, doing a great job. Also doing a great job is the 92 car you've got your eyes fixed on. 11th overall, that car. Jeff Smith on board. British touring car. Podium winner is Jeff. You can tell by his white helmet, he hasn't got enough money to paint it. So he just drives around in his white one. I've seen that in my mirrors a few times. Jeff. But doing a good job here in this V8 rear-wheel drive Mark Focus car. As he turns through Seine, down the inside of that Super Copa Seat Leon. So fast around that car. It doesn't matter what car you're in, they're all flat out through Seine corner. Absolutely to the boards. And here we go on board with Tony Bewley. He's come in, he's done his stint. Coming in for some fuel is Tony in the 101 Seat Cup car. Good old stint Tony's had in the 101, in 5th place in the A3 turbo class. As we turn our attentions to the 122, locking its rears up. Oh, cocking a rear as well, look at that. Oh, it's cocking another rear. But the tyres don't cost a lot on that car. It hasn't used them yet. Look at that right rear. It starts spinning again as it hits the floor. So the 1-2-2 car having a good time of it there as well. Laurent Nicolaud. P3 for A2 class, Laurent. Autosport GP2 team. The Clio Cup 4th generation car. As we see the Praha Ferrari come from behind, overtaking that car down the Mistral straight, hard on the brakes, and it'll turn left out of your shot. 4th in overall terms for Yuri Pisarik. They're definitely looking for a podium, definitely. But Frank Pelle has been in the pits a long time in that Audi R8, and it's dropping down the order. So Simpson Motorsport having some kind of dramas. A beautifully coloured car, the 95. And Sami Mutra pedaling that car in a podium position in A3T at the minute for Memak Ogilvy, Dual Racing. Pedaling that car around. Looks like it's made out of Lego. I like that colour scheme though, it looks good. So the A3T class is pretty strong. A friend of mine, John Connell's just texted me. Just seen that flash up on my Mac computer across my timing screen. So thanks for that little message, John. You're still sounding great. Are you sure that was meant for me? It's good to have you on board listening, John. With the rest of Europe, I'm sure there's some Aussies out there looking how their compatriots are getting on. Some people from the US tuning in as we're on board with the 116. Great footage as, oh, that is super close as he comes around the outside in that SLS. No holds barred. And he was still full throttle, and he's still got damage on the front of that 116. Like an open-mouthed frog, that car. Look at it, scratching along the floor. Great stuff from our camera guys, zooming in to give you guys the best footage of this 24-hour series race. Fantastic. 38th overall for the 116, Ricard Nielsen in that car. His wife departed that car, Tanya. Just a 2-driver team. And we can hear in the background there the Mark V8 engine. So don't be thinking that Clio's a V8 engine. Just a 2-litre, normally aspirated Renault Sport motor on board that car. Doing the business for the 2-driver team of Nielsen Motorsport Team Scant. And there you go. So Ricard on board there, just watching as a Porsche comes up behind him. Done a good job, the husband and wife team. Like a bit of fuel coming out the side of that Clio then as it turned left before it goes into Virage du Pont. Pulling for second, pulling for third. The Porsche 991 Cup car flies past. And we're going to speak to Lucas, who's speaking to Red Camel Racing.
Yes, here we can see the number 101 car, the Seat Leon Cup racer car of the Dutch Red Camel Jordan's team, going out now. And we have been wondering about the pit stop of the 159 car, the Mazda V8, that went out onto the track once again a couple of seconds ago. They are still wondering what the problem exactly was. It might have been a problem with the fuel pump. The driver is out again on track, so they will check now if everything is still all right, which would be very good for us at least, because it's definitely one of the most spectacular cars in the competition, Paul.
It is so, Lucas. Thank you for that info. That's good to know. I did hear that thing rumbling down the pit lane as we see now the Ram racing car flying through our picture with Paul White still on board that car, pumping in the 2-minute 13s. He's just under a minute behind Nicolas Armindo in the 997 GT3R. But they were on board with our new driver in the 101, Michael Odil. He's took over the Seat Leon Cup racer from Tony Bueller. And he's just getting up to speed, is Michael. That's his outlap. So tyres will be cold as we see 6.8 million Porsches and the 208 Peugeot and also the orange 101 that we were just on board with. On his outlap, Michael Odil. Red Camel Racing back on board with Michael. And he's probably got the worst helmet out of the lot of them. Could have painted that in Nigel Mansell colours or something to compete with Ayrton Senna. And there, the hard work doesn't stop. Scraping the tyres. Need to use them again, doing a fantastic job. They look like they're off a Seat, by the looks of it. Seat Cup Racer car. So the guys all working hard. Great shots down there in the pit lane from our hard-working cameraman. Spare a thought for them. They've got 30 kilos on their shoulder, walking round, giving you the pictures that you're seeing now. And if we do see that number 10 car nearly launch itself off the track then, the SLS. That was quite close, wasn't it? It went in flat out. And that's actually an outlap by the looks of things for that car. Number 10 of Michael Kroll. No, pardon me, he's been out there for 27 minutes, so not an outlap for Michael Kroll that you're watching now. His prescription glasses on in the cockpit. Running 18th overall is Michael Kroll in the Hoffa Racing 2 machine, the Swiss team. Had 15 pit stops, that team there. The same as the leaders, Nicolas Armindo and Paul White, both on the same pit stop strategy at the minute. Battles going on here. Oof. Number 62 Porsche there, running 9th overall. Alain Demoge in the Porsche Laurent Racing 1 car, the 997 Cup S specification Porsche. And he's running 3rd in the 997 class. Alain Demoge doing a good job on the 51 there. Stefan Bones in the 51 machine. As we go back to Nicolas Armindo, trying to get through traffic. Lights are now off in the number 7 Porsche, except for the green LEDs around the windscreen. So the number 7 Porsche having a fantastic time of it. Just trying to get through some traffic there, tiptoeing through the traffic. The overall leader as he comes onto the Mistral straight. Nicolas Armindo, one of the stars of this 24-hour race, really has put the hammer down, but still his lead is just under a minute to Paul White. Paul White pumping in the same times as Nicolas Armindo. They're the 2 fastest drivers at the minute. Now the first 4 drivers are actually doing 2-minute 12s, so they're all much of a muchness. The first 4 cars are all A6 cars, so Nicolas Armindo in the lead from Paul White in the SLS Mercedes. Jeroen Bleekemolen in the SLS Mercedes as well. He's in 3rd place. Come back great from that first corner accident with Peter Cox. And then we have Yuri Pisarik in 4th place in the 458 Italia GT3. As we look at now the 208 Team Altran Peugeot, going well as he's going to get one stuck on him by a couple of Germans. Mercedes through, look at that, indicating out the way, and then the Porsche through as well. Good stuff as we go on board with him as they fire down his inside, and that's how you do well in 24-hour racing. you're always alert. You can be the fastest man or woman in the world, but if you don't look in your mirrors and you get taken out, then that's how you lose it. So for the 208 car that's leading, doing the right thing, indicators on, out the way, racing his own race is the Huracan, and an SLS comes swarming up behind as he overtakes the 116 Clio that we've had a lot of onboard footage from as well. Look at that, the Huracan flies past, and that rattled his windows in the 208. Old Guillem Roman on board the 208. Probably blew his Perspex windows out the SLS flat out alongside him. Back on board, Guillem Roman. Just seen his crash helmet go quite high up in the air. Then that's him pushing up, probably with his left foot on the bulkhead to stretch his back out. That's what I do quite a lot when I'm in these cars. They give you a sore back after quite a while in them. So doing a sterling job, and also doing a sterling job is a good friend of mine, Paul White, in the number 30 Ram Racing SLS. P2 at the minute, the lead car. Nicholas Armindo is just over a minute now up the road, but Paul sticking his stint in, doing what the doctor ordered, sticking to his guns, pumping in the 2-minute 12s, the 2-minute 13s, just doing his thing. So Paul knows what he's got to do. Tom Onslow Cole, Thomas Jaeger, Adam Christodoulou will all be watching on, and they'll be pleased at what Paul is doing for the team. Let's look at the heat haze coming off the both banks and the both sides of that SLS. The exhausts firing out 6,200 cubic capacity of CO2 and heat out of the both sides of that car. Fantastic. Listen to that noise. The 75 car, Martin Kroll in the pit lane, the last driver to be in that car. He had a 175-kilometer spin, and his team there working hard, good to see. And the guys never cease to amaze me as they try and repair that left rear. Martin himself said that they might not bother with it, but the racers they are, the team they are, they're going to try and get that out, aren't they? The Hoffa Racing team looking after Martin Kroll's 75 BMW M3 Coupe. So, yeah, just in my ear, I've got Lucas just saying thank you, and we were showing good pictures there because the team back out, trying to get that car back out there, and that's what we love about some of these teams up and down the pit lane. Fantastic work, and send my best to everyone down in that team working hard. Fantastic to see, really good stuff, and that's what we're all here for. Motorsport enthusiasts watching some of the best racers in the world. There's the 159 now, making its way through onto the Mistral, and the Porsche closing in behind. The 159 Mazda, the orange car, the Red Camel Racing, has had its fair share of troubles. We were speaking before with Lucas, it had a fueling problem, but that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. The 159 is back on top form, and he's running in P5 in SP2 with Nigel Farmer on board. So the problem for Nigel Farmer on board that V8 seems to have gone now. It was actually his outlap where the car started to have a problem, as he pulls for 6th gear going up to the Mistral. Oof, on the brakes and turn in. How brave are you feeling, Nigel? That's how brave. Good work from the 159 pilot, Nigel Farmer. Just letting that Porsche through. Listen to the drivetrain, the differential, and that V8 engine working super hard. And these Mark V8 cars, this one in particular run by Red Camel Racing, have been real stars of the show with its beautiful noise. and really quite a soft chassis. As you see the car turning in now into the final corner. Virange de Pont. Oh, back on the throttle, and that's how much fun you can have in a V8 Mazda. As he pulls up through the gears. And there's the Synchro Motorsport 76 that we were speaking to Martin Byford before in the A2 class. Such a shame, the guy's having a nightmare with drive shafts in that car. The team run by Synchro Motorsport from Honda. Our new driver on board there, ready to go. Good to see that they're prepared and ready to get the car out there, looking for parts for the car. All those boys from back in England, working hard like everyone else down the pit lane, good to see. And there again, the 102 Super Copa. Missing its rear bumper like I spoke about before, but the good thing about that is it's got its diffuser still intact. That's quite a few bits hanging low on the front of that car, so still out there though, giving it the big one. So Nicolas Armindo leading this race in the A6 class with Paul White 1 minute and 4 seconds behind. Both of those guys coming up to an hour in their stint, so next 15-20 minutes or so the leaders will be coming in for a change. We keep our eyes on the 102 car, the Super Copa. And that 102 car missing quite a few parts, even the body-coloured wing mirror cover missing off that car, but it runs around in 35th overall. Nana Gotch driving that car there, the A3T class, he's 6th overall. And we're going to go over to Lucas in the pit lane.
Thanks, Paul. Here, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the number 33 SPS Mercedes SLS. Gullwing doors are open, so the car will definitely not be back on track. Lance Arnold is here. Lance, what happened to the car before?
Finally, we had the problem with the drive shaft. That's why we are here now. And yeah, before we had a lot of vibration in the car on the rear, so we have no idea what it is exactly. But we expected that it is from the crash in the free practice. So it's too dangerous to repair the car now and go out again. So it makes no sense.
We spoke a minute ago. You already said, in fact, it was a very, very disappointing weekend for you.
It started with the free practice. We had a little crash on the rear, so which was a shame. After 5-6 laps to destroy the car, you know. And from that point, it starts always. We had always some little trouble. Yeah, and it's a shame because the speed was very good and the team spirit was very good. And yeah, next time.
That's endurance. Many thanks, Lance. Have a good trip back and hope to see you at Barcelona. Thank you, and back to Paul.
Thanks, Lucas. Nice to hear from Lance David Arnold. Been a star, been one of the fastest drivers around this circuit in the SLS. And a shame to see that car retire, but we know if you've got some kind of vibration at the rear, it could be anything. That it could be differential, could be anything. So maybe a good shout pulling that car. As we look at the 116, running 38th overall, seen a lot of this car, and it's good to see, as we keep saying about Creventic, the organisers of the 24-hour series, doing a great job showing all the different classes as Dual Racing are waiting for the number 95 car to come in to make it stop, so it must be in the fuel station as it stands. And I'm just going to take a comfort break for 5 minutes, so I will be back in 5. So welcome back. To me especially, I've just been for a little wee. Been busting, been on my own for the last 3 hours. But what a 3 hours it's been. A lot of things going on. Still have our overall leader, Nicholas Armindo, chased by Paul White. Those two guys coming to the end of their stints. They've just gone past the hour mark now. So you see the Mark V8 car just moving out of the way for that Praha Scuderia 458 Italia car. 10th overall, that 92 car's running. To super efforts, Jeff Smith, and it's the SP2 class leader as he turns in looking for the Mistral straight. So Jeff Smith, British touring car podium winner, and that was in a race I was in, that was as well. So Jeff Smith doing a sterling job with the rest of his team, and they should be made up with 10th overall. That is a good effort this late on in the Mark Focus V8. Mark Cars Australia #2 team, and Jeff, very recognisable to me with his white helmet. But a sterling job those guys have done to be running 10th overall in the 92 car. James Kay also piloting that car, Peter Lemius and Hadrian Moral from Australia. So a bit of a 50-50 team, that. 2 Aussies and 2 Englishmen. James Kay, another friend of mine from British touring car fame as well. And then the 140 car running 42nd overall, Chris Budnick. He's running 7th in the A2 class, firing out diesel smoke left, right and centre. I think I'm right in saying that's the only diesel car that's still going round, the 120 diesel. I've had a few of them road cars. A couple of the best motors I've ever driven, actually. Little rear-wheel drive machine. Great endurance car. Fantastic on fuel, obviously. Absolutely grand endurance car as it makes its way into the Mistral, and it's been puffing out that black smoke for a long time now, but doesn't seem to have any problems. It's still trucking. Just obviously running a touch rich. And there again, we got Martin Kroll's team. My German isn't very good, but I think he's saying, let's pump the pedal. Ah, there you go. There's the brake fluid going in. Just trying to pump the fluid around the system, get any air out of the system, bleed the brakes, and then they're going to go for it. Good pictures from our crew. And there you go, the pedal, brake pedal getting harder. As a lady there from the team just pushing the pedal for the rest of the team. So left rear wheel going back on. Must have made the changes, and the fix has now been put on that car for that M3. And I'm really pleased that they're trying to get that car out. That, as I said before, that really shows, and like Lucas said, it really shows that those guys are real racers. It's great to see. And there's another favourite car of ours, me and Mark were talking about earlier on in the day. The 110 Clio. Running pretty well. It's like a barcode colour, that car. And Frank Trainard on board that car. He's the A2 class leader for Autosport GP. So Frank Trainard going very well in the A2 class. He is leading it by quite a way as well, so good for him. And then the 49 Porsche, running 27th overall. Which is the Cup 1 49 car there that we were just looking at. Lots of cars coming through the 159 that we've seen a lot of today. Red Camel Racing, number 25. with the number 159. It's 25th overall. Nigel Farmer on board, had a fuel issue before. We're on board with him again. Had a lot of smoke in the car, which was quite worrying, but that's all gone. Nigel Farmer running in 5th place in SP2 and 25th overall, which is not a bad shout. Should be happy with that. Playing around with that throttle, making that V8 sing. That's what we want. So, while I was away, looks like Thomas Jaeger has taken over from Paul White in the SLS Mercedes of Ram Racing in position 2. And Nicolas Armindo is still out there, so they've made an earlier change, the Ram Racing guys, from Paul White to Thomas Jaeger. He's just started his first lap, so he's on his out lap. But we're on board with the 159 Red Camel Racing, as you see now, the number 6 SLS in the hands of Yaroslav Yanis. As he comes into shot over the brow. There he is, the number 6. So Yaroslav Yanis, quite a few laps down, but still 6th in class and 8th overall. So Maserati comes over the hill as well. As we get the number 27 SLS flashing out the way. Jonas Dr. Kirchhoff in charge of that machine at the minute for Car Collection Motorsport. And that car's still in with a chance maybe of a podium. You can just keep it going. He's got a lot of traffic in front of him. It's going to hinder him down at Chicane Nord. If we stay on this picture, you're going to see now the car braking hard and turning left or right out of your picture. So sharp turn in, and all that traffic will be situated in that chicane. I'm sure of it's going to really hinder him coming out of here as he applies full throttle. Ah, there we go. They're not too slow, them Seat Cup cars in front, so it's not hindered him too much as he catches them through Signé. And there, Thomas Jaeger just goes out of your picture in the number 30 SLS AMG GT3. And there we have the number 67, 27th overall, Gunther Felix, leader of the Cup 1 category. The Securital Sorg Rennsport 2 team, the 235i BMW going very well. Gunther Felix driving the wheels off that 235i. Cracking to see. It's still pumping round, and Gunther leading the class now in the Cup 1 category. Quite a tight affair. His closest competitor, Jean-Marie Dumont. He's about 6 or 7 laps behind him, so he just needs to just keep stroking it home in the 67 old Gunther. And the Huracan and the 17 Porsche having a battle royale coming out there. A Village de Pont, 6th overall. That's 5th overall, sorry. Patrice Lafargue in the 997 Cup class. He's the leader of that Cup class, or the 997 class. He is leading that, but he's 5th overall as well, so great effort from the 17 Porsche. His teammates will obviously be made up with that as well. Put a good stint together in the 17 Porsche up to now. So Patrice Lafargue in charge of that car with Paul Lafargue, teammates Gabriel Abigail and also Dimitri Engelbert. So those guys doing a cracking job. Beautiful looking Porsche. They all look pretty nice, don't they, to be fair. Bit of damage on the front splitter, but nothing much. It's not hindered it as the Huracan. Now like a swarming bumblebee, trying to stick it down the inside, but that Porsche really should be a lot faster. So 5th overall for Patrice, but first in class in the 997. Ah, the RCZ, the 115 car, having a bit of trouble. Wonder what's gone on there. It was running so strong, that car, in the middle of the race, then had a couple of problems. Christopher Nygaard jumping out. The A2 class car, running 6th in class. Bud's been in the pit now for 4 minutes. So some problem there for that 115 RCZ car. So Team K. Reza, who run the Peugeot RCZ, will be not too happy about that. But back to Nicolas Armindo, who must be coming to the end of his stint now. He's done a 1 hour and 12 minutes. Nicolas Armindo has done in that car now. It's a long, long time. Thomas Jaeger is a couple of laps behind now in the Ram racing car with a pit stop in his back pocket. So Nicolas Armindo should be coming in pretty soon. The 208, the Altran Peugeot 208, being hunted down by the number 7 of Nicolas Armindo. Is he going to make easy work of him? I think he's just behind him. He's off the throttle trying to get past, and now he's passed, but 16th overall. Guillaume Romain in the 208, Peugeot 208, who we now go on board with. They must be devastated at the speed of that Porsche. But look how fast it is compared to this 116 Clio that we just flew past into Signes, with its bumper still flapping off that Clio. But back on board with the 208, Romain. Sterling effort, still P1 in the A3T class, heading up that class. But he's not having it all his own way, because he still has somebody trying to nick that P1 off him. Quite a few laps behind though, and that's Guy Bessem in the Seat Leon Cup racer. He's trying to hunt down the man we're on board with now, the 208 Team Altran Peugeot of Guillaume Romain. As he turns in, still looks like a rally car, even though we've done nearly 20 hours. Proper thing, love it. Absolutely grand stuff. So bits of Hankook tyre flying all over the place. We've done all right with all the hours we've been racing, as he now gets up to the back of the barcode 110 Clio. But 15th overall is a fantastic effort for a 2-litre turbo. Little Peugeot 208. It's a proper race-fettled machine, this 208. As now the synchro car is back on track. The boys from Swindon in England have got the 76 Honda Civic Type R back on track. Martin Byford will be happy. And Martin Byford is actually driving that car at the minute. But Lucas has some information for us from Simpson Motorsport.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Paul. Here you can see the number 16 Audi R8 LMS Ultra car. And unfortunately, they are out of the competition. Gearbox failure for the Audi R8. And actually, they're just packing up their stuff and will be off until the next round at Barcelona. So unfortunately, another of the top class, the A6 GT3 cars, is out of the competition, and it's left obviously for a battle in between Mercedes, Porsche and Ferrari. Back to you, Paul.
Thank you, Romain. No, sorry, not Romain, it's Lucas. I was talking about Romain, my best mate in the 208, mate. So thank you, Lucas. So the guys packing the car home, but another car you were talking to, another driver you were talking to, Lucas, is Martin Byford, and Martin's back out on track in the 76 synchro car. So great to see that they're trying to get that car that was hobbled across the line for this 24-hour race. And 46th overall is no, or 45th overall now they are on the timing screen. There's nothing wrong with that. From the guys from Swindon who brought across that road-going Civic Type R as well. It's outside the Creventic Centre at Paul Ricard. The reception here at the South of France circuit. And that Civic looking pretty good. It's a shame that they've had the problems, I think, with the drive shafts, which Martin Byford was telling us they've never had before, as it cocks a wheel. Looks very much like the British touring car that runs in the British Series. It's got the same bodywork on it. Be interesting to find out if it is exact same bodywork, because it does look like it. So the Civic Type R, run by Team Dynamics in the UK, the Honda factory entry in the British touring cars. Probably had a couple of sneaky bits put on this car from the factory, and that's why Martin Byford is looking like a pretty good racer out there. As you see, the SLSs and the Clios are better sort that mirror out in the 112 Clio. Look at that. It's well knackered. It's had a big old hit, that is. That's seen some racing, isn't it? Look, it's hanging off. They do come loose then. They're not like a normal production road car mirror. He's 30th overall in the 112. And he's second in the A2 class, and driving that car is Luigi Stanco in the Presenza Racing Team Clio endurance car. So they're having a good time of it. So they're on for a podium at the minute. Luigi Stanco driving that car to its full potential. I've had a great text of Christian Dick, the team boss of Speedworks Motorsport. Might have to bleep this one out, but he's telling me he'd wish I would shut the hell up. He's trying to sleep in the garage. So for that, Christian, the team manager of Speedworks, I'm not going to shut up. And I hope somebody throws cold water over you while you're asleep, Christian. And it's his 40th birthday next weekend, which I'm attending in Cheshire. Christian Dick and his wife, Amy Dick, millionaires. They live in the biggest house in Cheshire. So good to see them racing and, yeah, making lots of money from motorsport. They'll love me for saying that. They actually don't have the biggest house in Cheshire. It's quite a mess, actually. I wish they'd tidy it up, because there's never space for me to sleep. The 75 BMW is back out on track. Hallelujah. 42nd overall, it's had its wheel attached, and it's back out on track. Round of applause for the 75 BMW of Hoffa Racing. Excellent work, great to see. Oh, she's crabbing a bit though down the straight. So that is, the tracking is well out in that car as it comes down the straight like a crab. I bet the steering must be a bit to the left or a bit to the right, but they won't mind. They're just trying to stroke this car home for the class win. So the 75 BMW out in front, the only A5 class car circulating. They do not need to be doing this race, but they are racers, and they are out there giving it the large one. Brilliant stuff. So on board with that car now, the 75 is Sahari Polavets. On board the Crab BMW. Good effort. So that car's obviously took quite a knock at 175 kilometers an hour, and that's why it does look, as it comes towards us, it just looks like it's got a bit of a geometry issue with the suspension, as the 205 sister car to the 208 dives down the inside at the Chicane de Nord. And there it is, the 75 BMW M3. That's a good story, isn't it? Fair play to them. Wanted to finish the race. They're probably spending more money just to cross the finishing line, and that's excellent work. There's the 101. That's one of our onboard cars. Oh, brakes a bit too late there. The 101 in 26th overall. Michael Odeli. 25th overall. Sorry, he's 26th overall and 5th in class in the A3T class. And then our friends here, another onboard camera. It's Michael Odile. So this car is the one we were just watching from before. The 101. As the Mark V8 92 comes past. Let's see it, Cup Racer looking well after that little misdemeanor with the right rear wheel from the SLS Mercedes contact about 3 or 4 hours ago. So Nicolas Armindo is your race leader. He is in for fuel. So this is where Thomas Jaeger will want to capitalize, and also the 22, the Lamborghini Huracan, is in for tyres. It's already been fueled. I wonder if it comes from Lamborghini with all that tank tape on it. So 23rd overall. Lionel Ambrouche handing the car over. The Maserati there going through our picture. The 125 car. SP2 class. Marlene Brugge piloting that car. Beautiful sounding car, the Maserati. And Marlene driving it well as she now is going into turns 5, 6 and 7. And they're past the 75 BMW, leader of the A5 class. So, overall in 9th place. It's a good effort, isn't it? In the 62 car. The Porsche being driven by Benjamin Roy. 3rd in the 997 class. And a good old battle. To be in the top 10 is a good effort in a 24-hour race. Especially this late on now. So these Porsches just keep pounding round and just keep going up the Mistral straight. Lovely coloured car that is. Benjamin Roy. So we're going to go down now to Lucas, who has a guest for us.
Yes, and that is Lionel Ambrouche, the French driver who just came out of the number 22 Lamborghini Super Trofeo Huracan car. So, Lionel, I think you had some issues already yesterday. Talk us through your race so far.
The race is very good for us for the moment, but we have, in the night, we have a problem with the brake. We lost 1.5 hour. And after, the car is very good, very fast. And well, for the moment, it's good. We hope so.
So normally you're doing the Lamborghini Blancpain Super Trofeo, which is sprint racing. Of course, a very different thing, I guess, also for you as a driver.
I never drive in a Super Trofeo. It's my first time in a Lamborghini Huracan. As the rule, I drive with a GC car. It's a very good car too. And but this car is very fast, very cool, very safe, very good.
Can you see any big difference comparing to the GT3 cars? Where are they quicker? Where are they slower?
Sorry?
the GT3 cars, like the Mercedes, the Porsche, are you quicker on the straights, or what is the big difference to these cars?
There is a difference because the GT3 go out very fast in a corner avant the straight line, and us is difficult after the GT3. Woo! And a very big difference, really. Okay, mais happy. Voilà.
Okay, thanks a lot, Lionel. All the best for the rest of the race, and see you later. Thank you. So, Paul, it's back with you.
Thank you, Lucas. Some great explanation there. And we've got the class 997 leader, the number 17 car, running 5th overall. Great stuff from Patrice Lafargue for the Ruffier Racing team. So he's doing a good job, isn't he? Leading this class and being 5th overall as well. That's no mean feat. So good stuff from Patrice Lafargue and the rest of the Ruffier Racing team. So class leader of the 997. You've got your eyes on there, the 17 car, looking mighty, and he's just got in front of him there. Daniel Alleman, who's on his outlap, and he is the overall leader. He's just taken over the car, the leading number 7 Porsche. So Porsche's all together, and Armindo has handed over that car to Alleman. But Patrice Lafargue is leading that 997 class. So the 997s putting on a good show for us in this class. A lot of them still running as you would expect. Porsches do like to run a long time. They don't like to break, and there is the 55 car, which is in P2 in the 997 class, Sebastian Crubelet. And he's doing a grand old job as well. And Sebastian for the Crubelet Sport Racing team in the 991 Cup Porsche. So P2 for Sebastian Crubelet. Great to see that car. It's 7 laps behind the leader, Patrice Lafargue, and sporting a touch of damage. But that's all that number 55 car's got on it. 7th overall for Sebastian Crubelet. So good stuff. And there is the number 62 that's now running in 3rd place in the 997, Benjamin Roy, on board that Porsche. Porsche Laurel Racing 1, 997 Cup S car. So running in 3rd place in the 997 category. But not only that, he's in the top 10 overall, is Benjamin Roy. And that team doing a sterling job in that 62 car. Now, fair play to those guys. Jean-Francois Demorge, Alain Demorge, Maxime Pilat, and Benjamin Roy, who's now driving that car. So that team working well through the night. We've got a pit stop and a driver change. So, driver change there for the number 10. Michael Kroll jumps out. The SLS number 10. Hoffer Racing 2. And the driver change is done now. Board flips over. Checking the tyres are all sorted. Driver getting strapped in. We're going to have a look at the rest of these 997 Cup racers. And there we go, the 77 car running in 5th place. Lim King Wee at the wheel of that car. So Lim King Wee having a good old time of it as well for GDL Racing 2. "17 minutes into his stint, just off the back end of that top 10. He's running in 12th overall, but 5th in the 997 class. So still going, and when you're still going with 5 hours to go, or 5.5 hours to go, you're in with a chance of a podium. So Lim Kyung Wei So now we're going to run down the SP2 order. And it's Jeff Smith, as we spoke about before, in the 92 Mark Ford V8, 10th overall, but leading the class in the SP2 category. Having a right old time of it, Jeff Smith. Used to front-wheel drive in British touring cars. But Jeff Smith sharing the car with James Kay, another Englishman, British touring car fame, Peter Lemus from Australia, and Hadrian Morrill from Australia. So an Anglo-Aussie theme in that team, in the Mark Mazda V8 number 92 car. So Jeff in control of that car at the minute. So the 93 car, another SP2 Mazda, coming into the pit with Brett Nile on board. And that car is second in class at the minute, as it now leaves the pit. So Brett Nile will be on his outlap. SP2 class, second in class. The sister car to the car that you were just watching that's in first place. So the Mark V8 cars in first and second place in the SP2 category. And we're going to stay with the 93 car just for a couple of seconds. So Jake Camilleri started the race for this car. Malcolm Nile has jumped in it as well, and Clint Harvey. So an all Aussie team in the 93. They're P2 and they're trying to hunt down the Jeff Smith driven 92 car, which is just a bit further up the road. So a bit of inter-team rivalry with those V8 Mark cars. So the Lamborghini number 22 is next on our list of SP2 challengers. And there she is, one of Mark Cole's favourite cars, who's the lead comms today. And he'll be back with us in about half an hour. But great stuff from the Huracan. It's driven well, it's in third place, it's in a podium position. The Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. So it locks up, getting out of the way of the 75 there. But 22nd overall, but P3 in the SP2 class, which is fantastic. And a real beautiful addition to the 24-hour series. So in SP2, we move on to the fourth place car, the 159. Another onboard car for us guys, been giving us absolutely fantastic shots, and we go on board with the 159. So running in SP2, the 159 now being driven by Nigel Farmer. He's 55 minutes into his stint, and he's still all elbows and arms in the 159. Look at that, he's going hard at it. So the 159 still going great guns. Had a couple of problems, but Ivo Bukas has been driving that car, also Rick Brukers, and also Robert Nairn of Caterham fame, as it looks to dive past. It's not going to do that with that Porsche. So still on board with the 159. The 159 sounding fantastic with that V8 engine, as we've heard, for a good 19 hours. So the SP3 leader, position 1 in SP3 at the minute, the 206 Nova Racing 2 Ginetta G50 with Fredrik Blomstedt on board, the super fast Swede driving that car at the minute, the 206. His teammates, Philippe Simadomo, Andrea Berreghini from Italy, and Carlo Mantori from Italy. doing a sterling job for the 206, leading the SP3 class here at Paul Ricard in the Ginetta G50. Absolutely grand stuff from the Nova Racing team. Sporting a lot of masking tape over that headlight. It just shows you how hard these cars are driven. And Lawrence Tomlinson back in the UK, who's the owner of LNT and Ginetta, as we sat back relaxing. Brilliant stuff. So we move down the order to second in class in the SP3 category. And it's actually still circulating. It's the sister car to the Nova Race 2 car, which we just had eyes on. And this is the G55, being driven at the moment by a friend of mine, Henry Fletcher. So second in the SP3 category, so a 1 and a 2 for Nova Race team. The Italian squad, Vettel in that car fantastically. So the 200, Ginetta, is quite a way off the SP3 leader, but it doesn't matter because they're a driver down and they are P2 in SP3, which is fantastic news for them. So the 200 Ginetta going brilliantly with Alberto Vercovi has been driving, Roberto Ferri and Luca Magnoni. But on board at the minute is Henry Fletcher, and he's really got that thing hooked up in 44th overall, but P2 in SP3. So good stuff for them with 5 hours and 24 minutes to go. And they are the only two cars that are circulating around in the SP3 category. Devon Medell is in P3 in the Aston Speedworks car. That's been in the pits for 5 hours and 10 minutes with an airlock and some overheating problems, so the engine must be damaged for that car not to be out there, which is a shame for the Speedworks crew, but not for Nova Racing. So the Nova Race team have been on it. So the A3T class and our other onboard car, the 208, as we go on board with the 208. Peugeot 2-litre turbocharged car has been an absolute star of the show, driven at the minute by Guillaume Romain, and he's P1, and he has had it large all day. He has been on it. It's been brilliant to watch this car. So good stuff from the 208 class leader, keeping it real. There's Guillaume Roman. His teammates Gonzalo Des Andres, Gaetan Bischoff and Stephen Palette. So there you can see the 170 of Speedworks. That's the P3 in SP3. It's a real shame that car sat there with a damaged engine. We're hearing that's the car I drove in the Dubai 24 hours, the first round of the season. We finished P3. Myself, John Gilbert, Felicity Hay, and Devon Medell. So that car just stood by there. So back to the A3T class. The 208 we're on board with. I've been super impressed with this car. The driving team have been fantastic. Your pilot that you were on board with there, Guillaume Romain, we're back on board. He's been a star of the show with his teammates in this car. It's been absolutely brilliant. Some of the best onboard footage that we've seen from any of the cars we've got cameras in. And he's still driving it as hard as his teammates were at the very beginning of the race. So absolutely fantastic stuff. And they're having a good time of it. The Peugeot team, Team Altran. Because not only are they running in P1. They're also running in a competitive P4 as well in the sister car, the 205. But great stuff here from on board as he starts another lap in the 208. And then we have 16th overall in the A3T category. That's the second place car. Guy Bessem at the wheel at the minute in the Sion Leon Cup. NKPP Racing in second place. The number 98 car showing no problems at all, trying to hunt down the 208 of Guillaume Romain in the Peugeot. Quite about 4 laps behind. Anything's possible. So Guy Bessem will be trying hard to win this race now as the clock counts down. So the 98 car going ever so well. Teammates Harry Hilders and Martin van der Berge have been on board that car, so 3-car team for those guys. Third place, we have the number 95, running 18th overall. So these A3T cars have been very good. They're quite well up. Ramzi Mutra piloting that car at the minute, third place in the A3T class as he comes flat out onto the Mistral straight. Looks like somebody's thrown a rainbow at that car as it goes down the Mistral straight. Great stuff. These cup races really are the weapon of choice at the minute, and the 95 car has been right on it. With Phil Quaife heading up that team, but Sami Moutran, Nabo Moutran and Ramzi Moutran is driving the car now. They've been absolutely grand, and we're just going to head over to the pits now because Lucas has got some information for us.
Thank you, Paul. Next to me is one of the drivers of the Danish Peugeot RCZ car. So, in fact, we can see that the car is still in the pit lane. And here we have Thomas Sørensen to tell us what happened to the car, Thomas.
Well, we're still struggling with some sensor issues, and which we have had basically since yesterday. Much of it related to fuel. And I hope the mechanics can get us out again and we get some time, get some more testing. It's a relatively new car for the team, so every minute on the track will give us more experience, which we need. It's going to be good.
So why exactly do you run this Peugeot RCZ car, which is very special, in fact?
Well, it's difficult to say. I think you have to ask Jan, the owner of the car, to get that question answered. But I think it has proven it is a fast car, which was one of the main reasons to get the car. It also seems to be a bit unreliable for the moment, but I'm pretty sure that we're going to sort it out. But it's a bit more technical, it's a bit more sophisticated than the old Clio that the team drove with. So yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why they also went a bit further, a bit more engine power and stuff like that, but still maintaining the same class.
There is one big topic for the big GT3 cars in the field, and that is traffic, of course. How did it work for you?
I think it worked okay here. Most of us, in fact all of us, have driven the Dubai 24 Hours, which is I think, close to double the cars on the track. The track here is also quite okay with traffic, a lot of long straights where people can overtake. I don't think there are any critical areas on the track, so it worked out okay.
That's good to know. Many thanks, Thomas. All the best for the rest of the distance, and back to you, Paul.
Thank you, Lucas. Some more great insight there as we go back to our A3T class. Just giving you a recap of what's been happening, as now you see the 205 Peugeot 208, which is quite confusing, isn't it? Because it's a 205 was the old school car, but the number 205 is now up into P4 in A3T. So just giving you a rundown of what's going on. Eric Vassier piloting that car at the minute, the 205, in 4th position in A3T. Overall 24th position. Doing a sterling job. The Team Altran guys got both cars running, the sister car leading this class. But the number 205 car has been fantastic in its own right. And Francois Réau, Dominic Nury, Marc Rostan, and now on board at the minute is Eric Vassier. So the 4 guys have been working really hard to keep those cars on track, and it's great to see. So 4th place in the A3T category for that car. Brilliant stuff. So next on our list is Michael Odeli in the A3T class in P5. In that particular class, he's in the 101 car. We've seen quite a lot of this car, the orange Seat Cup car coming down now. We've seen Ayrton Senna driving it. We've seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off driving it. We've seen all sorts of people driving it. It's had a bit of damage throughout the course of the 24 hours. But on board now, great onboard shots again. Michael Odili driving the car at the minute, the Frenchman. Driving it very well. His teammates Klaus Kresnik, we've had a lot of onboard footage from. Bert de Haus and Tony Bueller, AKA Ferris Bueller's Day Off. So the A3T class looking very strong, and that was 5th place we were on board with there in that class. So great stuff from the Super Cup guys. So that team running very, very well. Red Camel Jordans of the Netherlands. So the 102 car in 6th place in the A3T category at the minute. Prasanth Tarani piloting this car. Zest Race Car Engineering running this particular Seat Leon Super Copa. So the older generation car with its rear bumper missing, but that's not hindering the car. It's still going well, the number 102. Martin Gosch started the race. Nana Gosch has been driving, we've seen him driving the car, and Robert Taylor from England has been driving the car as well. And at the minute we see Prathan Tarani from India driving the car, so they're having a good go at it. Might have lost a wing mirror in the last 19 hours, but that won't hinder them. So that's your 6th place in the A3T category. So the A3T category has been super strong, and a lot of cars still running in the A3T category. Only the one that looks like it isn't circulating at the minute. Welcome back, Mark. Mark Cole is on board. The main man is on board. And we're all... Nico, our director, is just giving the fans at home a rundown of all the classes.
Excellent. Yeah, I've just been watching that with you, so...
all good.
I mean, the biggest news for me coming back after a break during the night is where has the number 16 Audi gone, the Simpson Audi? What happened to that?
So the Simpson Audi was running when I come back at 5:30, and then we spoke to Lucas in the pit lane, and that car has had a gearbox failure.
Oh dear.
Gearbox failure for the Simpson LMS R8 Audi, so an absolute nightmare for them. It was Frank Pellet who was driving, and that car has been in the pits now for an hour and 50, so...
Oh, what a shame. I mean, such a good effort by them. The big comeback after that frightening accident to Peter Cook the other night.
Yeah, it really was, wasn't it? And, you know, I wanted that to be the story, really, of
so Peter never got in the car yet, so I guess he was going to get in this morning once before daylight. So.
Correct, yeah, so Frank Pellet finished the car, and they're packing up, actually, to go home. But as you can see, the 105 car, you see it, Super Copa.
Yeah, every time it came in last night, they were pulling more and more bits off it, and these cars seem to go better without their rear panels, don't they?
I was going to say, this car driven by Cyril Pinaud now is P7 in A3T, Mark, and there's bits missing off it. It looks worse than the one before it, so Cyril Pinaud there in the in the French team for R. Bresnik Motorsport. He's still going, and he's got both wing mirrors on that car, so the 105 with its indicator just having a little flash. He's trying to let the Porsche through in the 105, but shout out to him and the team. So Cedric Chaperon, Cyril Pinaud is driving, and Guillaume Leboulet and Anton Tremontin driving that car, and also Segolin.
And then the other big change for me while I've been away, of course, is the Ram Racing Mercedes. The 18 hours of the race, that car was still fighting it out with the Herbert Porsche, but it's popped off my timing screens now. What's the backstory on that?
On the Ram, then we've got the G55 Nova racing car that was in second place in SP3 has pulled off the track. So car 200 stopped between turns 9 and 10, which is the exit of the Nord chicane, up into Signé. That's actually getting pushed up towards Signé now. So Henry Fletcher was in that car. Now, did he have a change before that? Yes, so Henry Fletcher now, he was 27 minutes into his stint, and that Ginetta from Nova Racing has actually stopped on track. So not sure if that'll be a code 60. We'll keep an eye on that, but we're going to try and run down the Cup 1 class for you now. So Mark, I'm going to hand over to you now. This is the 116 Clio. So this is in the A2 class, isn't it? Yes, the 116 Clio. Tanya Nielsen on board this car. It's in 5th place.
I mean, I cannot believe that they've done this. Just the two of them driving for 24 hours. They had a big delay early evening, electronic problems, but Tanya was very bullish about it. She said, no, we can do it. She told us that she and her husband, Ricard, had never actually done a race together, against each other, but never together. So this is a real first for them. Great to see that car is still running so well.
Yeah, so there's not a divorce on the cards then, Mark?
No, this could save the marriage, couldn't it? But great driving. A 208 car then, the Guillaume Roman and Altran Peugeot. I know one of your favourite cars, that and the 159 Red Camel Mazda, and they were having such a great fight, weren't they, earlier on? In comes the 67 then, and but just I see that the top. I mean, top is rocking and rolling so much between Porsche and Mercedes. That Herbert Porsche has done such a good job, hasn't it, coming right through the field again. And I suppose the other big story is the Jeroen Bleekemolen car, HP Racing, bringing the Peter Cox Ferrari through from 57th and 58th places after the first minute of the race. Now running in 3rd and 4th, and they're fighting for a podium too. Now, you only have to blink and suddenly the positions change again. We've been seeing this all the time. And
to be fair, Mark, it was Daniel Alleman there, who's in P2 overall, as we watch the 208 Peugeot, the A3T leader. But yeah, the top of the tree for the A6 class cars, the overall leaders, it's been to and fro in between the SLS Mercedes and also the 997 GT3. So Thomas Jaeger back on top now, but they did come in for a pit stop and a brake disc and pad change, and they lost nearly a lap. And then we had Adam Christodoulou go out, claw all that time back, and then Paul White went out. He held the fort for the SLS crew, for the Ram Racing crew, but in second place as Armindo was flying in the Porsche. But now we've got Thomas Jaeger back on top in the SLS and Daniel Alleman in the 997 GT3.
Yeah, I'm just going to give a big shout to Paul White as well, because in the early hours of the morning he was doing all that hard driving and so consistent. I mean, his times were never varied much more than about a second unless there was big traffic. But Paul White, really good job, and congratulations to him. And I think that should be recognised by the team. I'm sure it is recognised by the team just as much as the work done early on in the race by Thomas Jaeger and co, just getting a car up there. And it's just changing, isn't it? Every pit stop at the moment, they change forwards and back. And again, this could all depend on fuel. If they get caught up in a queue for fuel again, then
yeah, no, you're right. And as you said about the 67 car that's on screen at the minute, the Cup class leader has just come out of the pit lane after that driver change. So number 67.
Yeah, it's a class of only 3, of course, but Nicolas Grieber on board, Jean-Marie Dumont in second place, but he is 5 laps down, and then Makai Dresler in the number 70 car is actually in gasoline alley at the moment, taking on fuel, and he is a whole 19 laps down, so that's looking pretty safe for the moment for the 67 car. And it's been rock solid the whole time, certainly all through the night, no problems for that BMW.
Yeah, they've got a good driver lineup, 3 drivers in that car. Miroslav Konopka, that's the Peugeot, isn't it? So, sorry, that's the Porsche. So running through the number 67 drivers, Nicholas Grebner, Michael Stefany, Daniel Sorg, Thomas Muller, and Gunther Felix.
Yeah, Daniel Sorg, of course, being the team owner, and this is one of the cars that's a regular in the VLN series. They started off in the VLN a very long time ago. That's the Nürburgring Nordschleife series. They have a series of 3-hour, 6-hour races, and of course the crown of that is the Nürburgring 24 hours itself. But I have to say, this race at Paul Ricard, the Hankook Paul Ricard 24 hours, just as thrilling as this year's Nürburgring 24 hours. And as Lucas pointed out quite rightly last night, we don't have slow zones like they had at Nürburgring. This is just flat out all the time.
Yeah, exactly. It's completely flat out. And the 79's been flat out. That's P2 in this class. It's had a big shunt, hasn't it, at the rear right there. 28th overall, the 79 car. Bonk Motorsport entry. We've got driving in the 79 car.
I'm impressed you said that with a straight face, but I know you can't laugh at the moment, Paul. How is the rib this morning?
The broken rib is all right. I think the Red Bull and the paracetamol have helped me out massively, but oh, there we go. We got one of the Cup cars in there. The 70 car is in. That's in P3 at the minute.
Yeah, that's the one that's just been fueled. It was just being fueled, and he's third at the moment. Quick pit stop. That was very quick. About 35 seconds. That one.
Quick old
good
stop,
move.
Yeah,
I have to say, just walking down the back of the garages, you know, there's a lot of bodies everywhere, people just lying on concrete walls and things, so they're just trying to get a brief snatch of sleep. Hopefully you can get back an hour between pit stops. Some of the drivers, that's quite difficult, and particularly, let's just say it again, for Tanya and
Ricard Nielsen.
They can't drive for more than 2 hours, so they have no possibility of sleeping, because you've got to get in the car again after 2 hours after you brought it in. So what do you do? I thought, again, Red Bull probably, or Red Camel in some cases.
It is unbelievable, isn't it? Absolutely unbelievable.
Okay, let's have a look at the A6 class then. That's obviously the biggest class overall. We have still got 9 cars running in that. Thomas Jaeger, top of the pile from Daniel Allemann, Carsten Tilke. That'll be putting a smile on Herman Tilke's face, won't it? He's decided his driving's over, so he's sort of moved all his driving power into his son, and he's very, very proud of him. They've got a podium at the moment. Can they keep that up? Matteo Malucci in 4th place, and again, all credit to Matteo for dragging that car up from 58th place up into 4th.
Unbelievable, isn't it? And on just watching this number 30 Ram Racing car, as you were explaining the rundown of the A6 class, these guys, Thomas Jaeger had such wheel spin out of that last corner. That was just something. I'd love to have been in the passenger seat there. Virage de Pont, he come out of flat out, flashing his lights now. And Thomas Jaeger trying to put the stint in. He's doing a 2-minute 10.320. But as you rightly said, Paul White has put in a massive stint in the night. And Tom Onzo Cole, you've got to give a shout out to Tom, because one, he's driving that car super fast, but he also instructs Paul White back in the UK, and he's a teammate of him in British GT now and again. But he really does do a good job. And Christodoulou as well, Adam Christodoulou has done a fantastic job, as we're going to move on now to the number 2 guy in the overall standings, Daniel Allemann. Hopefully we'll get a shot of that Porsche 997 GT3R in a second. But still on the Ram Racing 3-0 car with Thomas Jaegerbaum.
They've got everything crossed down in that pit at the moment. We've still got another 5 hours to go in 2 minutes' time, and that's, let's just be honest about that. That is the equivalent of 3 Formula 1 Grand Prix races. They've still got to go, and they're still racing just as hard, popping in 2-minute 10s even now, Sunday morning. Great drive. Daniel Allemann, you just mentioned, we're going to be looking at him in a moment, but again, another steady endurance driver. Races in the German Carrera Championship. There he is in the number 7 car, and the German Porsche Carrera Cup, which he finished Last year he finished 6th overall in that and was 4th overall the year before. So a steady pair of hands in a Porsche.
Yeah, proper Porsche driver, and his teammates as well. I mean, Armindo's been lightning when he's been jumping in that car as well.
So thank you for picking up those cars. Fabian, our director, done a great job. He and his crew all night long. I know they had some shifts, but the quality of the pictures and giving us up-to-date information has not failed. Thanks also to Nico, our sound man. He's done a sterling job and taught us how to use his mixer desk. I think we've broken it a few times, but it's working at the moment.
I was a bit worried when I was on my own, to be honest. I thought I might have pressed a few buttons that I shouldn't have, but that number 7 Porsche.
I mean, you got to put this in perspective. We've got this desk in front of us, and we've probably got more power in that than George Martin ever had in Abbey Road when the Beatles were recording everything. Can you imagine doing Sgt. Pepper on something only half the size of the board we've got?
This is a 16 track by the look of it. It's
yeah, and you knew I couldn't keep away from the Liverpool theme for long, didn't you? So good morning, Liverpool. Hope everything's there, and good morning, Wrexham too.
Oh, we've
parts of my family up there.
There's been some great tweets and messages coming in. I've had a lot of abuse from Christian Dick. Christian Dick from Speedworks Motorsport. Yeah, I've had
good job he doesn't drive for bonk, isn't it?
That would not be good, would it? That would not be good. Oh, my ribs are starting to hurt now. Now you're back.
Sorry, I better go and have some breakfast. I see you haven't had your supper yet from last night. Must be cold.
I've not had hardly anything to eat.
So you're saying about Christian Dick?
Yeah, no, Christian Dick's been texting me as we look at the number 2 car. Christian Dick is the team owner of Speedworks. That car is actually in the pits at the minute, but the SLS that you're looking at, the number 2 car, is P3 Carsten Tilk, who you mentioned. They've had a good run race so far. They had the misdemeanors early doors, didn't they? But Jeroen Bleekemolen got that car back on track with the rest of the drivers. And they got the back out there, haven't they?
Yeah, Carsten, 31 years old now, and he's done all the junior Formula, of course, the ADAC Formula 4 and the junior Masters that accompanies the sports car series. Not had a big win yet, so a 3rd place here for 31-year-old Carsten Tilke would certainly put a big smile on his face and an even bigger smile on Dad's face. Herman Tilke, of course, who redesigned this circuit back in the 2000s and created it into what I think is probably one of the finest technical circuits in the world now. But not just technical, but very, very interesting. Lots of overtaking opportunities and great racing.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? And great racing and great race cars. The 458 Italia, the Praha Scuderia car. That was the one that was involved in the first corner incident with Peter Cox at the wheel, running 4th overall. And also it's the number 4 car. And listen to that, that kept me up all night when I was trying to sleep. But on board that car, we got some fantastic drivers, haven't we, Mark? Some real stars.
Oh yeah, they've no expense spared here. Scuderia Praha is the Porsche and Maserati importer for the Czech Republic, and of course this car is going to come into its own in October when we go to Brno for the Brno 12 Hours final round of the Hankook BRM chronograph Preventic 24-hour series. It's the FI series, now recognised by Jean Todt and the guys at the Place de la Concorde in Paris. So just as we go to Brno circuit, which is not that far from Prague, that is going to be the home race for this car in October.
Yeah, and that'll be something for them to look forward to. But still, a podium is on for that car, Mark, I'm sure of it.
Yeah. Yes, the way things are changing at the moment. I mean, Matt Malalucci is on board that car at the moment. He's only 3 laps behind Tilke. We've got exactly 5 hours still left on the clock to run. And what a long, long night it seems to have been. But unbelievable. At 3 o'clock this morning, we still had 25 degrees temperature, and but a pleasant 25. Nice, cool night, and barbecues going in the paddock there. People in the pools at that hour. People don't want to sleep at these events. It's just fun, fun, fun.
No, that's it. And talking about people who don't want to sleep, Elmar Grimm is in the 27 car, and he's running in an overall 6th place, and he's 5th in the A6 class as we run down the classes. And Elmar Grimm doing a great job in that number 27 car, which is fantastic to see. The SLS going strong. Car Collection Motorsport 2. Elmar Grimm at the wheel at the minute. His teammates, Johannes Dr. Kirchhoff, he's been in there a few times doing a good job. Gustav Edelhoff, he drove the car from the start. And then Ingo Vogler, the German, in an old German team, doing a fantastic job as well. But Elmar Grimm, with one of the best names in the business.
Yeah, but when you're up all night, it is grim as well, isn't it? And good job, Elmar, well done. And Vincent Rademacher behind him, of course. Let's hand it to Vance. And he's not a young chicken like some of these guys. We've got a couple of 17-year-olds racing here. Vincent's now 42 years old, which is, as you say, I think we were talking about this yesterday, Formula 3000, British touring cars at one time. But at 42 years old, this type of racing, endurance racing, is great because you're skilled, you're experienced, and you can put all those years of racecraft into doing a really good job in a race like this.
Yeah, and there's the man we were talking about, Mark, and the 42-year-old now in the number 6 car, Vincent Rademacher.
Yeah, this Genie car going a lot further than the 2 Genie cars did at the British Grand Prix last weekend, both out on the first corner. Of course, we're talking about the Lotus Formula 1 team, which the 2 of the drivers in this car own, Eric Lux and Gerard Lopez, both from Luxembourg. They are Genie capital. And of course, the great backstory about Eric Lux. Do you remember 2 years ago, big crack on a nightclub, and Adrian Sutil glassed him. Cut his face with the champagne glass. He's still got the scars. Adrian got a suspended prison sentence for that, and it was touch and go whether he'd keep his drive at Force India, wasn't it?
That's right, it was. I forgot about that. And I'm thinking he's probably listening to us down in the pit lane, so we won't talk any more about that.
Well, we'll send Ron down there. He's big enough. So Eric and Gerard driving with Loris de Sordi. That's a name you may not know, but Loris actually owns Gravity Racing International. They're based in Brussels. He's part of that whole Genie capital setup, and Loris is the man who basically discovered and mentored Maxime Martin. Yeah, who is now one of the standout stars, of course, in the Blancpain series and in the ADAC GT Masters. And Martin, I think, has got a huge future ahead of him. Be racing in 2 weeks' time at his home race, the Spa 24 Hours, which both his father and his uncle won in the past.
Yeah, absolutely grand. That's a good point, that is, Mark. And then we move on to the number 10 car that we've seen it's had a few misdemeanors throughout the course of the weekend. Chantel Kroll on board that car for the Hofer Racing 2 team, but a good team lineup.
Why are you calling her misdemeanor?
It's had wheels hanging off it and all sorts, that car has.
Yeah, but Chantal in a great place. Yeah, that doesn't matter because she's going to get some more points. She's leading not only the Ladies' Cup, but more importantly, came here 3rd overall in the overall standings. I mean, she's done a great job. Chantal is a very, very quick driver, make no mistake about it. And her father and her uncle both in this race as well.
Yeah. Which is good news, isn't it? And just watching her through the chicane there, as fast as Rademacher in the car that's a bit further up the road. So she's having a good time in that SLS, flat out.
Giving it large, as they say.
Giving it large.
Or giving it grand, I suppose.
Grande.
Yeah, we've got a few corners called Grand something or other, haven't we? The Grand Bender, your favourite.
I know a couple of Grand Benders.
Yeah, of course, we had the extraordinary situation of Philippe Bendor going off at Bender corner last night, and you weren't here at the time. It's such a shame because you'd have cracked another rib.
I'm glad I wasn't here. If I'd have seen that, I'd have exploded.
So number 16 coming into the pits, we are hearing, and there he is. He's in the pits. He's in the garage at the moment, and
so that's the car that's had the gearbox trouble. That car is, well, they're just trying to pack it up now. That's the Audi R8, the Simpson Motorsport car, Mark, that we spoke about before. Nightmare for that car, eh?
Yeah, they got 2 months to get it fixed because the next round is September the 5th, 6th at Barcelona, the Barcelona 24 Hours, another of the standout classics. Now, very interestingly, last night we were talking to, I can't remember which British driver it was, but in one of the BMWs, and we asked him if he could compare this in the Brit car. He happened to be wearing his Brit car 24 overalls, and he said, Brit car's okay, he said, but if Creventic could take it over and bring this to Silverstone, everyone would be so happy.
I'm not going to say any more about that because that's basically how I feel about the whole thing. The Creventic crew doing a fantastic job with this 24-hour series, and I think it's exactly what we need. We need good cars, and Brit car does a good job, but I just think Creventic and the 24-hour series have got a bit more power as we see the 200 Nova race car come back. Henry Fletcher Was he on board that one? Yes, he was. He got the Scottish flag next to his name with his Italian teammates. So
yeah,
that's a second-placed SP3 car that you're seeing come off the back of that.
Well, it doesn't mean to say they won't be running. This is the car, of course, that they had an engine change on yesterday afternoon. And how good is that? No other series in the world. Surely you can have an engine blow. You can change your engine in the garage. First of all, you get the car back to the garage on a flatbed. Then you change the engine. You get back into the race. And Henry was very bullish about it all, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Lawrence Tomlinson. If you're listening in at the moment, Lawrence, I'm not quite sure if you have a tear in your eye or a big smile on your face because the spare parts you'll be selling after this.
Definitely, it makes some money. But we've got Lucas down in the pit lane. I'm just hearing. Lucas, who you got?
Henry Fletcher is next to me. He was the driver of the 200 Ginetta car. Henry, what happened to you?
We've just stopped on track. It's a drive shaft, basically, has gone just in the chicane. Unfortunately, it happened exactly the same place where the engine went in my first stint. And it's about a 20-minute recovery to get back here because it's on the worst possible place. You have to drive all the way back. It's fine, it makes no difference to our position. We're P2 and we're safe in P2 now. The other cars have dropped out. So to have come from where we were 1 hour in, to have the team did an amazing job and changed the engine in 2.5 hours. They had to take it out of the spare car and this one out and then swap them over. So I'm just giving them something else to do now, you know. I don't want to get lazy.
So you don't think you can fix it until the end of the race?
Oh yeah, they'll fix it now. Yeah, they'll put a new drive shaft in now. But there's no massive hurry because we're P2 and we're staying P2 now.
So Lucas.
Apart from that, yes, I think we can hear Mark.
Yeah, Lucas.
Commentators now having a question. Mark.
Lucas, can you ask Henry? Did he get cold in the night because he's wearing clothes now?
Henry, I'll ask you if you have been cold last night because now you're wearing clothes.
Well, unfortunately, you have to wear clothes when you're in the car. Apparently it's a rule or something. Not in the pit lane, no. Not in the pit lane. It's hot now. I'm going back in the swimming. I'm going back in the paddling pool now. We put it in the pool. That's what the pool's for.
Paul only just telling that you look amazing. But apart from that, you're driving with the newer generation of the Ginetta car. What is the big difference regarding to the older G50 car?
This car has a lot more aero, which here is actually holding us back. The 50 is actually quicker here because of the long straights. It's narrower and has less wing and stuff. So this should be quicker, but here for us it's been a little bit slower. So
yeah, Lucas,
it's a bit more stable.
Lucas, another question for Henry. Lucas, another question for Henry.
Paddle shift.
Yes, Mark, what would you like to know?
Yeah, could you ask Henry, has he had a chance to drive the Ginetta LMP3 car yet? The car that's going to be racing in the ELMS and everywhere else?
Henry, did you have the chance to drive the new LMP3 Ginetta car so far?
Not yet. I'm waiting for Lawrence Tomlinson to phone me about my go now. Lawrence, I'm waiting for my go.
Mark, every question answered?
Yeah, anything?
Wonderful, many thanks, Henry. Happy for you to get back on the track soon, and all the best. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Henry. So Scotland's finest there, with his clothes on at last, and hopefully will stay for us. But what a baptism of fire at Paul Ricard for these guys. Everything going wrong. Had gearbox problems in qualifying, engine change yesterday, and a big shout to Lisa, their team manager. I mean, she's the one who calls the shots on that. She's the one who said to the guys, right, we're going to change the engines. We had her on air last night. I mean, what a funky girl, just getting on with that. As I mentioned again, you know, we got another, her sort of equivalent is Lena Gade of Audi, you know, who is the car engineer for the car that keeps winning at Le Mans, and didn't this year, but up till then she'd had 3 wins. And Lisa doing a similar sort of job here at Paul Ricard.
Yeah, sticking to her guns and getting the job done. And, you know, good to see Henry so positive about things. I mean, after having an engine change, 2.5 hour engine change, you'd think you'd be in absolute limbo, but they are going to end up crossing the line, hopefully, and having a pot in their hand and one driver down, but still they did it. So they stuck to the guns, and maybe the driver who left is not going to be too happy.
And I don't know if you heard, but Henry just saying, I'm here, Lawrence, I'm on the phone if you want to give me a ring about driving the LMP3 car.
Hey,
what a great car that is. And unfortunately, Ginetta missing out in the LMP2 shout. They've now got 4 manufacturers confirmed for LMP2 in 17, and Ginetta, although it bid, is not one of them, but of course not a problem for them because they're going to be selling a lot of LMP3 cars, not only for the ELMS but also in America.
Yeah, definitely. That car showing well on its debut few runs. We've got the 159
into Gasoline Alley.
Gasoline Alley for the Red Camel Racing.
Yeah, who's on board that at the moment? One of our Brits, Nigel Farmer, did a huge amount of driving in the night. I don't know where he is at the moment, probably fast asleep. It's Nigel Farmer.
It's Nigel. Nigel's in. He's in.
I don't think he's been out of the car since the start of the race, has he?
Yeah, they've had a couple of driver changes, but they had a problem, you know, when you were away. They had a lot of smoke in the car on Nigel's outlap, I think it was, and then it stopped out on track. It come back on the flatbed, and I think Lucas found out for us, it had a fuel pressure problem, so they rectified that, but there was smoke in the cockpit from something, and I didn't think we'd see it circulate that much again, but they've done the business, and yeah, they're back out there and it's all good.
Yeah, the other smoky car has been the Oyster Lotus. That caught fire again last night in the early hours. It did a whole lap with flames licking around the back of the car, and the driver hadn't appreciated that at the time. They got it back to the pits. It wasn't Cor Oyster on board at the time. I'm just trying to remember who was actually at the wheel of that car. I think it was Ricard Verberg, the Dutch driver, that's right. And Ricard got out of the car and said, I decided the best thing not to go to the fuel stop. I came straight into the pits. Good career move, that.
That was a good career move. It was probably Cor sparking up a fag down the back straight, that.
But as far as I know, they have got is the car running again now. They were working on the wiring looms yet again. That's the where are we? That's the 160 car. I'm just seeing if there's any sign of it on track.
The 160 car, I've not seen.
No, Ricard Verberg is posted as having retired it at 217 laps, as far as we know. I'm just seeing if he... Is he? No, he's not. He's going round. Timing's just changed, so they did get the car back out, but they are on it 217 laps. That's less than half of the 470th lap, which Thomas Jaeger is now on, and Daniel Alleman, 469th lap he's on. Carsten Tilke on his 460th. This race really is coming to Ram now, isn't it? But let's not talk too soon. But
yeah,
they've only lost the lead 1 or 2 times in the whole race, and that's just been during fuel stop periods.
Yeah, fuel stops and then brake discs and pad changes. They've just been out of sync sometimes with the Porsche stock, but they've never been that far away if they have been in second place. So you know,
it was around about 12-hour mark that they suddenly all started doing brake disc changes. I made a note last night. First to blink was the 33 Mercedes. They changed front discs only at 9 hours. The number 16 Audi did all its discs at 10 hours. That car, of course, now in pits of gearbox problems. And then suddenly the 7 Porsche, 10 Mercedes and 30 Mercedes all came in and did changes at 13 hours, 30 minutes. And that was under the 5th Code 60 we'd had.
Yeah, there's not been many Code 60s.
No, but that was to recover a couple of cars. One had been crashed. It was the 105 car. That was the, I just remember seeing that, the Cedric Chaperon car, one of the Seat Leon Super Cups. He'd front and backed it along the barriers in coming out of Senior. So quite a long way off. He must have gone there.
That's a good effort, that.
Yeah, but they got the car trailer back, and I don't know if that car's running at the moment. No, that has been, I think, no, it hasn't been officially retired, because I've just seen that Francois Rio is on board that car. I'm not sure how many actual retirements we've had, but we are shown at the moment as being in the pits. 47, about 11 cars are shown in the pits at the moment, and one.
This is a nice
which
little
never even started,
isn't it?
Yep.
The 159 Red Camel that we've...
Trying to kneecap his engineer.
Is he texting?
It's a penalty, this, isn't it? Yeah. He's on the stopwatch. He's got a penalty. He's in the sin bin. It's only a quick stop. Only can't be more than 10 seconds. Maybe a pit lane infringement.
Probably a pit lane infringement, but he'd only just come out of the fuel stop, so...
Yeah, so it was fuel and a penalty.
Yeah, which is fair enough. So
unfortunately, we're not getting information on what the penalties are, but there we go. He's taken the penalty, now he's in the box. So that's a good thing. You can do your stop go and the pit stop at the same time.
Yeah.
Unlike the WEC, where you have to do them on separate laps.
Yeah, that can really destroy a race, that can. It just puts so much time on top of you. But driver change then. So the farmer is going to jump out of the 159.
Will we see him again before the end of the race? 5 hours to go?
Yeah, I reckon you'll see him do a stint.
He's obviously loving it out there, isn't he?
He is. He's done about 9 million kilometres, I think. Every time we go on board, he's on there.
Yeah. Nigel then just walking to the garage, so we know he's not going to be on board this time, strapping in. Who's this going to be? We've got another Briton on board that car? Could be, if Robert Nern has climbed back again. And Robert, the quickest of all those drivers, he had the best time so far. You recognise the gloves? You're very good at recognising gloves.
I'm good. He's probably checked. You know what? If he's anything like me, he'll probably have about 4 different sets of gloves, because there's nothing worse than putting on a big, wet, horrible set of gloves, because they just stay sweaty forever. It's the same as your lid as well. Oh, in these hotter climes, it's not too bad, but you do have a bit of a nightmare when you're putting all your...
Well, I remember early evening you saying, looking at one driver, saying, what's he doing? He's putting mechanics gloves on.
Yeah, it did look like he had mechanics gloves on, which I don't know if that's a regulation. You're allowed to do that. You have to have Nomex gloves on, but maybe I probably called it wrong, to be honest.
Perhaps he bought a job lot at Autosport International. You know, one of those 10 pairs of gloves for £5 offers, you know. Are quite tight, some of these drivers.
Oh, dear me. If they're anything like me, they won't pay for anything.
We've all been there. We've all done it. I've still got my original set of all Nomex overalls, which I bought from Formula 1 of Carnaby Street. That was in about 1972, and they were massively expensive. In 72, they cost £100 for this set. Triple layer Nomex, and they were so hot, but I never did get burned. Mind you, I never had a fire, but...
That's true. I've been fortunate enough to not have that trouble, but I know a few people who have, and the Nomex really helps out. The 200 car, the G55.
Sister car to the one that's just having a drive shaft changed at the moment, and Henry will be watching this thinking, oh, I should be out there.
Yeah, so it's actually... That is actually the Henry Fletcher car that's back out there.
Oh, they've done it already, have they?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, sorry, the G55 is the Henry Fletcher car, so...
Yeah, I blinked and the number had changed. So
Luca Magnoni is out there at the minute in that car, so Henry's out.
Yep, he's on the outlap. Yeah, well called.
So we've got Lucas in the pit lane.
Yes, thank you, Paul. Daniel Zorg from Zorg Rennsport is next to me. Busy days, of course, for them, because they have 4 cars in total in the entry here at Paul Ricard. So, Daniel, definitely a very, very exciting race for you so far.
Yes, definitely. And we had a very short preparation, as we had VLN last weekend. So only 3 days at home, and then again on the road to Paul Ricard. And the race is quite good so far for us. We are leading in the M235 class by 6 laps at the moment. Second is Bonk, and the third is our Mission Possible M235 with the paraplegic Gustav Engeljäringer. Working quite well, that group of drivers. They had a crash in the night, which threw them back for several laps. We could manage to repair it, and they are back in the game, and hopefully they can come up to the second place, but at the moment Bonk seems to be strong enough to hold P2. With the M3 GT4 we have been a bit unlucky. We had pole position, beating the very, very fast and strong Ginettas in that class, and were leading in the race when the left rear brake disc broke and destroyed a lot of parts from the axle and the differential cooling and those things.
Could you please give us some more backgrounds to the Mission Possible project with the handicapped drivers?
Yes, the main person in that project is Gustav Engeljäringer from Austria. We know each other now for about 2 years. We started last year with some tests when we had our first M235, and our first race was the 12 hours of Zandvoort last year. A very successful P5 in the A5 class, and we kept doing that project together. And the next highlight was the 24 hours in Dubai. And then we did the whole season until this race. And I'm hopeful that we can go on to Barcelona and Brünn together. It's always a thing about the budget. Very important thing, because motorsport is quite expensive, as everyone knows. But the project is great to get disabled people into a race car and racing very, very competitive in a strong class like the M235 class. So I'm hopeful that we can continue that very nice project.
The BMW 235 cars have to run in the VLN specification except for the Hankook tires. How big is the difference?
I didn't have your question.
The difference due to the Hankook tires on the car, how big is it?
It's not a really big difference. Of course, we are racing on Grand Prix circuit. The character is completely different to the Nordschleife. The Nordschleife is much more bumpier and very nice flowing circuits. You have a stop-and-go character on the modern Grand Prix circuits. So you have in general a completely different setup. And in the VLN we have to drive Dunlop tires, here the Hankook tires, and that doesn't make a very big difference from the tire side.
Fantastic summary. Many thanks to Daniel Sorg, and back to you guys.
Thank you also, Lucas. Thank you, Daniel Sorg. And yeah, what a nightmare that was, particularly when they, as he said, they had the brake disc exploded and the collateral damage that caused. I mean, absolutely enormous. It always happens. The Aston Martin, for instance, last night, power steering belt failure, did a lot of damage to everything else. That car still running, but a lot of collateral damage and work which had to be done, including some of the cooling systems before they could get back on track. So we're going to be joining Motors TV live in 5 minutes' time, but meanwhile, just to update you what is happening, the race order rocking and rolling. Tom Onslow Cole has just been in what was the lead car, that is the Ram Racing Mercedes. He has now dropped to second temporarily, but Daniel Allemann in the number 7 Herbert Racing Porsche presently takes the lead. That will change, of course, when Daniel himself has to stop. So a 6:13 stop for Tom Onslow Cole. That includes taking on fuel, tyres, no driver change. Yes, there was a driver change, I'm sorry, because Tom has just taken over, hasn't he, from Thomas Jaeger. So Ram Racing heading for what looks at the moment like could be their first victory of the season. They've had a whole string of second places, and we will be following that with interest. Carsten Tilke still in third in the number 2 HP Racing Mercedes, and Matteo Malucelli in fourth place in the Scuderia Prague Ferrari, and that car having come right up through the field along with the number 2 car after the dramatic start to the race. You go 24-hour racing, you don't try and win it in the first corner. Well, that's what they tell us, but that's what Jeroen Bleekemolen tried to do, and whether Peter Cox spun out before he was hit by Bleekemolen or Bleekemolen caused it, we don't know. We haven't seen a replay, but the race stewards took the decision. It was the fault of the Dutch driver, they're both Dutch, of Jeroen Bleekemolen, and gave that team a penalty. As you can see, temperatures already climbing here. It's getting close to 30 degrees, 10 o'clock in the morning here in Provence, and no rain for a month, and luckily that's continuing. Someone's overshot his pit here, the 101 car. No, what he's overshot is the sin bin. Those 2 white boxes either side of the safety car park are for taking your penalties. So the 101 car obviously been given some pit lane infringement. Who's on board that car at the moment? We are looking at one of the Camel Racing cars. Michael O'Deal on board that, having to sit there while the clock sticks away. It's a stop-go, engine off. Probably not Michael who caused whatever the infringement was, but he's the one who has to take the penalty because he's taken that car over from Bert de Hoyst just a few minutes ago. Long wait. That was a minute pit stop, minute penalty. He'll now go down onto his pit. That's the Red Camel team. And meanwhile, there's the team's other car. This is the Mazda, the 159. On board that car at the moment. After its pit stop is Rick Breukers. Ivo and Rick, father and son Dutch racers, sharing that car with Brits, as we mentioned earlier, Nigel Farmer and Robert Nairn. And Rick just fighting that car there, almost getting it wrong. Down the bottom end of the circuit, this is through turns 5 and 6, the Virage du Camp and the Virage de la Saint-Baume, named after the nearby village. And coming through turn 7 onto the Ligne droite de Mistral, the Mistral straight, 1.4 kilometers, one of the longest straights on any permanent racetrack in the world. I say permanent, that excludes Le Mans, and Rick then braking heavily for the chicane Nord, which they're using this weekend, just breaks the straight in half. Into the Courbe de Signa corner, that frighteningly fast right-hand sweep just goes on forever and ever, and it's flat out. In LMP1 cars, as we've told you several times, here comes Rick in the orange Red Camel car. Why do they call it Orange Camel? It's Dutch racing team, Jordan's, coming up very, very quickly on one of the Clios. That's the Barcode car, which is still going well. Had a good long run, that. Slips inside the car. Just hits the apex. Trying to grab that car and gear change down halfway through the corner. So he hits the second apex. There he is up into fourth. Fifth gear. Down again, fourth. To go try and grab third. No, he's just hugging the apex. Coming into the final turn now, Virage du Pont. This is where the track goes over the tunnel, which we come in to the paddock through, and then starts another lap. So that's the 159 car of Rick Breukers, completing his 411th lap. So this car, after its earlier problems, still going well. Great camera car shots this morning from it. Rick a little bit messy at the moment. I don't know if he's how long he's been in that car. And it's the sister car that we just saw that took the 1 minute stop-go penalty for what infringement we don't know. Again, on board Rick. Let's swap to the 7 car then. And Daniel Alleman currently leading the race because Tom Onslow Cole has just made a 6-minute stop for fuel and tyres, taking the car over from Thomas Jaeger. And when Daniel Alleman comes in, of course, that position should reverse back to normal with the Ram Racing Mercedes ahead of this car being the Mugello 12 Hours winning Herbert Porsche. The team run by twin brothers, Robert and Alfred Renard. There's the Barcode car, still going strong. Called into a local Carrefour supermarket. You can buy one of those. Don't know how you carry it into the serve yourself section, but so Daniel doing a solid job there. As we mentioned, he's a winner in the German Porsche Carrera Cup in 2013 and 14. Finished 4th in 13, finished 6th overall last year. 29 degrees, there we are, just creeping towards that magic 30 mark again as the clock hits 10 o'clock, and we have 4.5 hours of this race still to go. Oh, the spin for the 6 car. That is Vincent Rademacher. And that's probably just a little bit of lack of concentration at this hour, Paul.
Yeah, that's it. He's quite well into his stint as well. He's done an hour and 10, so I'm surprised he hasn't had that spin and then just come straight in. So obviously not a mechanical issue, just something, lack of concentration. There's no damage that hasn't been there for a long time. So something a bit awry with maybe Vincent is just cracked on.
So we're about to join Motors TV live across Europe. So if you want to stay on the live streaming, do, but you'll also hear us on Motors TV on the bigger screen. So and we look much better on the bigger screen, particularly at this hour of the morning, Paul.
Definitely. I look much better in the morning. I've been up since 4:30. I'm so tired. I tell you, I'm not as tired as I was when I raced in the 24 though, because I slept in the back of some old 7-seater. It was horrible, but nice aircon in here, and yeah, it'd be nice to see us on live Motors TV in a second.
Half of Liverpool's only going to bed at 4:30, and there you are getting up. You know, I hope they're going back to watch us, listen to us.
You better add.
Yeah. Anyway, big action here. So stay with us as we switch over to Motors TV. You'll still hear us on live streaming if you haven't got access to Motors, and enjoy. Good morning, Britain. Good morning, rest of Europe. This is Motors TV, live from the circuit Paul Ricard. We are now into the final 4.5 hours of the Hankook BRM chronograph Creventic organised Paul Ricard 24 hours, 4th round of the FIA 24-hour series. I'm Mark Cole, with me Paul O'Neill. And Paul, what an amazing night. Just something happening all the time.
Yeah, there was something happening all the time in the night. A couple of people have gone, and they're still in the pits, and they won't be returning to the track. But the big battle up the front was between the SLS of the Ram Racing team and also the 997 GT3R of the HB Racing team, Herberth. And they've been battling tooth and nail, leading, second place. They've been at it all night and day. And the number 7 there is currently leading, Daniel Alleman, but it's been grand to watch, isn't it, Mark?
Yup, and Daniel Alleman then about to make a pit stop. He's been in that car now for 72 minutes, and they are due, I think, a fuel stop in just a minute. Tom Onslow Cole in the currently second place car. That's the Ram Racing Mercedes, but that car has led the race virtually the whole of the 24 hours, only just changing at fuel stops. And Tom is in the number 30 Mercedes. Here he comes, that blue and silver car run by Ram Racing. That's Dan Shufflebottom's team, run out of Silverstone. And that car has finished second in all 3 of the 24-hour series races to date. This is only the second of the 24-hour races, because 2 of them were 12-hour races at Mugello and at Zandvoort. But as I say, they are poised. If they win today, they will come out on top of the championship standings, with 2 races left to go, the Barcelona 24 hours and the Brno 12 hours.
Yeah, Dan Shufflebottom runs a fantastic team, doesn't he? But all of those guys, as Tom Onslow Cole goes, all 4 wheels off at scene. He doesn't want to be doing that too many times, but Thomas Jaeger, his teammate, Paul White has had some fantastic stints, and also not forgetting Adam Christodoulou, who I sat and had dinner with, and he was telling me about the brake disc and pad changes. They have had such a fantastic time of it. As there we move on to the SLS there, that's in 3rd place, the number 2 car.
Paul has it good, of course. He eats with the stars. They just gave me a rather cold chicken pack last night, but anyway, we'll pass over that. So Reinhold Renger in the 2 car on his outlap at the moment. And that's one of the cars that's been dragged right up through the field. Jeroen Bleuklemolen had a controversial collision with Peter Cox's Ferrari on the first corner of the first lap of a 24-hour race. And You've done enough 24-hour races, Paul. You don't do that. You don't try and win it in the first corner.
You really don't, and you'd expect that from an inexperienced driver, but someone of Jeroen Bleekemolen's talent and experience, I just cannot believe that that happened, and Peter Cox was furious with him, and he's actually spoken to him within the last 20 hours, and they're actually absolutely fine. But I think he'll be a bit aggrieved, Peter Cox, if he doesn't get that Praha for Ferrari in front of the SLS.
Well, this is the 5th place car at the moment, Paul Lafargue, and he is leading the 997 category. We've got 8 classes here. A6 is the big class, which is for thoroughbred GT3 cars, the cars we've just been looking at. This is a 997 Cup car. These cars, again, have provided huge action all night. We're just having a quick look at the state of that class, the 997 class. Paul Lafargue leading from François Perraudot. That's a name familiar to those who have been or watched our Le Mans coverage. And Benjamin Roy, another French GT ace. So we've got 3 very, very quick drivers on at the moment in that class. Benjamin Roy has just gone in for fuel. And now we're going to look at Cup 1, picking up the 67 car, which we should see in the hands of Nicolas Griebner. And that 67 car is the team Sorg Rennsport BMW. And just looking to see where that car is. Can you see it? Not yet.
Well, the Porsche that's in our picture, is, like you say, has had a good old stint at it, and even though the splitter's got a bit of damage on the front there, you can see that the aero of that car will be affected, but they've never changed it. They've just cracked on. 5th overall for this Porsche, number 17. It's an absolutely fantastic effort, and Porsches, they're good at endurance racing because they don't break, Mark.
Yeah, that's the thing. What they do break, of course, is their front radiators. We've seen that happen twice during this race, where there have been collisions with slower cars, and those corners on the Porsche are the Achilles heel, and that's always been a big problem. And of course now the Porsche factory has gone away from that with the Manti Porsches that are racing in the WEC. They have the radiators now moved centrally, so they don't have this problem anymore. 67 car we're just talking about, Nicolas Griebner. Here he is in the Sorg Rennsport BMW. They've had a fantastic race, but the sister car has been in all sorts of trouble in different class. They had a rear brake disc explode early evening, and it did so much collateral damage that the car has been retired.
Yeah, and you know, that's the way it goes, isn't it, in the 24-hour racing. But the 67 car in particular is sporting a bit of damage, but it's cracked on, and it's looking pretty safe in that Cup 1 class. It's about 7 laps ahead of the other Cup 1 car that's just behind it, so it's just trying to get the laps out of the way with its windows down. That tells a story. The driver must be feeling the heat now. So both windows down on the 67 car, so that car must be really, really getting hot inside. And as the laps go on, you never know what kind of damage that car might be sporting. It might be sporting something that might be just getting the car really hot inside.
Yeah, it's a shame he hasn't got a sunroof, isn't it? You could really enjoy it then. Right, the 112 car, this is the A2 leading car. Luigi Stanco on board that at the moment. The 112 is the Swiss racing team Renault Clio Endurance. And just a word about this, people have been tweeting asking, you know, can I enter my car? Yeah, you can, because you can race GT or touring cars in this, and Creventic, who organise the series, the Dutch organisers, they welcome all sorts of entries. If there's not enough cars in one particular class, they'll just bundle them all up together. But what they offer you is a whole weekend of top-class international 24-hour racing. Get a lot of practice, a lot of qualifying, and then a fantastic chance to drive. And just to make sure that, you know, some of these guys want to make sure that they're not going to retire early in the race. You can drive 2 cars if you want. You can be entered in 2. So if your car goes out, you can hop into another one. Indeed, a lot of people who have got cars that are still running, and they're hopping between them.
Yeah, exactly, and it's great to see, and that Clio does sum up the whole series. It's not even a brand new Clio, it's a 3rd generation Cup car, so good stuff from the 112 car, and it's been running strong.
Yeah, and these cars, they can run for more than 2 hours on the fuel they've got, but of course the problem there is a restriction on how long you can drive at any one time, which is 2 hours. You cannot get back in another car for another hour and 20 minutes after that if you've done the full 2 hours, and that's just to make sure everyone has a rest. Now down in the pits, we've got the 75 car, which is leading A5 at the moment. That's the Hoffman Racing BMW Coupe, and of course that is sister team car to the number 10 Mercedes, and here it is. They've got some problems down there. They've had to put the car in the garage, and they're just looks like they're just putting wheels back on.
Mark, that's the only car that was actually circulating in the A5 class, the 75 car. It had a big hit from one of the A6 cars, and it took its. It actually wasn't a big hit. It had a wheel failure, and the wheel fell off at Signé corner when you were on your break, and then the car come back in. They got it back out, but the geometry of the car hasn't been right. But all the guys, they don't actually need to be out there now. They could just stop and finish, and they've won because no one else is out there. But because they're proper racers down there in that team, they've gone out and they're going to stick the thing back out, brand new tyres, and they're going to cross the line because that's what it's all about.
Yeah, Bernd Cooper will be driving that car, presumably when it goes out again. SP2 class then, 92 car. Here's James Kay. So let's hear a shout from Britain for him. Put your bacon butty down and your coffee down. Clap your hands for James Kay. Here he is, leading in SP2.
Yeah, the Mark V8 Focus car that's being driven by James Kay, his partner Jeff Smith. So it's a 50-50 British Australian team that this car is being driven by, and Jeff Smith put in a fantastic stint just before we went live on Motors TV. So the two British touring car races putting all their experience up in that car, and the 10th overall, and it's a beautiful sounding car as we see a driver change there for the lead Porsche.
Yeah, and that James Kay car is the biggest threat to Ram Racing at the moment, because on board that car with them is Peter Liemhaus, and he is the overall championship leader. That car has been multiple class winning, and if James Kay and co can bring that car back in can keep that class lead, take the win, they may well keep Peter Liemhaus on top of the championship standings.
Yeah, and Onslow Cole's team are going to be hoping that this is a long pit stop for the GT3.
I'll tell you exactly how long it's been as the car rejoins the track. So Daniel Alleman handing over the number 7 car, which briefly has held the lead, and Tom Onslow Cole got within 4 minutes of him. Pit stop, they're telling us 6 minutes 13. Yeah, so when they come round next, Tom Onslow Cole in the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes should be out front again. But universally, Paul, everyone has said what a fantastic circuit this is for a 24-hour race, and why have they waited so long?
Yeah, it has been. It's been a cracking time. I must admit, we've only got 4 hours and 15 minutes to go, and the hours have just flown by. You know, Mark, we've been sharing the commentary between us four. We've got Ron and Lucas in the pit lane reporting for us as well, so we share the commentary over the 24 hours, but it's just flown by. As you can see now, the 7 Porsche still leading, and Tom Onslow Cole is quite far behind that car still, so not a great pit stop, but we're now going to see another class-leading car into your picture very soon.
So just waiting to see why Alfred Renard has pulled out such a big lead. 4 minutes, it was a 6-minute 13 pit stop. They're back on the lead lap. Same number of pit stops, 17 of them. Anyway, we're just having a quick look at SP3 now, the 206 car of Frederick Blomstedt we are looking for.
One of my favourites here, the 208 car. Team Altran, the 208 Peugeot. Fantastic car, little 2-litre, look at it.
Yeah.
Overall in 15th place.
That's brilliant. Gaëtan Bischoff on board that car at the moment, and given us so much fun, hasn't it, in the night, watching all the battles going on.
The onboard footage from this car, which we're seeing now through Motors TV and our live stream, has been absolutely phenomenal. As you can see him working super hard through the old turns, and he's trying to get now onto the Mistral straight. And it's been a delight to see this car going round, and its sister car isn't doing too badly either. There's a 205 numbered car that's out there.
That's in 4th at the moment, yeah.
Yep, so they're doing okay, but this is the leader, and it hasn't really been challenged, to be fair. That 208 car has been phenomenal.
Yeah, so Gaëtan Bischoff, as I say, on board that car at the moment. Team owner Guillaume Roman, who did a lot of the driving last night. Stephen Paulette from France, and Gonzalo Desandres from Spain. So really, really multi multinational team that. We have got 38 nations represented amongst the 58 who started this race at 2:30 yesterday afternoon. It finishes obviously at 2:30 today, being a 24-hour race. That's 1:30 British time, and Motors, of course, will be here live for the finish of the great race. And what a great race it has been. Creventic doing such a good job putting this together. And although this circuit has been in this current form since 2002, this is the first 24-hour race they've had on it in modern times. And of course, the other big landmark this year is the Bol d'Or, the motorcycle 24-hour race, which will be coming here in September, returning to Paul Ricard for the first time in 14 years.
Madness, isn't it? Absolute madness. And just a little note on the Paul Ricard staff. It's probably been one of the... I've never been here before. It's the best circuit, as we see there. Onslow Cole, I think that might be, just flying into our picture in that Ram Racing SLS car. So, you know, them guys have... the circuit have been so welcoming, and also the circuit has just produced a fantastic race.
Yeah, Tom is back in front. The screens have just changed over at the end of that lap, so he has now got almost a lap on Alfred Renard at the moment. No, 52 seconds, sorry, it's just changed again. Tom's completed 48.1 laps. Alfred Renard in the number 7 car is 52.2 seconds behind. So we're just going to have a look then, see who's the last car that is still running. The 57 car.
So that's the A5 class car, the 14. That is the last of the cars that is classified as running, which it's actually in the pits, and that's Ronald Eggerman that's down as the last driver to actually drive that. That car's been in the pits for 16 hours, 51 minutes, only 51 seconds.
Yeah, he's only done 19 laps.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
But they're going to get out there and finish and just say, yeah, we finished a 24-hour race. The fact is they might have only done 20 laps to get there, but...
Them lads look like they've been working hard trying to get the car. You just never know.
They've got to polish it, you know, and they've got a lot of polishing to do, all the bits, every nut and bolt. And
anodise the bolts.
Yeah, put nice auto glim tyre dressing on the wheels, make them look good. Hankook tyres, what a great job they're doing talking about the tyres. And we had the boss of Hankook on last night telling us just how important this series is to them. Hankook, of course, the tyre manufacturer who's made their mark in long-distance racing as well as European Formula 3, and putting their full weight behind this 24-hour series, and what a success that's been. Dubai 24, and which you raced in yourself, Paul, this year. You know how just important this is to tyre manufacturers.
It's massively important, Mark, and one of the good things about the Hankook control tyre for me as a racer is that, as you see the flapping bumper there from the 116, that's had a few hits, and that looks like it's had another one, because you can see, look at the...
Yes, it's coming loose, isn't it? It's been like that for about 18 hours.
It's been like that for so long, but I think now you can see on the front right, it's actually hit the apex bollards quite a bit. There's a bit of white marking on the green there, so that's that 116 car that's running 39th overall has had a few hits. Tanya Nielsen's now in it, so her husband has been driving it around, smashing it into everything, and said, Tanya, you crack on, sweetheart. So they've had a real interesting one, haven't they? But the SP3 leader in the 206 car there, the G50, that's had a real good run of it, isn't it, Mark?
Yep, it has indeed. Been looking very, very good. Well, there we are. The Ginetta out again, the car which we talked to Henry Fletcher about. Looking a little bit unstable there through the S's. That's the 206, isn't it? Not the 200. This is Andrea Barenghi. This is the sister car to Henry's car. But the Ginetta's performing really, really well, and they do look good, don't they?
Yeah, they do, and it's doing a cracking job. It's well out in front, this car. It's P1 in SP3, so overall 20th place. So as I say, Lawrence Tomlinson and the guys back up in North Yorkshire who own Ginetta and LNT should be patting themselves on the back. Another 24-hour race it looks like it's going to complete, as you see. Tom Onslow Cole going into chicane Nord in the 30 Ram Racing car, and that car still looks like it hasn't got one piece of dirt on it. Wow. What is going on? Do they give it a full valet when it comes in?
I think they do, yeah. I think they bought their Silverstone car wash with them, haven't they, and put it in there. But no, you're absolutely right. Every time I see it, I keep thinking, how do they keep it so clean? Maybe they got some magic formula on it that doesn't collect flies, dust, rubber, anything like that. Look at that, the mountains behind. What a great scene as they come through Senior, the fastest corner on this track, frighteningly fast. And it was the 1982 French Grand Prix here when Jochen Mass went straight on at that corner and the Rothmans March hit the barriers, somersaulted it, landed upside down in the spectator banking, miraculously missing all spectators, got himself out of the car, which is on fire, and walked away from it. And that was at the time, I think, having followed the Elio De Angelis fatality a few years before, that they decided probably enough is enough.
Yeah, and enough is enough maybe for this GC Automobiles car. That car, that 150, has been off track so many times.
There's something at the back, isn't there, that seems to be stirring the car?
It's just a bit of flapping bodywork. The engine is in the back of that car.
Or
so
is it he can't steer the front? Doesn't look very good, does it?
Yeah, it's you see the bodywork is flapping around.
Yeah.
You see the diffuser. It's resting on the exhaust there, so that car has had quite a time of it. The team, fair play to them, keep getting it out, but maybe something's come loose and...
Well, the rear end seems to be stirring the car, Paul.
No, that's because the left rear is broken.
Yeah.
So watch that. That could be a code 60, you know. If it doesn't... he's going to get back to the pits, actually, but that, you're right, that left rear is definitely unstable. Something's broken, and something else is broken on the Synchro Motorsport Honda car there on the right-hand side.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
So, not good that. That's had quite a few problems. A drive shaft failure earlier on this morning when Martin Byford was driving the car. So, the Synchro boys in the Honda Civic.
Yeah, and that is just on the run up the Mistral there as they go from Senior. There on the left-hand side is the BMW, still struggling to get round the long way round outside Senior, but at the entrance to Senior on the right-hand side is that car, the Honda. Yeah, the Honda run out of Swindon.
And this is what's good. Look at the Marshal there on the right-hand side on a quad bike straight over to the Synchro car to see if it can be retrieved. So great stuff from Paul Ricard and their Marshal. So on the radio for the Lady Marshal.
Ever efficient Marshals here, has been really first class. All the marshalling. We've got local yellows out at the moment. She's just having a quick chat to who's on board that car at the moment, the Synchro car.
It wasn't Martin Byford. I think it's Alex. I think it's Alan James, I think. By the looks of it, yep.
Yep.
Alan James is in that car. In the A2 class, it's had quite a difficult time. But one car that has had a couple of difficulties is this 159 Red Camel Jordan's Racing Mazda V8. But it's still going. And it's having a decent time of it, to be fair. It's had a couple of dodgy things happen in the past, but Rick Breckers has been driving it very well, and he could be on for a podium if he keeps going. That car has been in the pits once with a fuel pressure problem, but now it's going again. And
yeah, father of course of Ivo, who he's showing the car with, and Ivo very upset. His son is much quicker than he ever was, and so a bit of a family needle going on there.
There's nothing wrong with that.
A bit like the Tilke family, wasn't it? We heard Herman telling us on the grid yesterday that, you know, I'm not quick enough now, so Carsten's doing all the race driving for me.
It's great that you can just hand it over, though, isn't it? You know when your time's
so
up.
Again, onto the Mistral as the BMW, space frame BMW, to be fair, is struggling back round the outside of the double Droite de Busset. That's the double X corner.
The 75 is back out, the A5 class leader. Didn't need to go back out, Mark, but those racers won across the finish line for the 24. Fair play to them.
Well, they want to get the award for the best looking car at the finish, don't they? Immaculate. Do you remember at Le Mans when Corvette used to come and they used to have such a big lead at Le Mans in the end of the 2000s? They have such a big lead, they put the car in the garage, wash it, polish it, and then go out again. And the crowd, quite apart from clapping, used to boo. They thought it was very unsporting.
That's brilliant, isn't it? I don't think they've had time to clean this car up. It did have a big geometry setup issue when it took off from the pits before, but it's got brand new slicks on it, and now we see the 150.
Yeah, he's made it.
He's made it, and will he go straight to his pit box, or has he been stinting enough to get a bit of fuel as well? That's going straight for fuel first. So, oh, look at that left rear. That's the whole of the bottom wishbone and arm has definitely dislocated itself. The drive shaft's still attached, but
good call by the team manager there. Go and get your fuel first, and then we'll do the damage when you repair the damage when you get back to the pits. The car is still drivable, they can see that. Let's just hope when he stops at the fuel box, the wheel doesn't fall off.
Well, or there's sometimes a lot of heat gets generated, doesn't it, Mark? You know, with something across the floor, so a lot of metal going onto the floor and maybe getting heated up. You don't want that in the fuel station, but we've got the 997 class leader, the car 17 that you're looking at now, 5th overall, Paul Lafargue, doing a good job, been doing a good job with the rest of his team, hasn't he?
Yeah, they've had a faultless run. I mean, they've at the moment got, 8 laps over Francois Perraudot's 55 car, and that's the car which he's been sharing with his Le Mans teammate, Emmanuel Collard. Manu doing such a good job for the team last night and been really, really quick. Here is Perraudot on board the 55 car. That is being run by Crubillet Sport. Front runners in the French GT Championship, Sébastien Crubillet, the team owner, and one of the four drivers, the other driver being Cédric Mazard. And so you'll see that car racing in the Carrera Cup at other French races.
The 997 class is one of my favourites because you know they're not going to have mechanical problems because it's a Porsche. They produce some fantastic endurance racing, and to have a Porsche class in a 24-hour series of this nature is fantastic.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? It's a turnkey race car. You get in it and you drive it. We've got two, actually within that class, we've got two different specs, haven't we? We've got the Porsche 997 Cup, which is 420 horsepower, and the Porsche 991 Cup, which is 460 horsepower. So to balance the performance out, the more powerful cars have less fuel offered to them at the stops.
That works well, doesn't it? Creventic and the guys with the balance of power wand have worked wonders, so fantastic stuff as we see the cars head up into Signes.
Yeah, so we're looking at the 62 car now, Benjamin Roy, that car currently running, where are we in the Porsche Cup class? That's in 3rd place. Benjamin Roy, again, another French GT and Le Mans racer.
That car's seen better days, isn't it? Look at it, it's got wings hanging off it and bits of tape on it, and that rear bumper looks like it's hanging on for grim death as he goes through turns 3, 4 and 5. But again, it's a Porsche and it keeps going, and that team have done a great job as well, and still lights ablaze on that car, Mark.
Yep. Yeah, he's pushing hard despite that front end damage, as you say, so that'll be a rebuild when they get that car back to Lorient, to the Porsche Centre, which it's run out of. Benjamin Roy, of course, one of the owners of that big French Porsche dealership, and the 62 car being shared not only by Benjamin, Maxime Pellet, but brothers Alain and Jean-François Demorge.
They've had a good go at it as well. P2 in the 997 Cup class.
The ninth overall.
9th overall as Tom Onslow Cole fires down the inside of him and puts him off the track, Mark.
Yeah, completely disorientated him, didn't it? Tom takes no prisoners, does he? Wham! There's a gap, bang, let's go.
He still thinks he's in a Renault Clio UK Cup race or in a British touring car race. It's not as narrow as a Ford Focus, that SLS, Tom, so watch what you're doing, son.
But has been the car of choice for this series, hasn't it, the Mercedes SLS? And of course, as we've mentioned before, this car will be starting to become the old car fairly shortly, because Bernd Schneider put on pole position last weekend's VLN race at the Nürburgring, the new generation Mercedes SLS, and you can tell the difference by the massive Mercedes badge on the front.
Yeah, unbelievable. It's going to be a cracking car as it starts to filter its way into this series potentially, but also everything else in the endurance world.
So, race order, Tom Onslow Cole for, I can't even say my own name, Tom Onslow Cole for Ram Racing, from Alfred Renard for Herbert Porsche, and Reinhold Renger in the number 2 HP Racing Mercedes. That is our top 3 at the moment. Peter Cox still desperately trying to claw that gap back, 3-second gap from 3rd place, trying to get on the podium in the Ferrari, as we see more problems in the garage. And this is the
150 that we've seen with the dodgy left rear that was waggling about. So our cameraman there zooming in on that left.
They've made it back.
That car's going to start moving around. It looks like a complete failure of the wishbone. Or
now a chance to see the space frame chassis of this car.
Look at these boys going at it. They've got 4 hours left and they're still hard at it. Brilliant.
Yeah, well, give them something to do, won't it? There's obviously a suspension link is broken there.
Oh, look at that big old spanner, big old adjustable spanner. Get in there, lad.
Yep.
Top dollar. They have been working so hard.
It is a big spanner, isn't it?
It's a big old spanner.
Yeah.
Oh, that's properly snapped off, isn't it?
Wow. Top link.
Yeah, top link gone.
Yeah, on the top wishbone. As I said, this is a silhouette car. Quite a number of these racing in the race. And I suppose probably this is the only series you can race these, isn't it?
Yeah, I've raced a similar kind of car in the Belgian Touring Car Series. Like a silhouette with a V8 Sedimo French engine in it.
A Dutch supercar, of course.
Dutch supercar, yeah.
So,
but it's great to see so many of these cars gracing the Paul Ricard track for the 24-hour series.
But this is a BMW, wouldn't be shown in a BMW showroom in Park Lane, of course. So
not with the top link missing.
But great to see such innovation. You know, I mean, this could be a 2-litre sports car underneath all that. And good work by the crew, as you say, as they get desperately going to get that car back into the race. So here we are, nearby airfield. Just seeing...
Picking me up, that. I'm going in a bit.
Yep.
Oh, my word. He's coming in a bit hot, isn't he?
Will that take you all the way to Speak?
Oh, I don't know about that. That's a... Oh, look at that for a landing. That's
it's John Lennon now, isn't it? John Lennon Airport.
John Lennon's not driving that. He's dead.
No.
Oh, you mean... Oh, sorry, yeah.
Airport.
I was going to say, he wasn't a pilot, John.
Yeah, so just to remind you, this is actually an operational airfield. They call it the Paul Ricard International Airport, which is amazing. I mean, they do fly occasionally to other countries, but that was a military jet, wasn't it?
It was a military jet. I've seen it doing like a victory roll before while you were commentating on some onboard
It's coming right past our cabin window at the moment. There he goes.
That's
lovely.
Proper.
Is that little Mirage?
We've had a good old time here, haven't we? We've got fantastic onboards from the likes of this 208 that's leading its class in the A3T. So on board at the minute with Gaten Bischoff.
And we've got Ron Van Oven just coming into the cabin. He smells great, my goodness. Do you have a good night's sleep, Ron?
Lovely. Lovely night of sleep. It was great. I slept for about 3.5 hours and woke up, but the waking up was a bit more difficult, I must admit. I'll be with you with some pit commentary later on, and in about 2 hours I think I'll be joining you in the commentary box briefly for what will be the last 3 hours? 4 hours.
Yeah.
4 hours to go.
Yeah,
almost exactly here in this 24-hour race at Le Castellet. Thanks very much, Mark and Paul.
So it's going pretty well, and thanks for that, Ron. And the 67 car that you can see on your screens now is the Cup 1 leader and 25th overall, as he just lets through the number 2 SLS and also the 51 Porsche in the 997 car Cup class there.
Yep.
So real good stuff. The Cup 1 leader getting on with things, as is Tom Onslow-Cole in the 3-0 car. As you see
really,
Tom there
really pushing hard. I mean, is he going to get eventually? Tom just being more careful with the traffic. Don't get tangled in on. The problem is his lead at the moment is down to 57 seconds, isn't it? And
well, that in relative terms, as the 150 gets its top link done, sent. So that's good to see them getting out. But no, like you say, Mark, this is the squeaky bum time, let's put it like that, of endurance racing. A 56-second lead is absolutely nothing. All it needs is a code 60 or a nightmare pit stop or just something really bad. As you see, the second-placed Cup 1 car there, going out of picture through the trees. I hope he's got through them trees.
Yeah, so as far as we're aware at the moment, we have still got 46 runners. Well, it's 45 in fact, because Alan James is still out on the Mistral waiting to be picked up in the Swindon Honda. And Alan, I should think, just counting the minutes. So we're just running through more of the classes. Third place then in Cup 1, this is George Stephanie. And that number 70 car is the Sorg Rennsport car, which he's showing with Martin Niederscheider. Can you say that? That's good at this hour of the morning, isn't it? Niederscheider.
Not with my accent. I'm not even going to bother with that. But just to give it, I've just had a quick text off Amy Dick, who is team manager at Speedworks Motorsport. The 170 car hasn't been seen for a long time. The Aston Martin Speedworks SP3 car that's sitting in the pits in third place. Devon Medell, their main driver, is catching a chopper home because his girlfriend is now in her first ever professional play, he was telling me. So he's away in the chopper. That must have cost him about $9.5 grand.
Wow.
I definitely need to be on his payroll.
Yep. Why doesn't he take a military jet home much quicker?
That might have been it, actually.
Yeah. So as we say, operational airfield right alongside the track, and what a good job Circuit Paul Ricard have done. I mean, everything here is so professional, and it's not a scrap of paper or blade of grass out of place here, is there? This is the absolute optimum for any race circuit I've ever been to.
I was thinking that on the way in, as you see the 70 cars shoot by of George Stepney there, and in the Cup 1 class he's 3rd place, and yeah, it's an absolutely fantastic circuit, one of the best I've been to. I'd never been here as we go on board with the 101 Seat Cup racer with Bert de Hoes driving the car now. You can see his name 2nd in the list from the Netherlands with his name on the... We've had some fantastic shots in board. He's driving that with one hand, look.
Yeah.
What's his left hand doing? Let's watch him as he goes through. He must be resting his arm, unless he's got a bad rib like I have.
Which is his drinking hand?
It could be. Yeah, well, he is Dutch, so his left hand he might want to keep strong for drinking.
Bert de Hoes, what does that mean, Bert de Hoes, Ron?
Doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything. De Hoes could sound something like for sure. The real, yeah, you could call it the real. Bert the real, which is not too bad. Not a bad name to have.
Sounds like a great name. I like that.
Yep,
that's cracking. That is. Let's see if we can see if his left hand now comes off the steering wheel as he turns right. He does it again. Look, he's not. He takes his left hand off the steering wheel.
Maybe he's texting.
Is he showing off? Maybe he's tweeting.
Yes.
Oh, you fighter! The Porsche there. Ooh. Oh, the P2 Porsche.
Oh.
With the number 7 come down. Alfred nearly got fired off then.
He did, didn't he? I think race director will be watching these pictures, requesting the driver of car 161 to please use 2 hands on the wheel.
Unbelievable that was, wasn't it?
Great, yeah. Alfred Renau came past at such a rate of knots, and wow. So Alfred Renau, 30 years old, from Munich, and of course he and his twin brother Robert, who now run Herbert Motorsport after their father Alfred sadly died in 2012, actually died during a ADAC GT Masters race weekend, and I suppose if he got to go die to track, that's...
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It happens to the best of us, and we're very privileged to be at these racetracks, but we all know the dangers.
Yeah.
And there's lots of danger involved, not just for the drivers, for the crews as well, and for all the marshals that give their time for nothing around Europe and around the world. So a privilege to be able to race, and these races keep on going for 24 hours.
We've been talking about tidy cars, but just look at this 101 Red Camel Seat. I mean, there's not a mark on it, is there? A little tiny scratch perhaps on that rear wheel arch, and that was the one that was flapping around yesterday. But that is a tidy car still, isn't it? They've kept out of trouble.
They've been all right. They did get the right rear ripped off, to be fair, a few hours ago, but they got that back on, and they got back out there, so back on board.
Just a flesh wound.
Just a flesh wound, yeah. They were lucky because the SLS that hit it, that was in the pits for about 40 minutes longer than this car took. So Bert doing a good job keeping his powder dry.
He fires himself onto the Mistral straight, gets up through the gears, just touching 6th, then onto the magic paddles, through the Nord chicane, and then firing himself out of the Nord chicane, back onto the Mistral and Signa. A little gaggle of cars ahead, just saying thank you to someone there.
We've got a lot of people watching this at home, and there's a lot of my friends that keep texting me crazy things. I can't really read out what a friend of mine, James Morton's, just texted me about why we've just seen Bert flying around with one hand off the wheel. I'll leave that to your imagination.
Right, 112, that is leading the A2 class. That's the Swiss racing team Renault Clio Cup Endurance. I like that. It's not just a Clio Cup car, it's a Clio Cup Endurance car. 28th overall, that's what you can see in that lighted neon strip in the rear window. That tells you not class, but overall positions. And very black, smoky diesel BMW chasing him up the hill.
Look at it. I love that diesel BM. It looks like a smoky old bus, but it gets the job done. But that Clio, when you see it come, this is a locked off camera shot, but next time you see the car coming towards you, its right mirror is actually upside down, so it's facing the tarmac. So if I was a driver behind it coming to lap it, I would not be passing him on the right hand side, because he will not see you.
What's he looking at? He wants to see the state of the track, does he?
He's just trying to keep an eye on the track, obviously, maybe the pickup from the Hankook tyres.
So that smoky BMW again, you say like an old bus. I think it's more like a Liverpool taxi.
You leave Liverpool out of this, mate. Everyone in Liverpool watches Motors TV.
All right, okay.
Or in Widnes, where I'm from, not Wrexham.
So you are live on Motors. Just to remind you this morning, as if you didn't know, we're on for 2 hours this morning with the coverage of the closing stages of what has been a fascinating 24-hour race. And the best news for British viewers is that we do still have a British car leading after 20 hours of hard racing, and that car is the #1 Ram Racing Mercedes. And on board that car at the moment, none other than Tom Onslow Cole.
This is great. Just looking through Twitter, we were asking people to come in and speak to us on Twitter, but some people getting back to us here. Great stuff. Calden Bat wants to correct me about Ginetta. It's not in North Yorkshire, it's based in Leeds. I'm sorry about that, my geography is terrible.
Wait, fairly close.
It's fairly close, but he is right, it's Leeds.
If they're in Sheffield, yeah, I can understand. But Leeds is, you know, we're getting up into Emmerdale territory there, aren't we?
That's true, yeah. They make Ginettas in Emmerdale, brilliant, love it. The 122 Clio is 30th overall. These Clios just go on forever, don't they? They just keep going in the pink 122 car. Doing a good job, these guys keeping out of trouble and giving us some great racing out there. And like we've always said, they just keep going, and these people are just having their own little battles. And that's a great array of cars. As you can see towards you, that car that looks like it's drove through a ICI paint shop window. That's Seat Cup car racer there, and the 120 diesel BM, and then we've got a flapping top on the 205. So the air duct, we're just struggling a bit there, but the 30th overall 122 is absolutely grand. And we're going to have a quick look at the A5 class, which is predominantly BMWs, and it's only one BMW circulating, and it's the 75 car. And big shout out to this team. They have been stalwart to this championship, especially this weekend. They've just kept going when they could have just parked it and won the race, but no, they got back out there and they just want to cross that finishing line. So Hofer Racing in the E46 M3 Coupe, well done to you guys for just keeping us entertained and getting that car back out there.
Yeah, and their Czech star, Sahaj Polovets, on board that car at the moment, doing a really, really good job. As you say, last surviving BMW, the other three all in the pits in this A5 class. Vic Rice, the last retirement in the Core Oyster car. And coming down then through the heat haze, and look how hot it's getting already. We're up past 30 degrees, and we're being told we could be 33 degrees by the time this race finishes.
Yeah, and a lot of people just assuming that the Dubai 24 hours, which was the first race of the season, was hotter than this. I'll tell you differently. This is definitely 3 or 4 degrees hotter than Dubai was. We were in Dubai in the winter time, and the heat, even though it might be the same in Celsius, feels a lot different. And this Paul Ricard heat has really tested the drivers. And the 67 car there, sporting a bit of damage. Looks like it should be in a British touring car race, especially with me driving, so I love to smash into things.
Nicholas Griebner on that car. Still a little bit of flapping going on from various cars. The 101 car that we were saying earlier had such a clean race. In fact, it's starting to have a dirty race again. Look, it's lost part of both sides on the front wheel arch extensions as we go back on board with Bert the Rill.
I'd love to know why Bert is... He's got some problem with his left hand. I know he's got black gloves on, you can't really see, but watch him when he turns into Signé now. He rests his left hand. See it? He takes it off the wheel. He's like the bravest man alive. That's like 175 kilometers an hour on turning there.
He's not bracing himself against the door, is he?
No. Oh, he is there. Do you know what? He might have a bad shoulder.
Yeah.
Old Bert.
Bert the Rill.
What a ledge. I like him. He's my new favourite, Mark.
Is it? I mean, Klaus Kresnik, there's a name to conjure with, and of course Ferris Bueller. They're a nice shot there. But
no, they've took off without me, Mark.
Oh my goodness, that's the one going to the John Lennon Airport as well. I can just see on the side it had Sergeant Pepper on the tail. Oh, don't mention Pepper, might make you sneeze. Sorry. Oh dear.
Oh, don't. This broken rib's killing me. Absolutely killing me.
It's killing all of us as well. You haven't stopped moaning about it since we arrived here. Jake Camilleri there in the 93 BMW. Really has been the car to have, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. And he's only been out in his stint for 8 minutes, and I think that car's still trying to warm its rears up as he oversteered, didn't he? Coming out of chicane Nord.
Definitely the tail wagging the dog at the moment, as they say. Back to the 101 car then. We're going on board again, no doubt, in a second. Running 24th overall, you can see the light on the side.